caster though. Katie's not here. What does everybody think?
Like,
Well,
what if everybody plays
Everybody
and
plays
participates?
A
the
but
small-
week she's not here. Yeah.
a small hint: Katie is not here.
Yep, that's true. So neither of the three people that have spoken thus far are Katie.
Yeah, theoretically,
should
there's
narrow
other
it
people
down.
here too. One of the people's still muted. I don't know if they know they're still muted.
Who's that?
Well, not you. So the
Oh.
only person who hasn't spoken yet, who was dressed
Me?
up. Oh, you. Yes, we can hear. We can
Hello.
hear Smee. He was dressed up as Smee earlier. It was adorable, or his just normal Monday attire.
It was
Wait.
actually Gustav from Clair Obscure Expedition 33. It's a very good game.
I've not played it yet, but I've heard very good things.
Yeah, I've heard only good things about it. Except it costs money to buy. That's the only negative.
It's on Game Pass, so it's actually free if you have that.
That sounds like it still costs money though.
Fair.
In the technical sense.
I mean, for one small payment of $69.99.
All right. Well, no one took the bait. They're like, Katie's not here. We're not going to play this time, so we can show our cameras now. Ba-boom.
It's us.
Hello.
Yeah, I decided to dress up in the Ruby Sapphire, as that's what I played this weekend at the Set Champs with the Hoffman list.
I was shocked to hear you played Ruby Sapphire.
Oh, it's my main. What are you talking about? I'm very well known to always do that.
Was the reasoning this is the best list I could possibly play for what I'm trying to do? The Hoffman challenge.
Well, I had already played Steel Song Hoffman.
Oh, okay.
And I just kind of wanted to play it. I had been playing it the last week on stream, and it was just so much fun. I was just like, no wonder DKP's been playing this nonstop. Like, it is really fun to play. I just didn't own Sharks, so I never really got to test it. And then I finally was like, sure, I'll borrow them. Like, I tested against it enough. But I didn't get to know how good it really was to just like double Pirate's life and gain 6 and push your opponents away from winning the game. It's a dirty feel, I'll tell you.
You're like a 9-point lore swing from 2 songs is ridiculous.
I'll
Well-
tell you. Go ahead, Claire.
Yeah, just to yank your opponent from the victory line is brutal.
It is very fun, and I've been doing that a little bit with Ruby Amethyst, but I was playing Emerald Steel this weekend, as I said, and I got to play like Beast Tragic Hero for the first time because I, again, like Luke, I borrowed them because I never bought them, and I was playing against Amber Ruby Mufasa in top 8. And I had 4 beasts on the board at one point and drew
It feels
5
so
cards
good.
a turn for 3 straight turns.
Oh my god. Dude, that
Crying in Red Fasa.
sounds so abysmal, dude.
Yeah. I did have to sack my entire board the turn prior to that, though, to start setting up the beast, though. I had 2 Diablos exerted, and he had 2 Prince Erics. I was like, I got to get rid of these Prince Erics before I can play my beast, so I had to get rid of the Diablos, but then the 4 beasts on the board was a lot of fun.
I mean, you could just let him quest, right? What's he going to do? Win the game?
Yeah, just win the game.
Yeah, I'll say winning the game is not as fun as drawing 15 cards in a turn.
That's true.
If I
yeah.
draw 15 in a turn and still lose, I'm still the winner.
Okay, I gotta end this up. Drawing half of your deck in one turn feels amazing. And I've done that this weekend with Hero Dog, my variant of the Chernodog deck.
And
Like,
did you
seriously.
draw that many cards because of Clarabelle?
Clarabelle, but also Stitch Rockstar.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh.
Interesting ad.
I love it.
And also the Tramp and the Finnish Chernobog. As for sure. And if I have time tomorrow, I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna play this deck. It's gonna be amazing.
Awesome. On Twitch? What time do you normally stream?
I think I should be streaming from 7 p.m. I would just pop announcements everywhere once I have my time set up. It's been some time.
Yeah, I'll tune in.
Eventually,
Yay.
they'll give us something like Disney's going to give us that digital client, and then we can all become streamers again, and it's going to be glorious.
Hooray!
And battle on the ladder for supremacy.
Oh yeah, next goal.
I missed those days because I came late to the party. So the last thing I laddered on was Marvel Snap, which felt like, I don't know, it got tiring after like 2 seasons of doing that.
Nothing was better on the ladder than just running into Wonder 5 times in a row playing Action Jackson and him just being like, I'm queuing and I'm going to beat you one time. And then you got that win and you were so excited.
I mean, airfoil is just,
Yeah.
how can you say no? How can you say no? Yeah, I mean, Lorcana was interesting because, like, I played Arena, and I would get Mythic, and then I would just quit. I'd be like, oh, I'm queued. I don't have to care about the format till the end of the set, and then I have to care about my final placement then. So you only played for, like, half a week, if even, like, the entire month. Whereas in Lorcana, it's like, this is fun, like, and everyone's grinding at the top, and so you can, like, see yourself go up and down when you had those. So it was much more pleasurable to do that type of thing there than it was on the other digital clients. So I don't know how good or bad the Marvel Snap grind is, but some ladders
It's
can
very
be quite
easy,
brutal.
so it just was like,
Very
yeah,
easy.
that was the same as like I got Magic or Mythic a couple times in Magic doing that, and like Legendary and Hearthstone, and I feel the same way. Like once you get there, it just I was like, all right, I guess I'm done.
Yeah, the desire just leaves. It's like,
Yeah, I remember the same feeling from Magic Arena in Draft League, and like in the 3 first days of the month, went to Mythic, placed 23, and I was like, okay,
now
first
what?
time I got there, what do I do now? Oh yeah, if you play a match in certain times, you get more like competitive person. You might be losing and drop a lot of. And I'm like,
Yep.
oh, ew.
It's like, do you want to play? And oh my goodness, I had it turned off. I had it turned off, but I had it turned off in studio mode. So we're gonna jump into the first player card,
There she is.
and that's Melissa. Who would like to read about how amazing of a player Melissa is?
I'll start off with Melissa because I know Melissa. And
The
funny
sirens are here to
enough-
arrest her.
Funny enough, I did a giveaway today. Melissa was actually the winner of my Twitter giveaway, so congratulations to her there. So I'm very excited to introduce her. She actually got top 128 at DLC Chicago and Fort Worth, and was a finalist in the SSG 5K, I believe, last month. And so
nice.
I know she's a big Amethyst Steel player. I'm not sure what she's playing today, but I know that has been her favorite deck for the last couple months. So I'm excited to see what she has to do today and represent the Forbidden Mountain.
Yeah, she's an extremely cool person. I met her in person for the first time at Lucky Llama, and she kind of just hung out with the Sunflower crew.
Yeah, she's pretty neat. She keeps beating Zen at events because they're now like local in the same area, so they're constantly playing in the top 8. I have to root for her no matter what. She loves playing Doc, so like I can't not be all about that. Like I'm gonna say it right now. We haven't even gotten to it. I'm probably gonna root for whatever team Melissa is playing for here, unless she's playing against Melissa. Melissa Maelstrom. She's one of my favorite players on the circuit here that is not on my team. Oh, JDZ's camera doesn't want to move. Just wants to keep him there in the top. All right, let's go to our next player card. We have Christian. JDZ, you want to take this away?
Yo, am I frozen? I think I might be frozen. Is it
No,
me?
you're
Okay.
not frozen.
Christian, let's see. Sorry, might be having some technical issues on my end, but I love the pose. Okay, I love the brown jacket. I like the off to the side. Okay, I did get a chance to hang out with some of the Forbidden Mountain crew as well, as Bro Hamilton mentioned earlier. We were in the Lucky Llama, and I don't think I had a chance to meet Christian. I believe this is Melissa's husband. Am I off there or am I
No,
correct?
you are way off there.
I'm way off. Okay.
You are way off. Christian is part of the digital team for the Forbidden
Gotcha.
Mountain,
I'm not even close to
and Melissa and Ben
Ben.
are partners.
Ben. That's what. Okay. They played last time. Okay. I was way off.
Christian, Ben, it's almost the same thing. You're not.
Yeah,
it's
I
not
was
that
close.
you know, it's one letter away in the alphabet.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
close. But he's got top 16 WCC 5K, 5K finalist for Stitch cards, and Matt wins D20 box event win. Yo, getting it loose, getting active, posing with the Azurite C as a prize. What do you guys think of that pose? I think it looks great. Looks like he can be in an alternative rock band there.
He's
Great
played a
pose.
few
Soundgarden
times
vibe.
as well. He's done pretty well.
Hard
All
right
right.
swipe as well on Christian.
That's what I was waiting for.
The swipe, is it a left or right swipe? Like where are we going?
It's always right swipe. Big time right swipe.
All right. Well, this is the person who you were thinking of earlier. If you would like to read the card.
All right. Yes. This is the bin. Okay, this is the bin I was thinking about. All right, the Forbidden Mountains bin, top 128 DLC Atlanta, top 64 Chicago, top 32 DLC Las Vegas, fourth place SSG 10K, Paladin of Poglet. He's rocking some Poglet. He's with Katie's team, right? Their team Poglet. I would right swipe, but he's a married man, so I'll go ahead and let him stay where he is.
I don't know if
But-
they're married or not.
Oh God, I'm just cooking. I need to lock in, dude. Okay. I gotta do more research. Okay.
I don't see a ring on the finger. Is all I'm saying.
I don't wear a ring either.
Okay, well,
Man,
Yeah,
cooked.
I'm engaged, not technically married. We've basically professed whatever soulmates ages ago, and I have a ring, but I also don't wear it. I just don't like wearing rings.
could be a choice. It's a
I'm-
choice among the Lorcana community.
If I learned anything in Legally Blonde, I think you are common law married, V Wonder.
Depends
at
on the
this point.
state. Depends on the state.
that's
I know this because of insurance issues.
Sorry.
And sadly, Nebraska, I am not insured from being common law married.
But I think he's a great player. I mean, we did see them play before, and it seemed like they're bringing the guns out this time, the Forbidden Mountain. They're bringing the power team. And what do you think about having a whole couple on the team, very prolific players as well? Is that something you guys can experience? I mean, I got a locals that stays by me, and they're husband and wife. They both made day 2 in Seattle.
Hey, I'm
Husband
Oh.
gonna point at the camera for this one. Power
Mhm.
couples, they're a thing.
Yeah,
Hey.
I was gonna say, like, this is a question straight for bro.
Yeah, what's up?
Unless Garrick or Clara had their significant others play, but like I don't think any of the rest. JDZ's kind of does. My wife does not care for card games or a lot of games in general, and like that's always been something I would have loved to have been able to play Magic over the years with her, and now Lorcana.
Right.
So make me jealous, bro. Make me jealous.
All right, so here it is. Yesterday we took a 2.5-hour car ride to Oklahoma City. So me, my wife, and our son could all participate in a set champs.
That is dope.
So honestly, we wouldn't have went, but I called this store because they were advertising a juniors league set champs.
Mhm.
So they had the age cap was 16. So it was all it was a the first place prize was an enchanted bell.
Nice.
That's amazing pricing.
Yeah. So it was really cool. And if it wasn't for the junior event that they had going on, we wouldn't have went. So
Did they have
Yeah.
enough people to pay for the enchanted bell?
yeah, I think they had a total of 12 kids show up.
Dude, that is huge, man.
Yeah, dude. So it was amazing. You know, my son took 6th place. So, you know, it's not bad for having no reps on Amethyst Steel.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
I think
having a family that can play though, that's like a whole, family fun. Like everyone can go out and get a part of it. You get a chance to experience the whole thing, and it's like a family activity that you can do together, and still, everybody gets to enjoy it. That's very rare.
yeah.
I'm jealous.
So Lycos 14 ended up losing in the finals. She played against
Daggers.
Kiwi Birds. So she was on Kiwi, or she was playing Steel Song. She was paired against Kiwi Birds. They top decked Pete, and then was able to win from there. So, playing the Pete. She had lethal on board if they didn't play the Pete because she had the one of Sleepy's flute in play. So it was like the guy drew exactly what he needed in order to win.
Pete's do that. Pete's are brutal.
Yeah, it was.
J-Bomb, you want to read this card for us here? As I
thought this one
interrupt
was
Broham?
Clara's.
Are we going in order?
Sure, I'll go. This is Fia, better known as Miss Lorcana of Love to Lore.
Oh, you're
And-
right. Oh, I remember.
Yeah,
I was like, wait, why is it Claire's? But I
Claire, you can
remember
take it
now.
back.
To make her figure out, to make sure we perfectly say everyone's name correctly.
Sorry,
All
Clara.
right, continue, J-Bomb. Sorry. I
All
cut
right.
you off.
So Miss Lorcana started playing Lorcana in set 6 and got so obsessed she named her 2 baby guinea pigs Daisy and Lilo. And
Great
she's
names.
a 7 set champ top cut and 2 set champ playmats. Very impressive for starting in set 6.
Oh, yeah. Most of
beast
mine
mode.
are from before then.
Well, that is a strong player.
I like that. I like because you usually see a lot of players who are, I started playing at day 1. I started playing set 2, day 1. I've been at this since the very beginning. I like hearing more stories about people who just get into the game a little bit later and find themselves into competitive venues, competitive arenas. I like that. We need to promote more of that because I think we're about to get an influx of newer players coming into the game too. And I think sometimes people might be a little overwhelmed, might seem a little bit daunting.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
well said,
Fable will do
JDC. I agree, and I tell a lot of collectors all the time that since like the prices have been stabilizing in a lot of these old promos, the prices will finally start increasing once we get that second influx of players, and that's when the game will really, really take off. Is once we get that like second crop of people to start joining and buying those target packs consistently.
Absolutely, I agree.
Did you say target packs as in like boosters from Target, or
Yeah, I want to see them off the shelves. I want them to not be
Yeah,
there.
they are
like,
always on the shelf. I go in and buy them though.
that's
I'm
a good
buying them at Target.
it's a good and bad thing, right? The ability to always be able to acquire a booster if you wanted it is good.
Yeah.
But them not selling out is kind of frustrating. But that's a long discussion.
Yeah, you don't want to be
Yeah.
in a Pokemon situation where you can
Right.
never
Yeah,
buy a
yeah.
booster under any
The
circumstances.
scalpers are just sitting there
You gotta-
ready to
you-
collect them.
You got to suplex people in Costco to get your booster packs.
Yeah.
Well, Clara, you want to read this
Yeah.
card for us?
Yes, so Luna Arwen from Love to Lore, she is the Love to Lore co-captain, and top 10% at DLC Birmingham. That is nice. Then, well, okay, sorry, I had something pop up. 1-2 games so far this year by mail. That is a great achievement. And never opened an enchanted. Well, we're wishing for you to get an enchanted.
Next
you
pack.
have to bring that up. That I just kept complaining about not opening an enchanted, and then I opened up one, and then another one followed soon after. So I was like,
There you
all
go.
right, you just got to complain, and eventually you'll get those big opens.
That is
just-
big manifesting.
Yeah, just wait till they're like, oh, I've also only opened 10 packs. Like, oh, well, of course you haven't opened your enchanted yet. It's when you've opened multiple boxes, like 6 or 7 boxes, and haven't gotten one yet. And then people are like, I got 2 in a trove. Like, ugh.
fun fact: my brother's first trove, he got 2 enchanted elses in the first trove he ever opened.
Shut up,
Hey.
dude.
Oh man, Pixar didn't happen, right?
He got it on video, actually.
That's,
That's
wild.
insane.
Wow.
That's absolutely crazy. There's one lady in the locals. Every time she goes into the LGS, she buys a box and always gets an enchanted.
Yeah.
It's like
Gotta love that luck, dude.
Save
love
some
that.
for the rest of us, you know.
Right?
Spread it around.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Read me this card. Tell me about Lindsay.
Lindsay, Illumineer, Illumiqueer Lens, Love to Lore co-captain, top 15% at DLC Las Vegas and Seattle, top
Nice.
2 at every set champ season, deck builder of all things spicy.
Let's go.
Yeah, I am a big fan of Lynn's. I've met her at I think the first time I met her was I think it's Chicago or Fort Worth, one of the two. I can't remember, but every time I see her, she's always on something fun and crazy. Like
Yeah.
absolutely, I absolutely love to see what she's always bringing to the table.
And I got some.
Yeah, she's
I
always
do.
sharing spicy lists.
I do
in the
have some inside
Discords.
information on what Lindsay might be playing, and if it is what I think it is, it's going to be some extra spicy, extra string spice and all. So stay tuned, keep it locked. Don't touch that
Scoville
dial.
levels are hot.
Oh, they're
Right.
high on this one.
All right. Well, JDZ, why don't you start us off with the predictions? I know
prediction.
it's your favorite part of the game.
The prediction. All right, here we go. A lot of people look at these two rosters, look at these two lineups, and they're going to give it right to the Forbidden Mountain right away because they got the name, they got the prestige, they got the players, they got the Lizard Kitty in there anchoring the squad. But you know what? I know for a fact that the Forbidden Mountain, they don't like to come out here and play these webcam games. And I think they're going to show up and they're going to get shown out by Love to Lore. I think this is the time Love to Lore is going to turn the ship around. They're taking the dub. They're going out. They're winning 2-1 over Forbidden Mountain today. Lock it in. Take it to the bank.
All right. All right.
And I'm going to pass it on over to Garrick right on the screen below. Who are
I'll
you
take
thinking?
that. And I do have a question. Are there postseason implications for this match?
No.
Postseason implications?
Like top 8?
Let me see. Are we in contention for top 4 right now? I would say no. Sadly
Okay.
not.
Dang. All right. I was just curious.
We are
as far as
playing
my-
for pride
Sorry,
right
go ahead.
now.
All
We're
right.
playing for pride right now.
As far as my pick goes, I'm gonna go Love to Lore. Boom, we hit it.
All right. I'm a big fan of the Forbidden Mountain. I think they're gonna clean up today, and if they just play their standard fair decks, that the spice that Love to Lore, it's not going to be enough to conquer the fair decks of the Forbidden Mountain.
Okay. I like that.
All right, bro, take it away.
I'm gonna have to agree with J-Bomb on this one. I think I'm gonna have to lock in with the Forbidden Mountain. Especially if Lizard Kitty shows up on her standardized amethyst steel that she's known for, and you have the power couple. I'm part of a power couple team. I got to go with the power couples on this.
All right, Clara.
I gotta say, Love to Lore. We're talking about spicy decks. I'm all in for it, and
That you
I'm
are.
biased. Sorry.
All
I'm
right.
not gonna say it's gonna be a 3-0, but I definitely adopt.
Well, I already said it earlier. I'm rooting for Lizard Kitty. She doesn't need the rooting, obviously. So the question is she going to be able to hold up the rest of the team? Love to Lore has much more desire and a need to win this. They have not got a win yet. So I feel like they have they want something here. They're trying to prove it more than the Forbidden Mountain is. So I think their desire to win is going to be strong enough. The question is the Lizard Kitty's power couple going to be enough? Is the digital team member plus Lizard Kitty going to be enough? Normally I would say Lizard Kitty in 3 love this, but I think the 2 and Love to Lore means they're going to 2-1. They're going to lose to Lizard Kitty and the other 2 are going to take it.
Bold predictions from the group here today. I love it. Mixed bag.
And at that note, we're going to jump right into the game now. And we're cutting to Garrick and Clara, questing Queen TCG. Say bye to the people who won't be back.
We are in here, and I am excited for the first match of tonight's ICL. Clara, I don't have the
Same
deck
here.
lists. If we're able to get the deck list, that would be sweet. But we do see
Yep,
a
one
Robin
second.
Hood come down onto the board with a Beast Tragic Hero hitting the Inkwell. Be interesting to see what we have here. We might have a little bit of discard action. Could be
Amber
Amber
Steel or Green
Steel.
Steel.
Yeah.
And seems we have Blurple from Christian side. I couldn't see the first card.
I think it was an Iago. but a popsicle does come down. We do not get the bell, and there we see the Ariel. So we're playing Steel Song with Beast, and look at that. An old school lantern coming down and putting down the Robin Hood as well, making use of that immediately. So we could see a shift next turn, potentially has a whole new world in hand, could really set this game off.
The setup with Lantern is really interesting because you have more ink, more buying power to put characters in play after a whole new world. Really interesting. And Fighters Keepers goes in the Inkwell from Christian side. Do we have a 2-drop?
Thinking about something. Do we have the ramp? We have the Tipo comes down as we are going to get an ink into the Inkwell. That's really good. I think if they had the option to sail, Tipo was probably better there because you might just get hit with a shift Robin Hood after we saw the Ariel go into the Inkwell, which is something that you don't typically want to see if you're the Amber Steel player. You want to use that Ariel. So the Robin Hood does come down. Are we going to get a whole new world? And they have it. Wow. Amazing.
Wow. That is a turn 3 whole new world. The only thing faster than that is the Queen.
Yeah.
Whole new world.
Yeah, which is absolutely brutal for Christian. Had to get rid of. Look at that hand. He had so much ramp in there. We had the big Ursula as well on the right, the set championship card.
Meanwhile, that would have been a key card.
Yeah, amazing in this matchup for sure. Able to prevent the singing, exerts characters when she quests. A really, really powerful card against this strategy. And Luna only puts 1 card into their discard and draws 7. So just a really, really powerful turn.
Let's see if Luna can maintain that advantage throughout the game. She is at a good place right now.
Yeah, playing on that beautiful Cinderella mat as well. And we have a gorgeous Ursula mat on the other side. Love these two of my favorite play mats, if I can just admire the artwork really quickly. But Christian puts a Finders Keepers into the Inkwell. What do you think of that? Do you think that's a pretty good ink if you're going to get hit with a whole new world over and over and over again?
Yeah, especially if you can keep a good hand number balance with the card draw from Genie. Definitely.
Yeah, the Genie could pose a problem as it is evasive, could get some questing in as we see the Cinderella Stout-Hearted that matches the playmat going into the Inkwell. But if that Genie gets hit with a Zeus, I think Christian is going to be in a really, really tough position here.
Yeah, that adds insult to the injury. Another whole new world.
We're just going to rip a whole new world again with a Zeus in hand. Deciding to get rid of 3 songs there, 2 Petes. What do you think about this really aggressive whole new world strategy?
What are we looking for? That's the big question. Because we had those, then came along Zeus to deal with the Genie. If we wanted to. But also the setup with the Ariel was not quite there. Pete is kind of mid against Blurple.
Yeah, I wonder if it is a mill type strategy here, because in the player card she mentioned she's won 2 games by mill already. So could just be going for those aggressive whole new worlds and hoping to mill out their opponent and get a win that way. But they did dump a whole bunch of removal there. I think 2 Strength of a Raging Fires and along came Zeus, which is really interesting because, like I said, you had the prime target there for the Genie. You could have hit that with the Zeus with your ink and then sung a whole new world.
Yeah, but I think the setup of cards in Luna's hand was a little bit awkward, and that granted the decision of changing their hands.
Yeah, as we do see that Elsa the 5th Spirit comes down, really, really good at removing that Cinderella.
Yeah, Cinderella is especially a threat in the early turns, but now not so much. And Genie questing for 2. No, not questing, right?
Yeah, challenge down the Robin Hood that was exerted there.
I missed that. So on Luna's side, we have Robin Shift and the Robin 1 cost, 5 ink, and a lantern. Uh, what is the next best line in play?
Yeah, I'm wondering if Luna just wants to go as wide as possible here. We did see 2 characters hit the board on the last turn. It's a pretty good strategy against these Blurple decks, as they typically struggle with really, really wide boards, which is why people have been so excited for that new Monstro, as Pluto does come down alongside Smee. The Monstro being a card that will help Blurple clear boards much easier, as Robin Hood sings Strength of a Raging Fire, taking out that Elsa.
That is really powerful. Would you have targeted the Elsa or the Genie here?
Yeah, I think I probably would have went for the Genie, just because it does have the 2 lore, and they were essentially both 2 strength, 4 willpower characters at that point, because Elsa had the damage on her.
Mm.
But potentially worried about the Elsa being bounced back to hand and used again to exert something later. So that could be a worry on the side of Luna for sure.
Well, I would think also about the Elsa shift.
Yeah, good point. Very good point. Yeah, the Elsa is a potential option. I know a lot of Blurple decks have been cutting it recently, but people do really still love that card, the people that play it. So that is definitely a good point there. As the Sail the Azurite Sea comes down, and we can ink twice this turn for Christian. What do you think Christian is looking for in this spot to get out of this situation?
At this point,
Can triple ink this turn now with
you
the
want to
Tipo.
remove, you want to remove the 5 cost characters on Luna's side, or any singer 5 or more.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, or just establish more ink, more card draw to then be able to have a big remove.
And down comes the Madam Fox, returning the Tipo to hand, and uses that Genie to challenge down the remaining willpower of the Pluto and removing it. Of course, Pluto is a 5/5 when he has no damage, but once he takes at least 1 little bit of damage, he reverts to only 1 strength. So Genie able to take him out and only take 1 in return. So that's not a bad start. If you can get this Robin Hood off the board, I think you're in a pretty good position, like you mentioned.
Yeah. Pete, no action is okay, but it is one more character we want to widen the board. And then Mr. Smee, like piling on that advantage right now, questing for 5.
Yep, and this is exactly what we were saying, right? Just go as wide as possible, as the Blurple player will struggle to remove all of those characters, as we've seen a Fox already, we've seen an Elsa already. Something like a Hades could help out, but then again, you are giving your opponent more ink to work with, but you need to remove these threats off of the board as soon as possible. And I think if you need to Hades the Robin Hood at this point, you got to do what you got to do. And there's only 1 card in the hand for Luna. Hopefully it's not a whole new world if you're Christian, because that would be pretty devastating.
Exactly. 1 card in hand from Luna. It spells like whole new world.
Yeah. As we do see another Fox come down. We'll see if the Fox does go into the Smee here, and it does, removing 2 lore off of the board. So Christian really finding the answers as the game goes along. Found the Elsa the 5th Spirit, found 2 Foxes, and has been able to control this board pretty well.
So let the storm rage on, digging a little bit deeper in the deck.
And there is the final Strength of Raging Fire. I believe there are 4 in the discard right now. I think 2 of them got hit by a Whole New World and 2 of them have been used. So still 1 card in the hand for Luna, but that was really, really good on their side, being able to remove that Genie who has been played a couple times now, been healed by the Popsicle. He's just stuck around for so long.
Yes, and the thing is, right now we are 0 characters against 3 for a potential 5 lore on Luna's side. Christian needs to do something fast to at least stabilize.
Yeah, there's a Tamatoa. Had 2 Popsicles in the discard from the Whole New World. Great help here to at least slow things down for a little bit, but we'll see if that is in the deck as it goes back over to Luna, who could potentially go to 18 here.
Would I be worried in Luna's position looking at Christian's board? I don't think so. Like questing, putting the ultimatum.
There was another Strength of a Raging Fire, so we are going to go ahead and get the goat off the board. And there comes another Pluto to protect the 2 questers on the side of Luna. And yeah, I mean, if you got the Strength of Raging Fire, might as well remove one of the threats that could potentially get through and take out your Robin Hood or your Smee. That Robin Hood has been on the board since turn 3, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Robin Hood is a strong character, 6 willpower, not easy to remove.
Yeah, if you're not playing something like Madame Medusa or Ice Block Brawl, he does have a tendency to stick around. As Christian says, I've seen enough. There's nothing I can do. Let's go to game number 2. And the aggressive Whole New World strategy on the side of Luna paid off as they were able to protect their Robin Hood and just go as wide as possible for as long as possible. Quest, and remove the threats as they came down on Christian's side. Was able to find the Elsa, was able to find the Foxes, but it wasn't enough to stave off the lore from the Amber Steel Song player.
Yeah, that was really interesting game. Probably more one-sided. Christian was not able to find an opportunity to come back in the game. The Ursula discarded with the first Whole New World was a fatal blow right at the beginning.
Yeah, got the Ursula playmat. Definitely wants to find that Ursula, ramp into that, and control the board. Going on the play here will help a ton for the Blurple player. But how do you feel about this matchup in general? Who do you typically favor in a standard Blurple versus a standard Steel Song deck?
Steel Song is slightly favored, especially if they can lock in that early advantage like we saw. It takes a Blurple pilot with a lot of experience against Amber Steel to know what the lines are, how to manage to tiptoe around and find the right opportunity window to exploit. So it's not easy.
Yeah, I agree, especially when the Blurple players are now playing things like Iago, which pretty much gets knocked out by everything that the Steel Song has. Maybe everything except for World's Greatest Criminal Mind, that is.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen Let It Go played in some Blurples. I've seen the Elsa shift being a good option to quickly remove and deal with singers. I think Blurple has the means to deal with the singers, but a little bit too late.
Yeah. Christian, just to note, did alter 6 there, kept 1 card. You got to think that 1 card was probably the turn 2 ramp, but was not satisfied with the rest of the cards in the grip, decides to alter them all but 1 and see what they can get into here. How do you feel about the next set with Blurple getting the Into the Unknown? I feel like that's been a very divisive card amongst the community, talking about it. Some people saying maybe it's a little overhyped. Some people saying it's one of the best cards in the set. How do you feel about it as a tool for Blurple?
Okay, just let's take the example between Blurple and the Ember Steel.
Yeah.
You have a character exerted on the Ember Steel side that played a song for free, and then you do the Enter the Unknown. You get rid of the character. They probably have no other Singer 5 left on their side, probably to bring back the advantage. It's 2 turns faster than Let It Go in most cases. So those are the good things. The bad thing is only an exerted character doesn't get around the ward.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I like the thinking there. I think the card has a lot of versatility. Now, it could be a downside to ramp your opponent early on, so you don't want to, I guess, use it too early on something that's not a huge threat. But I think having more options in the deck for targeted removal, especially early on, is extremely helpful, as we do have the turn 2 ramp. We had the option to sail or Tipo. We go with the Tipo. And we have the Cinderella. Ballroom Sensation has been a staple of this game for a long, long time. Let's see if she has something to sing on this turn to remove the Tipo.
Probably, yeah. That is like the Cinderella trap right there.
Yeah, the turn 1 Cinderella is such a powerful card, and if you pair it with something like Let the Storm Rage On, removing something and drawing a card, it becomes even more powerful. As the Sail the Azurite Sea comes down, Christian wants to really, really ramp up as much as possible, empty the hand so the Whole New Worlds do not hurt as bad as they did in the first game.
Yeah, a great line of play here would be a Sail, another ramp, or Bella is a great option there. I believe maybe not the best.
Yeah, I mean, a 3/3 body, it hurts a little bit to actually play the cost for that card, as so many players have been just playing her for free now, but she does help you battle back onto the board, as it doesn't look like Cindy's going to sing anything this turn. So the Strength of Raging Fire is in the discard. There's no character. Luna played nothing on that turn, so Belle can essentially take out the Cinderella for free.
That is a surprise. I wonder what Luna has in her hand right now.
Yeah, it's got to be tough. No Aerial on turn 3. That's usually what you expect to see from these Amber Steel Song decks. Or, that Shift Robin Hood on 3, but didn't have the Robin Hood on turn 1 or 2 to take advantage of that. Doesn't have the Lantern to help equalize the ink battle here with the Blurple deck. So must be stuck with a bunch of 4 and 5 cost cards. Could potentially have a few Whole New Worlds, some Robin Hoods, along came Zeus, but needs to find something here on turn 4 to try and stay in this game. But Christian doesn't play anything on his turn with 6 ink.
Okay, so I suspect many 7 drops in Christian's hand and a lot of 5 drops and above for Luna.
There's the
fair
Naveen
game.
Whole New World. Wow. As she shows the Naveen and the Strength of Raging Fire, and a Bell and Hades go into the discard for Christian. So you called it there. The Hades was there. It didn't feel like the value was there to play the Bell onto the Bell and move that damage onto Smee. Really interesting choice there from Christian to forego that option, possibly waiting 1 turn to get rid of the Smee, but punished a little bit.
Yeah, the Rapunzel trap would have been there too on turn 4, so it is a good move for that Christian made.
Yeah.
but not the best in hindsight.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you always have to be worried about those Rapunzel traps, and Smee is one of the best characters to take advantage of the Rapunzel ability, as he does damage himself at the end of every turn if there's no captain out. And it looks like we are going to remove both characters cleanly on the side of Christian, showing the power of that Elsa the Fifth Spirit.
That card has been a powerhouse since set 5.
Yeah, really, really love that Elsa the Fifth Spirit. And I also love that they put it in the starter deck so I can get cheap foils and have 4 of them.
Oh yeah, probably people get buying those starter decks for that exact reason.
Yep.
It's a foil one.
Yeah, a really, really powerful card, and it comes in every single starter deck. Absolutely love to see that. I love the starter decks for Into the Floodborn, Rise of the Floodborn as well.
Yeah.
Those were really good starter decks with the Merlin and Madame Mim package coming in there. Love to see that. But we do see the Ariel find a Let the Storm Rage on, and the Mr. Smee comes down. So Ariel could be opening up those pipes and singing something next turn. And there is 3 damage on the Elsa. We do have to think about a potential Bell on this turn to get rid of the Ariel. That would be huge, but we're going to Genie to draw a card here, dig a little deeper into the deck. Doesn't have it, but does have the second Elsa. And down goes Ariel.
Keeping the control of the field. Like we said earlier, the key aspect of this game is dealing with those Singer 5.
Yes, absolutely. Anytime one of those are on the board, you need to do everything in your power to get rid of them and ensure that they can not sing. We did see Naveen kind of cheat that, as he can sing from the hand, but another Naveen went into the discard pile with that Whole New World. So we'll see how many Naveens Luna is running to potentially take advantage of his ability and sing a Whole New World when there's not a Singer 5 on the board.
That is the only way out when you don't have those singers on board.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see how Powerline shakes out. They're talking about him being the strongest singer in the game. I want him to do something super crazy. Maybe he gets around Pete's ability. Maybe he's like Singer 10, could sing any song in the game. Exciting to see that, as here comes the Bell Accomplished Mystic, able to remove that Smee. And Christian doing a fantastic job of controlling the board this game, and now has the absolute board advantage with 4 characters, all much bigger than Luna's. But we did see in that first match that Cinderella Stout-Hearted went into the Inkwell, so that's something that could come down as a shift option on one of these turns Christian needs to be aware of.
So Elsa with 4 damage right now. We have a Robin Hood, and Pete is going to quest.
Yeah, Pete going on a quest, cannot challenge the Genie, cannot challenge the Elsa. Not really worried about the Bell taking it out and getting a big advantage there. We're going to sing Friends on the Other Side with Elsa. We'll see if Christian is able to dump some of those cards, because there is a Singer 5 on board, but could have the Hades available to him to remove that Singer 5. And there it is.
Wow.
Yep.
Sniped.
Yeah, if you had the Hades in hand, he knew, hey, I can sing this Friends on the Other Side and draw these cards with no worries of a Whole New World coming down, because I have the answer to the Robin Hood. And now the side of Christian is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Do you even care about these characters? I think you do need to take the Cinderella out at the very least, in case that shift line does come down. He does choose to do that. We'll see if he goes for the Pete to just clear the whole board, or are we going to go on a quest with Bell here? Looks like we're questing up. What do you think of that? Leaving the Pete and just using your Bell to gain the 2 additional lore and putting a faster clock on your opponent.
Questing is the best option here. Pete does not so much. Could remove the goat, but it boosts your lore. Other than that, it is one damage more for Strength of Raging Fire. Ooh, that was
Yeah.
quite a hand.
Yeah, for sure. Removing that Robin Hood was key because he was definitely going to be singing a whole new world on this turn, and then you would have the Pete to potentially sing something else. But playing that for 5 ink is not necessarily what you want to do. And look at this beautiful Aurora Enchanted coming down onto the
Ooh.
board. Luna said she never opened one. Wonder how she got that.
Well, the only other option is given.
That's true, but you know, could have also traded for it. I'm curious. Could have been a
Mhm.
gift, okay? That's true. I did have Luke in my ear and I was talking him to for a second. I'm sorry all the people that could not hear him.
Oh,
So now
and
it's just a lone Aurora against an entire field of glimmers on the other side.
like piling that
Oof.
advantage.
Yeah, and almost everything on the side of Christian quest for 2 at this point. Only Elsa and that 3-drop Bell are questing for 1. And why not? Just put Tipo out there. Let
Yeah,
Tipo get in there and quest.
that board is huge. Like against purple, it is a battle for the field.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. I mean, a comeback is not impossible for Luna. Let's imagine a scenario where there's 2 grab your sword in the deck. If that is what they have, comeback potential is definitely there. Okay, it's Zeus.
Okay, Zeus kind of does something.
Targets a genie. Of course, genie is not something that they can challenge into. Okay, we're going to draw 3 with Rapunzel. How can we get out of this situation?
Oh yeah,
Aurora waking up and singing Zeus again. There goes another genie. Doing what you can here.
yeah. Christian is at 15. So we need to deal with the bells and any 2 questers.
Storm, we're not giving up. Tipo is gone. And now we are giving up. Okay, game number 3. It all comes down to this. The Amber Steel song player, Luna, will be on the play here and trying to replicate what happened in game number 1. Get that Robin Hood out early, potentially, and just control the board and not let Christian establish a wide board like he did in that second game.
Oh yeah, if Luna sees in her hand Robin, Lantern, Robin Shift, and Whole New World, that is the best opener anyone can wish.
Yeah, most definitely. And Luna did really enjoy that aggressive whole new world strategy. You got to also keep in mind that the Lantern could come down and keep that ink advantage that Blurple tends to have a little bit less of an advantage throughout the game, especially if you're able to whole new world away their hand and force them to respond to your board instead of ramping up as they typically like to do. Christian in that last game was able to ramp really, really quickly and mitigate the damage that a whole new world would typically do to his hand.
Exactly, and I'm curious. It's a card that we didn't see so much, and if you know what I'm talking about, I am talking about Aurora. She's a 1/4 for 3, quest for 2, senior 5. Great stats so far.
Yeah.
And whenever you remove 1 or more damage from her character, ready this character, she can quest or challenge for the next of this turn. So the ability that we've seen on play, I believe that it happened.
Yeah.
Is exactly that. Powerful addition to the deck.
Yeah, for sure. We saw the amazing synergy on that turn. I mean, the board was a little bit too wide at that point to come back without a double grab your sword, but healing 3, drawing 3, and then readying the Aurora to sing twice in a single turn is super powerful. If you can do something like that, like sing Along Came Zeus, healer, ready, and then sing a whole new world with her, that's just an ability that can absolutely pop off as Luna alters 3. So pretty satisfied with their hand, and we could see a really, really early whole new world like we did in game number 1. Didn't quite see how many Christian altered there, but out of the corner of my eye, I thought it was quite a bit.
Yeah, it is. It is something that unless I'm in a tournament and my opponent says I'm changing that much cards online, when I see that and casting, I don't have that reflex.
Yeah, they do it. They do it really quickly. Sometimes you're looking at both screens trying to figure out what the alters are. Yeah, sometimes you can definitely miss it. But I think Blurple is one of those decks where you want to alter aggressively, especially if you don't have that turn 2 ramp in your hand. That's like something you need. That's why the deck is so powerful, because you can get a Genie out on turn 3. You can get an Elsa out on turn 5. That's what makes this deck so powerful and explosive. As the friends on the other side goes into the Inkwell, we'll see if he has the turn 1 bell. No.
Probably the reason why friends went into the Inkwell.
Yep,
Oh,
there
wow.
is the lantern, and we're starting off like we did in match number 1. We'll see if the Robin Hood comes down next turn and blows the doors wide open on this match. Christian probably looking to TPO here over Sale if he's expecting a whole new world on the next turn.
Yeah, that is such a great turn for Luna that Christian didn't want to see, I guess.
Yep, we do find the TPO, but look at that. The Ursula goes into the Inkwell yet again, has not been able to take advantage of that very, very powerful card. Oh, and the TPO is going to get hit by that Let the Storm Rage On from the Cinderella. We'll see if the shift line comes down for the Robin Hood. This could be dangerous. There it is. And we're going to play a Robin Hood. Just questing. Okay, if that was a whole new world, that would have been an insane opener for Luna.
It would have been like bonkers,
Yeah.
ultimate level.
Yeah, so many. I mean, how much ink would have been essentially played on that turn? You sung a 3-cost song, you played the Little Robin Hood with the lantern, and you shifted a 5-cost card. So that's 6,
5.
9, and then plus a whole new world would have been 14 ink. That would have been crazy on turn 3.
Yeah, it is like the comparison in between fair decks and unfair decks. Ember Steel is on the unfair side because of the amount of ink card you can play within a turn. Ripple is the fairest as you can get.
Yeah. They just like to get their Genie out on 3, which we did just see. But the Genie got absolutely destroyed, got hit with a flying kick, an elbow, an uppercut. That Strength of a Raging Fire got sung, and he was removed expeditiously. And now we're in that tough situation because, I mean, yeah, you can put down Elsa, but Elsa's only going to remove the Cinderella at the end of the day.
It's still better than nothing.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to know if Christian is playing Merlin Crab. I don't think we've seen Merlin Crab.
It is an option. It depends if it is in Christian's deck.
Yeah, Merlin Crab paired with Elsa is a really strong play in these Blurple strategies to boost her up and help her take advantage of his ability, making her a 5/5 when challenging for the turn. And then if you combine that with things like Madam Mim Fox, you can do a lot of damage with the Merlin Crab for sure. As we pass it on over to Luna, who has just one card in hand, and it's a whole new world off the top of the deck. Insane.
As Christian, you really hate to see that, and also at the same time, you have a whole new hand.
Yeah, Christian gonna get 7 new cards here. We'll see if they're able to take advantage of it, but when the Amber Steel Song player is able to rip a whole new world with the Singer 5, with more singers established on the board, it's really, really dangerous, and they have all their ink to play with as well. And like you were saying, these are the unfair things that Amber Steel can do. As Strength of Raging Fire comes down, boom, Elsa's gone. What else are we going to do on this turn? Establish some more characters, I'm sure. Oh, a Lantern comes down.
And Ariel.
Yeah, digging for more songs. Ooh, it looks like she was late to practice, did not memorize her tunes, could not come up with a song in her head. But that's all right. As the Pete is going to quest, and now Christian still in a really, really tough position.
Yeah, well, Luna has quite the board. 2 Lantern, 4 characters, and just 1 ink less than Christian.
Yeah, for sure. I really love the Lantern in Amber Steel song decks. Brandon DeCandio repopularized that card when Naveen was released, and everybody was playing Naveen, everybody was playing Lantern, and it makes the deck feel even more unfair when you can make use of that Lantern, and Luna has definitely done that and shown off the power of the Lantern in this matchup. It's been the great equalizer in that ink, as you just mentioned.
Yeah, also the Lantern increases the number of uninkable, and could mean that the deck could break, like malfunction a little bit more, depending on how it is built.
Yeah, definitely. Christian here is desperately digging for some answers. Put down the sail, put down a popsicle. We're going to put just a Merlin goat out, and hopefully he sticks around. Oh, a bell comes down as well. So that's going to help a little bit to try and combat this board, but we'll see if there are more songs in the hand of Luna that are just waiting to be sung by these powerful singers on the board.
There's a lot of possibilities with 3 cards in hand from Luna's side. 7 ink. Well, 7 potential ink.
The Aerial Sonic Warrior gets shifted. That's an excellent card to do some more damage.
That could mean like just tearing up Christian's board. Like,
yeah. As a whole new world is sung, we'll see if the 2 ink is spent to deal the damage.
So we got to resolve whole new world first, and I believe the ability is announced at the same time to then be resolved, if yes or no, at the very least.
Looks like we are, or are we playing something? Nope, the goat is removed. Look at the power of the Aerial Sonic Warrior, and these shift lines just being so crucial for Luna in this matchup. We've got the Aerial Sonic Warrior down. We've seen the Robin Hood do a ton of damage, and like we've mentioned previously, the Cinderella shift line is there as well, as Cinderella sings Strength of Raging Fire and takes out the bell on the side of Christian, as everything is going wrong for him at this point, and everything going right for Luna. That whole new world off the top.
It is brutal.
Yeah, that was the game changer. 100% finding that whole new world.
Like the power of shift is any cost reduction that you can get, any like slight advantage that you can get with cost reduction can be crucial at key points.
Yeah, for sure. you're giving up a card on the board, but you're getting a more powerful one for much cheaper. I've been really liking playing shift cards recently. I've been really digging it. It's a lot of fun to figure out when's the best time to shift, when's the best time to just play it outright. It's a really interesting part of Disney Lorcana and one of the most unique things in the game that I absolutely have been loving. And singing is another really unique thing to Disney Lorcana, and we're seeing both of those gameplay abilities being used by Luna to the greatest of effect in this match. As the Elsa comes down, exerts a Robin Hood. I mean, what do you think we're challenging here? The Cindy, the Robin Hood?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Maybe you could set up a shift bell here to move some damage, but goes for the Cinderella, so probably doesn't have it.
Yeah.
That would have been a nifty play to get rid of the Robin Hood. Could have challenged in with the Elsa, shifted the bell, moved the damage to the Robin Hood, removed the Robin Hood. Potentially. Oh no, would have been one off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, there's the fox. And Fox goes for the little Robin Hood. I mean, the shift potential was there. So it's always something you have to think about. But I'm pretty sure that she's inked 3 other Robin Hoods this game, the 5 cost at least.
Yeah, at least removing shift options is a good thing because you don't want your opponent to sing.
We'll see if Ariel finds a card, and she does. World's Greatest Criminal Mind, unfortunately not super useful in the Blurple matchup.
I don't believe there's the target.
Yeah, I can't think of one that would typically even be played in Blurple. It misses Iago, it misses Elsa, it misses Hades, it misses Ursula as well.
Timatoa, Gaston, that is another option in blue. 80s, even the shift Elsa. Anything is 3 or 4.
Yeah. Yeah, World's Greatest Criminal Mind not doing a whole bunch in this matchup, but it's always inkable as we are going to do the Rapunzel. Let's draw 3 here. As Robin Hood was able to take out the fox and gain 2 lore. That's the power of the shift Robin Hood. It looks like Pete is potentially winding up to sing something. Nope, we're going to play a Robin Hood down. And we are questing. Yeah, I think Christian was expecting the Elsa to be removed there. But no dice, as Christian shows the hand. Not much he could do there. And Luna takes the W. And we are about to head over to the Discord, chat, and talk with the players.
I'll get a cough sweet so I'm not coughing throughout it. That was excellent. That was an excellent game. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello. Christian, Luna, are you here?
Hello.
We're here.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a really, really interesting match. We were really loving all the lines that were coming from both players, both trying to take advantage of what their deck can do best in this matchup. Christian trying to ink as much as possible and avoiding the damage that the whole new world could do, and Luna really taking advantage of the shift lines as well as the lanterns. How have you felt about the lanterns and playing all the shift lines? I mean, you have the Aerial Sonic Warrior, you've got the Robin Hood, you've got the Cinderella Stout-Hearted. It's like you've got it all. How do you feel?
I'm so sad the Cinderella never came out. I love them. I took this deck I took the set 5 version of this deck to Birmingham, and I've been in love with it ever since. It is just my favorite way to play Steel Song because it's so explosive and it's so high energy, and there's so many weird and wacky lines you can put out there.
Lanterns Bay.
I've played so many other versions of the deck, and this is the one that clicks with me, and I love the flow of it.
Yeah, is that in part thanks to the explosive ability of the lantern? You mentioned the set 5 version. I was talking about Brendan DeCandio repopularizing that with Naveen. Is that the version you're talking about specifically? And are you
Yes,
just
I was on
go
in
ahead?
Birmingham. I was on a very slightly tweaked version of DeCandio's list from that set. I that was when I fell in love with the deck, seeing that from him. This one, I'm on some like weird choices. I'm playing some interesting cards. We've gone back. I've got 2 copies of Sad Beast from set 2.
Yeah.
I've got because ramping him out on turn 4 is amazing. I've got you saw the Plutos doing work, holding the fort down. And I've got my very special one of Aurora, who has saved me plenty of times in set champs a couple of weekends ago. She's looking pretty and shiny in her enchanted. But yeah, definitely the explosiveness comes from the fact that I can either play something like a Smee on turn 2, or I can just play a Lantern and another 1-drop, and it's really hard for you to deny me a shift line if I go Robin into Robin, or even just Cindy into Robin, where I threaten that 3, sing a 3 on turn 1, and then I can put my Robin down and shift it on turn 3 and have that song up.
Yeah, it was really, really powerful, and I love the list. It's a very toolboxy Amber Steel song list, even more toolboxy than the typical list you see, and it was really cool to see a lot of those work out. We saw the Aurora double sing in the same turn and get 3 off of the Rapunzel, which was really cool. But I have Clara here as well. Clara, do you have any questions for Luna?
Yeah, I do. First, congrats on the win. It was really well piloted games, and I'm curious. The choice of adding lantern comes from some explosiveness. How do you balance the increased uninkable counts in with the deck construction? Any tips, tricks for any other Amber Steel
So
players out there?
the crazy thing about that is that I'm actually only on 16 uninkables. And in the past, I've been on 18, 19 and felt comfortable. But the fact that when I put this together and started testing and stuff from a bunch of other people's lists, that I had a look at loads of people's lists. I took my set 5 list. I took the list I played against you actually, Clara, last set in the Love to Law Championships. And I adapted it all into this, and I was really, really surprised to see it was only 16 uninkables. I don't play any Daisy. I think that really helps. Just not having an uninkable 1-drop. I do love Daisy in some Amber Steel builds, but I think this is not the place for Daisy. We have so much questing power out of the Smees, the Rapunzels, the Robin, that I just don't feel like we need it. We can pump our Ariel to a 2-quester with the Sonic Warrior shift. And her being a 3/8 is just really hard to remove, which is great. Yeah, so I think just watching your uninkables, thinking about which ones you're playing. We have some really interesting removal options this set as well. I'm personally on a 3-3 split with Zeus and World's Greatest Criminal Mind, because there's just so many things that World's Greatest Criminal Mind hits this set. And at worst, in this version of the deck, I can still sing it with a Cinderella or whatever, or a Pete, with a Sonic Warrior on the board. Even if it has no target, I can still pay the 2 and deal 3 damage to something. Which is just a really cool way of getting it out of hand and turning it into like a sort of strength.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, to your point, these are shark-infested waters these days. You gotta pack the world's greatest criminal mind when you have it. But Clara, any other questions for Luna before we talk to Christian?
For now, no.
Okay, awesome. Luna, we stick around. We're going to do shout outs right after we talk to Christian here. Christian, it was a tough outing for you. Unfortunately, Luna was able to find that whole new world in game number 3 and really, really turn the match on its head. We saw that you had the Ursula Sea Witch Queen in the list, but wasn't able to get her onto the board. How have you felt about that card in the meta in your Blurple list?
It's okay at best. It's nothing crazy. Truthfully, like the problem with like this card is like when you play Ursula Sea Witch Queen, it's usually like in a spot where like you're already like in a winning position anyway. And it's like as you saw, it's not great on the draw. Like it was like an easy ink, and like you hardly get to the point where like you can play it before they start to pop off with multiple songs anyway. It's better to like to close a winning position. And frankly, I had 2 set championship copies I just really wanted to play, so that is my main justification for playing it. Otherwise,
Yeah.
the card is okay. The solids 5 or 6 out of 10.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, they are gorgeous, and you're running the playmat as well. I mean, it's some of my favorite art in the game for sure.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, I do have a question about how you built your deck. There was 2 main things I've seen. The 4 Finders Keepers, and in I believe against Emperor Seal Song is not really a card that you want to see. It's easy ink, I believe. But other situation with other decks, it would have been great. What is your thought about this?
Yeah, well, I mean, so the list is basically the JDR list that's been running around quite a bit, and I've really enjoyed it. The 4 Finders Keepers, it's not there for this matchup, right? As you said, right? It's there for everything else. It's there for all the Ruby decks. It's good against discard. It's good in the mirror. It's just like a good way to draw, right? It's very clean. Yeah. I mean, I've loved the card. I've been always really happy with 4. It's inkable. If it was uninkable, obviously I wouldn't want that many, but being an inkable card, like there's no reason not to run 4 of it in my opinion in most purple lists. It's just such a clean way to like keep your hand in the game.
That is fair. And also, what type of changes would you suggest for this deck? Any tech cards that is already there, or that could be added to battle that against Ember Seal that is a tough matchup?
I'd say the best tech you could do is either win the dice roll or change decks. If I was going into a room with knowing that there was a bunch of Ember I would never play this deck. It's just like it can win games, but like it's just like it's that bad of a matchup. It's not really that's just kind of how the deck is built. I'd say this deck is great into like most of the metagame, except for this one deck here, which it keeps it in check. I would say for the most part. But that's my suggestion if you want to be good into Steel Song is to play a different deck.
That is a really great answer. I really like it.
All right.
There's no tech to make the matchup better. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much to both of these players. We do want to give you the opportunity to give any shout outs. We will start here with Luna, and then Christian, you can follow her up.
I think my couple of shout outs would be my amazing team co-captain who is playing later, Illumineer, for encouraging me and persuading me to actually get on and play an ICL, despite it being very late here in the UK. And Lorcana Bell or Caroline, she's amazing. She's encouraged me so much and helped me so much to bloom in this community and become just such a strong player. So I think those 2 would be my 2 shout-outs.
Awesome. And Christian?
Yeah, well, shout out to team TFM for letting me be a part of their digital team because I enjoy the webcam games and getting to be on these ICLs. It's a good time. Let's see. Shout out to my mom. Is she still watching? Shout out to her. She's always there for the ICLs. My wife, she doesn't watch most of them. That's okay though. I'll tell about them later. That's all I got for shout outs.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and congratulations, Luna, on your win. We will see what happens in matches number 2 and number 3, but I believe that is it for Clara and I. We are about to pass it over to JDZ, and I'm not sure who is going to be the second caster with him. I don't know where my camera went, by the way. I disappeared. J-Bomb is going to be with JDZ, yeah.
Okay. Mm. Yeah, so first of all, shout outs. First of all, if you want to see me on the social media, anything questing Queen TCG, and I'll be planning a stream tomorrow evening on Twitch. I'll be playing a new version of the Cherno Dog deck. Oh. Yeah. I'll be streaming tomorrow, questing Queen TCG. So come join me tomorrow evening. Wish you a great evening.
Greetings. Are we in? Are we live? J-Bomb. I think we're in the facilities. Hey, just all the side stuff. We're not hearing it. Okay, we're gonna lock in. We're locked in, J-Bomb, and I'm glad to be here with you again as well. I love the jacket.
Oh, thank you. I thought you would like this jacket when I was putting it on. I was like, this is going to be JDC approved for sure. That was my first thought.
We're going straight to the right on the swipe. If you didn't know, okay. I like. What is that? Velvet? It's looking good. But did you get a chance to see that last match, Mr. J-Bomb?
I did, and it went about as expected. Where Steel Song has the advantage of versus Blurple. As Sir Chris said, it is not a favorable matchup for Blurple. So I was very excited to see it go to 3 games because it is such an uphill battle. Once Steel Song just starts singing those songs and just getting that board, it's very, very hard for Blurple to get some footing and stand its ground and ever get back in the game.
Oh, for sure. I wonder what can happen to make that matchup a little bit more favorable for Blurple. I think this new monstrous whale that's coming out in Reign of Jafar, I think that might be able to even the scales a little bit. But that matchup, if not for Amber Steel, it would probably be one of the best decks in the entire format. But that was round number 1. We got round number 2 coming your way with 2 players that I think you all might recognize. Some people you might know. We're going to lock in and laser focus and get ready for ICL on the Monday. I'm ready for it, J-Bomb. Are you locked in? Laser focus. How you feeling? I mean, you're looking great. You're positively
I'm feeling
glowing.
great. If you would have told me I would have been casting with you when I woke up this morning, I would have thought it was a dream and been hoping my wife would not wake me up.
Let's go.
So I'm stoked to be here.
Let's do it. Let us do it. I think the players are getting ready. I'm ready. You're ready. Production, are they ready? Let's do it. I think it is time. I might be mistaken. They're not ready. Okay, we're gonna kick it here a little bit more because Reign of Jafar is coming out. And can you talk to us about I saw you out here on Alter Academy. I gotta say again, I love the show. I love the program that you got going on over there. If you guys want to tune into that, can you just tell us what is the next? Who's coming by next? Give us a little sneak preview. Who you got coming into the booth next?
Yeah, so I'm excited. Next week is actually going to be our pivot to set 8, the Reign of Jafar, and I've got a very special guest lined up. We are going to be bringing in Dave Solberg, Attack for 2 with Ruby Amethyst, and
let's go. I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna have to tune in. I'm not gonna touch that dial. I'm gonna keep it locked. You guys should all do the same. Get over there and check it out. I like that show because a lot of people have a lot of issues with the ultra phase, the mulligan as it's colloquially known, and I think that gives people a lot of information from some great players in the community, and also introduces people to the game. I think you got a slam dunk there on the show, and I tune into every episode. And you guys should all do the same. But here we go. We're locked in. We are laser focused. We have Ben versus Miss Lorcana in the building, holding it down, getting ready to begin. As we are starting, it looks like the Forbidden Mountain will get a chance to go first, because they lost in round number 1. Is that who you picked? You picked the Forbidden Mountain to come out. Are you feeling a little shaky there now that your loss has already started?
I did, but I'm hoping we have a good matchup here, and it could be turning the tides. Now, I'm not going to give away what they're playing, but it could be a coin flip here. I'm not going to say it's like round 1 where we have a very, very favorable one-sided matchup that we've got to overcome. So this could be anyone's game here, but I'm going to still have to pull in favor of Ben, especially with him being on the play for the start of this match.
Yeah, that's my little sneaky pick. I like to pick whoever is going first, or I look at their. I like to also look at their mats and say, "Hell, who's got the cooler mat?" But in this rare situation here on the ICL, you don't see this too often. But both of these Illumineers are adorned with the same mat. Both of them. I thought I was seeing double for a second. But
yeah, the Honey Wizards have come out to play today. One of the best mats in Disney Lorcana, so very excited to see it, and just as excited to see the Enchanted Honey Wizard coming out in the Fabled set 9.
I can't wait. I think they kind of spoiled us with all the extra spoilers that they gave us. I think it was too many spoilers because now I'm like, okay, Drain Jafari's got the crown. Move on. Okay, let's get on into this Fable thing now because they got some really, really cool stuff happening in set 9. Granted, set 8 is going to be great. We got the World Championship. Rain Jafar, go out and get it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you can get one of these. Don't be jealous, please. If you see that.
My wallet is not ready for those iconic cards.
Oh man, I'm not either. I'm gonna be broke. I think I might pull one and just completely ascend. I think that also could happen. That is a very likely outcome. You get a couple boosties from your set championship or from your local, and you just rip one from a pack, and you just absolutely lose your mind. That could happen too.
Yeah, and it's going to happen to you. We're calling it right here. We're throwing the shot down. We're Babe Ruth in this, and you're going to get it in the first box, I'd say.
Let's go. Hey, sign me up. Sign me up. I mean, you're kind of a collector. What do you think that those things are going to go for if you had to call it, knowing what you know about Disney Lorcana so far?
I'd say at least 1,000 for the first Mickey. But let's transition here into the game where we're starting off and seeing Ben on it looks like Amber Steel song based on the inking of Rapunzel and the playing of the turn 1 Cinderella.
I love it. More Steel song versus could potentially be more Blurple, more Amethyst Sapphire, potentially. The roles have reversed, potentially. I don't know. We haven't seen that other color. It is still outstanding as Belle is going to go down to the Inkwell early. Let's see if we get a one-cost character come down now.
Yeah, and we're taking a little time here to ink or to play our card for the turn, but we do have a 1-drop Broom.
And that could be an indicator that it's not on Blurple these days, because I know the Sapphire Amethyst colors, they've kind of gone away from the 1-drops, but you're playing that Broom boldly into the face of this turn 1 Cindy. What do you think about that?
Yeah, sometimes you just have to go for it and hope they don't have it. But as we see here, Miss Lorcana is going to be heavily punished by this storm and going to be firmly in the back seat for the rest of this game, especially being on the draw. And the Ben is just going to keep developing the board here with the Troubadour, and it's going to just be what can Miss Lorcana do to get back into this.
I like the idea of holding, especially if you got another 1-drop in hand. I like the idea of holding that 1-drop and potentially putting another 1-drop in on 2 or later on in the game, as Calhoun is going to come out on 2, very good against another potential storm. But can it survive the patent pending play a character seeing strength on 3? Excuse me. That feels miserable if that is what's going to happen here.
Yeah, like you said, if another character comes down and the strength is sung, this game might be one of the quicker ones, but it looks like we're just going to go for a quick storm, putting 1 damage on that Calhoun to draw a card. Now, I would maybe expect another storm or very weak hand from Ben, but let's see what he ends up doing. He's going to start by inking the Robin Hood and hard casting a strength, or is he singing the strength?
And we are Yeah, we're gonna. It looks like we're gonna hard cast the strength. Just go ahead and clear that Calhoun. Probably don't. That means you must not have a character to play in your hand on this turn.
Yeah, because you could definitely sing it for free. So this must just be a action and song heavy hand from Ben, and he is doing what he needs to do to just keep his board state alive and keep the pressure on Miss Lorcana. Miss Lorcana still being in the backseat and going to try and get back into this game, and we see inking
Okay.
strength.
Yeah, so you're losing a little bit of your resources there, as you would have liked to have that strength taken down a character to potentially catch up on some of this tempo. But Pete will be able to slow Ben down ever so slightly as Amethyst Steel versus Amber Steel. Talk to me about that matchup. How did that usually go? And what is who do you think it leans toward favorability wise?
Yeah, I think this is sort of a very heavy on the play, like coin flippy matchup where it's going to highly depend on who can just start singing their songs first. And we saw Ben here able to do that and get some songs off and just keep his board alive and counter the board of Miss Lorcana. And now the key difference maker in this matchup is Pete is probably the best card besides the songs, because Pete will allow you to get a turn where they cannot sing their songs and allow you to develop a board and sing your songs to get back in the game. As we can actually see this happening now, Miss Lorcana is actually going to be singing Friends. We would have liked to see something to damage and take out and fight for board, but this will refill Miss Lorcana's hand here and hopefully can get her fighting back for the board.
For sure. And I've seen this happen too in this Amethyst Steel deck. If they could just play the Pete, just keep bouncing it back and just keep redeploying the Pete, they can just kind of just lock them out of the game, as Rabbit is going to come on in, probably drawn off of that Friends on the other side before we kick it back on over to the Troubadour and the Cindy, who've been holding it down since turn 1, turn 2. Rapunzel's going down to the Inkwell. Who do you got following it up? Coming in on 4 is Naveen, and we're going to blast this whole new world. Huge value on this whole new world. Wow. After a Friends and a Rabbit. Ooh.
And as we can see, TFM Ben's hand was really high action heavy and uninkable heavy. So he's happy to just get to that Naveen whole new world turn and just refill his hand, especially since we just saw a Rabbit and the card advantage starting to develop for Miss Lorcana. That was a perfect time for a whole new world to be played.
For sure. And so that was a slight punish, but sometimes you got to force them to have it. And Miss Lorcana just said, hey, you've been showing some signs of weakness. Let me just go for it. And you're going to take a huge turn off to sing all those songs and draw those cards just to get neutralized. So now this got a whole new ball game. TFM Ben has to be feeling so good, as you're going to get a chance to blast this Zeus, and maybe you can clear this board. And I think you just can pull so far ahead, and I think you just can't lose now from this position.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you, JDZ. This is such an unfortunate turn of events for Miss Lorcana, with that whole new world just hitting the few remaining songs in the deck and just fully clearing the board. This is just guns out, lights out. Probably going to go to the next one here pretty quick.
For sure. And you mentioned that too. It's just like TFM Ben was in a very, very complex. He was on the ropes, I think, until that whole new world Naveen play just came in. And I think but you had 2 whole new worlds in hand. So maybe you top deck that Naveen. He just got to the right point at the right time. But it is what it is. So trying to get out of this spot. And I believe it seems like you're playing this Amethyst Steel deck, but it seems like the more fair variety, the more mid-rangey version. I don't know if you have those type of catch-up mechanics to get through this established position. I just don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard since most of your removal depends on singing and having characters on the board to sing things like Strength. And so Fox is one of the best answers to come back, but it's just not going to be enough with your ink totals and having no other board presence at this point. But there is still time in the game, and we could see how it goes out. But I'm feeling very heavily favored from TFM Ben's perspective at this moment.
For sure. What do you make of that challenge, though, leaving the Troubadour in favor of the Cindy with the Fox?
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. Just I guess Miss Lorcana's thinking was, I don't want to see a shift Cindy, and maybe I can clear out the other Cindy next turn. And that's probably like the only reason to do that. And so if Cinderella sings something and it gets exerted again, then you have an opportunity to take that out. This is a couple turn down the line thinking of, how do I prevent the shift Cindy? And I guess at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter too much if it's Troubadour versus Cinderella, since they're the same amount.
But it's just this Zeus coming in. I guess you had another singer.
Yeah, but the Zeus is the worst case scenario for why we should have killed or banished the Troubadour there.
Okay. And it's just one of those things. I guess, like you said, it truly didn't matter as much because I guess they could have just sang with this Naveen. But if they're singing that with Naveen, then they're not questing, and they're park casting, they're not playing Pete or flooding the board here. So I don't know. I guess the Fox is probably going to be gone anyway. You probably could have just done some other things to it. It could have been strength or a storm. I guess it didn't matter. As we are going to just go ahead and take this Cindy on a quest as the board has expanded. You've outflanked your opponent. Diablo standing alone and unafraid, and that is just not going to be enough to get it done. I think you need a series more of these foxes. How many more foxes do you think they got left?
3 at my count, but I don't think enough foxes for this board state. It's a Diablo 1-drop versus the world right now, and that's never the position you want to be in.
I guess it's going to start with the crab. You got to start clearing some of these characters soon. I think is the key to victory. As you got this Singer 5 setup. I think Naveen is going to be your priority number 1. I don't even know if Elsa can do it. You just don't have enough ink. You don't have enough anything. I think this might be insurmountable as you are paying the full value, and it is. The Elsa 5th Spirit is going to come on in. We'll exert a little baby Robin Hood, break up that shift line.
And Elsa does take out and banish the little Robin Hood.
And we'll just continue to try to flood the board a little bit as we're going to go Chernobog out trying to catch up. I mean, if you're gonna win, or if you're gonna try to etch a path to victory, I guess this is what it would look like. Just any little incremental piece you can. But can that stuff survive? Will you sing another whole new world here?
Yeah, and Miss Lorcana says, I will not lose this game at 0 lore, and does make it to 1.
Yeah, I think that's important. It's all about pride. It's all about give me a sense of pride from time to time. We'll stand up on it. Don't just roll over and keel over. You're going to fight for everything you got. Your opponent did already lose 2 whole new worlds, as the talented Mr. Smee, the bumbling mate, is going to extend the board a little bit more. 1 card remaining in hand is one you've been hanging on to for some time. And you're probably thinking, if it's a whole new world, you would ponder here. I think I'm ripping. And you're like, nay, I'll quest it out as everyone gets exerted.
Yeah, we full quest. And your eyes are a little better than me. I had to squint to see that Mr. Smee. So I need to get my glasses prescription checked out on that one.
You gotta lock in, dude. You gotta lock in. I just see like little small pieces, and it's just my brain just connects the dots. I saw the stripes, and I was like, "Oh, that's me." I can tell.
All right, let's get the Mr. Smee hat out.
Yeah,
it doesn't fit over the headset too well, but we do have the Mr. Smee hat.
Oh,
ready.
let's go! I like it. No, you're the bumbling mate, dude. You're no. Mr. Smee. I like it. I just like the fact that Mr. Smee is just this unassuming guy, and he ends up being one of the most broken cards in the whole game. Like off a whim. They thought they were making him so bad by giving him that 1 damage. He ends up being like one of the most insane cards that they've had up until this point.
It would look better without the headset.
You gotta drop the headset and then go back to the we're on Smee Watch with J-Bomb, dude. That's going to be the next episode of the Alter Academy, dude. Smee Watch.
And back to the game, we do see a Zeus come out and take out the Troubadour. And we do see a Strength come out and take out the Naveen. So we are fighting back on the board. And TFM Ben is still at a pretty low lore count. So maybe this game isn't as over as we thought.
I ain't heard no bell. We're turning this thing around. Oh, we got a double Calhoun. Had that been a doc there, we'd be on our way. We'd be so bike. We're a little bit bike, but we're not all the way bike yet. But that is a pretty prolific turn. You are empty-handed, but your opposition, Ben, is also holding 1 card that you've been hanging on to for some time. And now we're getting our quests up. This board is looking okay with these 2 Calhouns sitting over there in reserve. We'll pop the Chernobog for 1. This is looking pretty good, J-Bomb. I think they figured it out.
We might have counted our chickens before they could hatch here and called it a little too early. I did not expect this turn of events. There was a very weak turn from TFM Ben, and now these double Calhouns really, really are going to be hard for TFM Ben to deal with. And Ben has used a lot of songs already.
Yeah. And you got no Singer 5 set up, and you got these 2 Calhouns who are oppressive. They're going to resist, and they're going to clear these Cindy's with the greatest of ease. Maybe you guys might have to set some baits and try to get these Calhouns traded into the Smee. As the Strength is going to come in off the top rope. Strength is going to blast one of those problematic Calhouns. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a tough call between the Elsa and the Calhoun, and I think the Elsa just doing only 2 damage here versus the Calhoun just getting a lot of lore on the banishing is going to be the difference maker, and why TFM Ben chose to go with the Calhoun strength instead of the Elsa. But I think either one would be fine.
Mm-hmm. I think I would concur with that. I think Elsa might have been the more preferred target for me just because of that evasive. Even if the Calhoun starts to exert, you can potentially slam the Pete or Smee into the Calhouns to clear them. However, this Elsa can just sit back and quest for 1. Granted, 1 is not a lot, but you're at 9. You can get up to 10. You got Cobras in the deck that you've already seen. You can go bounce your way out of this thing, and we are so bike as Elsa comes on in now and able to clear, and all of the momentum, all the energy is going right to Miss Lorcana, and Ben is now hitting and floating liver. He's stumbled there. He's on the ropes. Oh man, now you got to turn this thing back around with 1 card in hand.
Yeah, and you don't have a way to sing a whole new world if that's what you're looking for. And playing a whole new world without singing it is not a position you want to be in, especially when you do not have control of the board at this point.
Wow, I thought this thing was over. Go to show what I know. As Miss Lorcana was like, I'm not giving up. We're gonna keep playing this thing around. And now you have these 2 evasive threats on the board with this little Diablo represents another card. Ari, you better get it together and hit. I promise you, if you don't hit here, I'm throwing you in the garbage can. And no, let's get it. And it is the whole new world, but that's not the hit you really want, is it?
Oh. The nice thing is Miss Lorcana is still at a low enough lore total and does not have a lot of lore pressure on the board state currently. And so you are likely going to have this chance for Ariel to sing a whole new world next turn and kind of reset and hopefully get you some more songs for the small Cinderella to sing and take out one of these other targets and give you a chance to come back and fight this board. But also Miss Lorcana only has 2 cards available. So we are kind of in top decking mode for both players, and this whole new world could be risky. It's likely TFM Ben's only option, but this Zeus is really going to put I think a nail in the coffin on this game
for sure. And that Zeus came in right on time, hard casted, able to go and continue to quest for 3 as well, breaking up that singer. And Whole New World is a great card, but it is terrible when your opponent knows it's there. We got another Ariel coming in. Can you find it again? Can you get to another song? No whiff for Ariel 1 time for the fans. As we're shuffling, we got some choices, and it is going to be the Storm. Can it even clear anything? You can clear the Diablo, but is that even that good? Man, conundrum. All right, so I got J-Bomb. I think he's back. Are you back with me?
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Okay. Just a slight glitch in the Matrix. Just a small little glitch in the Matrix. No big deal, as we will just go ahead and bring out the Storm as a hard cast, it appears. We'll just keep our Cindy up just in case. Like you said, we blast this whole new world, and then we have an opportunity to potentially sing another tune with it as two characters remain on the board. Man, what a crazy game. Crazy turn of events.
I thought this was over by like turn 5 or 6, and now we have had one of the more interesting games. And this is exactly how these games go if they make it to this stage. It's just a very grindy game of just fighting for the board by who can play the songs. And the Rabbit is going to be very good at keeping the resources of Miss Lorcana high.
For sure. And also that Pete. I think that Pete is probably the last thing TFM Ben wanted to see come down there, because you really would like to get this whole new world to go off in a timely manner. And now Miss Lorcana, I don't think they've deployed any bounce effects yet. So if you can redeploy this Pete again, via maybe Fox or Snake, then you can just continue to lock them out and continue to get these incremental quests in and just kind of win the game off of that. So I'm starting if this is like one of those chess.com ratings, it's shifting up to Miss Lorcana's side now, I would say.
Oh yeah. And I think, as you said, if this Pete is bounced and replayed, this game is definitely over. And that is one of the big ways that Amethyst Steel has to take initiative and advantage in this matchup, is just stopping Steel Song from ever singing songs just by peating. Because while both decks likely have 4 Petes in their deck, Amethyst Steel can reuse the Peats and get more than 4 via the bounces.
Absolutely. Endless Peats, as we are going to deploy the GOAT. And that looks like a little small piece of the win condition is that Diablo is questing. It's been on the board for a crazy amount of time. Pete's going to go ahead and make himself a bit vulnerable and get a quest in as well, as Miss Lorcana finally gives Ben the opportunity to sing this whole new world. But now you make it so disadvantageous because now you're sitting at 16 in the lore total and giving your opponent another Pete. Whew! I don't know if you can come back from that. Now, look at this game. What a crazy game. Very swingy.
Yeah, I learned my lesson. I shouldn't call things that early because this, like, I would have said it was like a 90 to 10%, but the problem was Ben just didn't get the lore early and didn't have enough lore pressure, which allowed Miss Lorcana to have that instrumental double Calhoun turn to put her right in the driver's seat of this game.
I will concur with that 1,000% because I'm usually I watch a lot of games and I usually can tell when it's over. And that one felt over. Like it did everything you want to do. You played all the stuff. You got the whole new world. You got the Naveen to pop off, and I thought you were done there. And then then Miss Lorcana was like, "Hey, I ain't heard no bell. I'm gonna keep playing." And play you did, and you turned this thing right back around as you did force in a whole new world. You have 3 ink remaining in your ink well there. So maybe I don't know what you can do. You need to grab your swords at least. I don't even think you could play it because you don't have anybody to sing it and you don't have the ink available to deploy it, as strength is going to be played.
Which it is going to be enough if we challenge the Diablo, but GOAT will finish this game.
Yeah, go into quest GOAT, quest Cobra, quest Rose, any of those types of things. Their outs are just through the roof, and you could. I think Miss Lorcana is moving so quickly. I think they know they got something because they're speeding up the play a little bit. As there is a Cobra right there coming on in. We're gonna go ahead and go next. Wow, J-Bomb, what a game!
What a great game for sure. Never count your chickens before you hatch because this is a master class in how to come back with just one hiccup from TFM Ben. I mean, TFM Ben had one of the best starts you could ask for with having the singers, having the songs to sing, keeping Miss Lorcana's board to no characters on board at the end of every one of TFM Ben's turn. And then he just ran out of gas and was not able to get lore with that open board.
Yeah, because I thought when that broom came down on the draw, got blasted by the Cindy, the Troubadour comes in, blasts some more stuff. Naveen comes in, hits the wheel after the friends. I was like, this game is over. Like, oh man. And then you just kept piling on, but we took it slow. The rabbits came, the Zeus's came. That really strong turn with the strength into the Zeus, into the quet, boom, 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 boom. It was just a lot of tempo exchange, man. And I shout out to both of these players, but I thought that game was fantastic. And hopefully we got more of that coming here in game number 2 and potentially a game number 3 in ICL on the Monday. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that as much as I did here from the commentary space. Very cool stuff.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. I love that game. I wish I could just write a story about that one because that was like a master class in just showing exactly what you need to do from both players. They played it masterfully.
It is never giving up. And sometimes when things are going your way, like in Ben's spot, you think, okay, I have the advantage. I just have to cross the finish line. And sometimes you might stumble a little bit. I'm not saying Ben made any mistakes. I didn't notice any mistakes, but it seemed like things were just going your way and it just started to turn. And when these things compound, maybe it's psychologically, I'm not sure. But still, I thought it was an incredible matchup. We got game number 2 that's underway. Ben's going to be back on the play again. And you don't want to get doubled up on the play. You want to take one of these down at least and enforce this game number 3. So Ben's up against it. No pressure, no diamonds. As you are considering your altar phase, Mr. Altar, I got Altar Academy in the building with me right now. What are you looking for? If you are the Steel Song player, let's hear it from you. No help from the crowd.
I'm always looking, especially in this matchup, for the turn 1 Cinderella, as we can get that huge punish like we saw last game. If they end up having to play the broom. I'm also looking for my Troubadour and Ariel. Ariel is a big piece in this matchup because it's going to get you singing very quickly. And then if we can, especially with us being on the play, I likely won't keep a whole new world, but I'll be looking for one pretty early because if I want to start singing my songs, with my characters, and then get that whole new world off to refill, because I think that was the one piece that Ben was missing last game in the early turn, to just keep the gas pedal on and keep him in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I would concur. I would concur. How about let's flip the roles. You're Miss Lorcana. You're on the draw. How you want to engage with the turn one Cindy, or what are you looking for?
This is tough. You want the turn one brooms, and I think I want Diablo as my one drop the most, just so I'm not just cooked, as you'd say, by the Cinderella Storm. And so otherwise, keeping the brooms, it's tough. It's tough because if they miss Cinderella, you're very happy to have the broom. But if they play Cinderella and it storms you again, you're in a world of hurt. And so I'm looking for that Diablo as my one drop, and then Fox is going to be very, very, very good on the draw in this matchup. So having Fox would be also what I would be looking for. Calhoun's would be pretty good as well.
For sure. We saw those Calhouns actually come up quite huge. It did take a Storm and a Strength to get through the Calhoun last time. And that's a tremendous amount of value for a 1/2 cost card. That Resist 1 coming in quite huge. And it was able to trade up into a Pete in the last round as well. So Calhoun might be something that Miss Lorcana is going to try to lean on to help turn the tides of battle again. As we are underway, we're about to get this bad boy started. So the players are all knotted up. I think they're taking some instructions potentially from the staff. I can't quite hear.
Yeah.
It's time to begin.
And we will see Steel Song in 2 weeks for set 8 on Ultra Academy.
Let's go. Let's go.
We start off with an Inca Robin, Play Robin, a tale as old as time.
I like a little Robin. All foil. I think this deck is max foil too. Completely foiled out, coming in from Ben's perspective. I know he and his, I believe that I want to say Ben is Melissa's husband. I think they got to be sharing this deck because that's
partner,
a pretty
partner.
deck.
They're
Partner.
not married.
Not married. Okay, I got to lock in with the partner thing. I just assume everyone's married because I'm married. Maybe it's my own problems. As what is that?
Yeah.
Is that the Cindy?
That is the Cindy to the Inkwell to play the Smee. A very strong start from TFM Ben. And on Miss Lorcana's side, we did see her ink the broom to play the Diablo. So she did agree with our assessment. And she's going to ink another broom, just saying, I don't want the brooms in this matchup this early. And so we're going to take that easy one lore early. And so taking that one lore early signals to me that Miss Lorcana probably does not have a crab, and just wants to get that lore and take the card draw and take the trade if possible.
Or they could have the crab and they're just selling, they're banking out on the shift swing scenario, which is possible, but we won't take the shift swing line. We'll just go with the Pete blow the whistle play. Because if you go shift swing on Diablo and I crab the Pete, crab the Smee and blast the Robin, I love doing that. People don't see it coming. They just forget that Smee has a whole 3 strength for whatever reason. They just let him slip by and let the crab jump on his back and give him a 3-point boost, and he'll just dunk on the Robin Hood. You'll take that change any day.
Now, I'm wondering if TFM Ben's hand is a little weak because the Pete does not have much to stop on turn 3, especially on the play, as Miss Lorcana is not going to have any singers for her strengths or her Zeus's yet. And so the only thing that would be stopping would be the hardcast song, which I think you'd be happy to see in all honesty. And so this tells me that was either Ben's only play or just and he just wanted to get something on the board.
Yeah, just getting some stats on board, or maybe he's trying to set up a big strength singer. He can know that song pretty well. I think I've heard him singing in karaoke a few times. Pete coming out singing Strength of Rage and Fire when he's got a nice group karaoke style. He doesn't do it very well by himself. 3 or 4 guys up there with him. He'll sing that song and knock down some pretty heavy characters from time to time. But Pete on top of Pete is going to be able to slow that play down. So maybe Ben might have to take another turn off to set up a potential strength play coming back.
Yeah, and that is one of Pete's hidden abilities. He is usually a guaranteed singer. There are some exceptions from Elsa and Hades like that, but he, especially in this early state, he is going to be a guaranteed singer.
Absolutely. But unless you got Pete on Pete violence, as they both stare each other down, and the strength will go down to the inkwell. So you're not, is that strength? Yeah, that is strength. The range of fire is going to go on down to the inkwell. So you're not even going to try to do it anymore, as the Smeagol is going to come on in, and you'll clear the Diablo, probably breaking up any type of crab shenanigans that's coming back your way. Now Pete's going to have to pay full retail value to clear himself or vibrate another time.
So I never want to sing strength in this matchup. And so this tells me that Ben is probably ink starved and trying to get to a certain ink threshold. He also doesn't have the singer for a whole new world. And so I think his hand might be rather weak at this point, especially because he ended his turn with 2 open ink.
Yeah, just letting them float. I hate that for Ben, but we saw how oppressive that Naveen was off the tizzy last time. Maybe we can get another Naveen to just get loose and active one more time for Ben. I'm sure that's what he's hoping for. Naveen is one of the worst cards ever until he's literally the best card ever printed. And I've seen him go both ways.
Oh yeah. He's very, very frustrating to play against. He's very frustrating to play.
Yeah, he could be the biggest, nastiest brick until he's literally the best card that's ever existed in the game. When he comes off the tizzy, blasts his whole new world, and you're so biked before you even tried. As the crab, it's going to get on in for one. A little Diablo. So you did have the crab and you inked it. And we got another Pete. Ooh, now I see why.
See, having that crab, I kind of think that we regret exerting that Diablo from the turn prior, but we do have a strength to kind of clean up the board. But I think the crab Diablo trade into the Smee would have felt a little better than Peting here. But let's see what happens.
Maybe just feel your opponent has a very slow hand. I believe that is the ICL Sonic Warrior. It's going to go down to the inkwell. Beautiful enchanted. Is that enchanted Ariel Sonic Warrior or just foil?
Just foil.
Looking nice. Looking nice. Deck's looking clean, as you did put the 6 cost in, and you could tell they're thinking about something here. You can't really play any actions. You got that Pete who's fresh on arrival, and you might just have to straight pass back. Oh, with the slow underhand toss. Hate that.
When I am in Ben's position where I have 2 cards just set on the table and I start my turn, I don't even look at them. That is signaling that my hand is not good and I'm not a happy camper right now. And so I'm guessing his hand is likely at least 1 whole new world, but more likely 2. And if that's the case, he's in very, very, very rough shape.
And I think another one I look at is the underhand your turn kind of thing. If you go underhand with it, like a pass like that, that means you got your hand's bricked up. Like you're sitting on a brick right now. You know, I could tell by that. That's my give. I'm watching a lot of ICL, and usually as a pass, you'll just say, you know, like a pass or pointer. You don't say anything. You just say it, but you do the underhand point. Your hand's cooked. As you're shuffling those 2 cards, you're not even putting the 3rd card in there. Your hand's cooked. Hand's cooked, man. He's thinking about hard casting this whole new world right now. You can feel it. Oh.
And that's the 3rd time we've seen a draw pass in this ICL 2 matches today. We saw it from each player in the previous match, and now we've seen it from TFM Ben, and that's just not the position you want to be in, especially in Steel Song this early in the game.
So now Ben looks like you're in trubs. You might have to be the one to turn the tides of battle this time. And I think it might just start with ripping it, as we're gonna rip the Storm. Probably gonna pick off this Diablo, get another card.
Yeah. And you'd love to pick up something that has much more impact to the board. Now, Robin Hood is probably the best turn we could have had in this situation, because it can develop the board so strongly and fight this board so strongly. And so we aren't out of this yet. I think that Robin Hood needed to come down this turn to stay in the game.
You just don't want to see a Zeusening here, or Zeus into a Storm or something to clear this Robin Hood, because I think he needs to sing. I think this Robin Hood has to open up the windpipes, and he's got to bellow out a tune on this next turn. I'm sure Ben wants to rip, as we are going to get a quest. Quest bounce, play Pete. Feels miserable. I don't think you have enough ink to do it, but he's coming back. How much ink is in the inkwell? It can't be. You don't have it. As we are going to slam into the Pete just to clear that guy off. But you have Pete in hand. I'm for sure singing this song like 1,000 billion %. I cannot get Pete another turn.
Yeah. I know what getting Pete's like. My first set champ, I got Peted 6 times in a row for my loss, and then he revealed he had it the 7th. So those Pete locks are nasty, nasty things.
They feel so bad as we ink that strength so fast. You got to be jamming whole new world here, and you
Yeah.
are double
And
dipping the chip as well. You were right, J Bomb. He definitely had 2 of those things in hand.
yeah, there's a lot of signals you pick up after playing years and years of card games, and he just had like we could only see his hands. He just had the energy of just not looking at his cards and just setting it aside. Like I can't even interact with those, and so I think it wasn't an easy read, but that's just kind of one that you can just sort of develop over time at how to read what is happening. And Pete is one of the best cards in the game after a whole new world, because they are going to draw a song almost 100% of the time. And a Pete aerial is even better
That's
because this is
beautiful.
going to like refill. And so this is another one of these. We're throwing haymakers back and forth, and we're fighting, and we're coming back. And I do like this position now. That Robin Hood really, really changed the game.
But I've never not seen a Elsa come in this situation. It's always Elsa here to clear this aerial, but you probably can clear the aerial and the Robin Hood, but it's going to cost you so much resource. So this is a pretty incredible turn, coming back at it again with Miss Lorcana, who, if you have the Elsa and you have the I don't know, is that enough? Elsa into to clear the can you clear both of these singers here? I would love to do that, especially with Zeus floating around.
Yeah, I'm not sure there is a way to clear both with the ink total, because Elsa can help us take out the aerial with the Smee, and then Goat can put 4 on the Robin Hood, and then you just don't have the ink or singers left to. Actually, no. I guess the Elsa can still challenge. So yeah, we could kill, or we could banish both of them. So I forgot. I missed the Elsa there.
That's right. Yeah. So you exert the aerial, and then you send Elsa and Goat into the Robin Hood, and then you could send the Smee into the aerial. But that'll cost you so much. And
yeah, I don't hate that though, because the name of the game is preventing Steel Song from singing, and so that will stop 2 of the best singers and just leave them with a Pete, and you will have a Elsa remaining, which isn't the best scenario, but you still have a full hand and they don't have a singer. And so I kind of like that position, and I like that play, because that will allow you to hopefully develop a bigger board next turn, but also that kind of gives TFM Ben the driver's seat once again, and the initiative to develop the board himself.
yeah, I think that would be cool, but your opponent has Zeus. So if you're allowing them to keep one of these singers, they can at least at a minimum sing Zeus to clear one of your characters and take some of that tempo back, and you're going to just go right on in with these 2. So you're going 2 for 1 ski. Actually, check that. Robin Hood gets a plus value, so you're going just a super neg there on the Robin Hood, who was not shifted.
Yeah, that does not feel good from Miss Lorcana's side, in my opinion here. I'm very curious what the hand is that we would make that play. I know stopping the singer is good. We are going to take the 2 lore, and so I think Miss Lorcana from this position says, I'm just going to go for it. And so if with that Cobra, we missed out on 3 lore by not questing, we could have been at 15, and the aerial can still sing the Zeus to take out our Cobra or Chernobog's followers here. And so I almost would prefer us to be at 15 lore here.
Yeah, Smee with a Goat floating too. So you can go Smee, Goat, Quest. You be at 16. No, you be at 17, right? No, hold up. Because you're at 12. No, you be at 10. Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so they would not have. Okay. I still think just the running the race, I think might have been cash money for sure. But you felt oh, and you had the snake too to start doing some more bounce activities. I think you need to get loose onto that aggro mission. You are able to preserve your Cobra, so you're gonna get another deployment of that. I think your line would have been a little bit better there, J Bomb. But who am I to say?
Yeah, it's tough. It's close, because letting a Robin Hood survive the day, especially with the amount of songs we haven't seen from Ben yet, is scary. And so another Robin Hood does come out, and so at that point, we've lost the board for this game, and our chance to win is going to be getting to 20 lore. So I do wish we would have just taken the lore last turn. Now, it's hard to say, because you don't know exactly what TFM Ben's going to do. So either play could be correct depending on how the game plays out. But in this situation, I think taking the lore would feel better at this point.
Yeah, even I'm talking even bouncing the Cobra or putting the Cobra in and then bouncing the goat back and then doing more goat shenanigans. That's got to be something there. I don't know. My mathematics is quite weak. You got TFM Bim who's comfortably sitting at 3 in the lore total, which you got a long way to go. I think you can even go shot for shot, and hopefully that's good enough. Granted, we know this Steel Song deck can just turn it on very very quickly, as you're going to pay the troll toll. We're bringing out the Elsa, better late than never, I suppose. But what is that thing even doing? Hate to see it. Exerting the Robin Hood. Just to look at him.
Yeah, I wonder if we drew that Elsa, because I feel like the Elsa last turn would have been slightly more advantageous for our trades.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, just kind of the ordering there. But in all likelihood, Miss Lorcana drew it this turn, but I could be wrong.
And we will ink the friends on the other side. And this is Miss Lorcana is going to need another miracle to get out of this one. You pulled it off game number 1. Do you have another one in you to take this one to a game number 2? But we might be forcing a game number 3 here, and you'll finally get a chance to be on the play as Lawrence is going to come on in, followed by a Zeus hard cast, and we're going to blast that Elsa and then get all those glimmies exerted, and we're probably going to get up out of here into a game number 3. I said that last time. I'm never saying it again. I promise you I'm not. Said it.
And Larry's here to put the icing on the cake with his smirky grin to put this game into checkmate, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
it's... Yeah. These have been some wild games. Like, you usually don't see comebacks like this from the person who can get their songs off first. And kind of with Ben had a turn where he just drew and passed and was able to recover from that. And that is highly, highly rare in Disney Lorcana. And so I'm very, very just impressed with his wherewithal and ability. And that single Robin Hood on 5 ink really turned the entire game around.
Absolutely. You see how fast he put it down. Those double whole new worlds. He was dead in the water. I think had that card been anything else, not a 5 singer, I think he might have had to ink that card and hard blast that whole new world. And I think that game is completely different. It looks so not like what we see here. So shout out to Robin Hood for being there on time. A beautiful. It's not enchanted. They're all foil though, which looks quite neat, I must say. If you got to,
yeah. Are you a foil guy, JDZ?
I am not. Yeah. I can't afford it. I mean, the way my checking account's set up, I would like to be a foil guy, but I think I play too many decks, and I think I can't afford it. But shout out to the foilies out there. If you guys are foiling up, keep doing it. I'll keep making trade. I love trading with people who are foil heads. I cook them every time. Shout out to the foil heads, though.
I'm a cheap player too. I play the lowest rarity, so the only foil I play are starter deck foils because they're cheaper than the regulars.
I mean, if I have them, I'll play them. But I'm not about to go out and try to max out my decks just to. I can't do it. But if I do have access to the card, like that I pulled from a booster pack or something, or if people leave foils around, I will collect them and use them when they come up. But I'm not going to seek them out. As we're still hanging on. I think at this point you might want to just take this thing right on the scoop central here, if you could. Just get up out of here and get into a game number 3. You're going to be on the play. I would never say it again. I know I just said I wasn't going to say it again. I said it again as Ms. Lorcana is like, no, we're going to play this thing out. We saw what happened last time. Rabbit is up. Pete is up. No actions this turn. But I think them Glimmies are just getting straight loose, straight active. That GG's on board right there. 2, 4. I think that's just game. If you quest here, I can't do basic mathematics.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So
no,
one
it's
off.
one short. Okay. Dang, double Cobra is insane line. Oh my goodness. But I ain't heard no bell. If we go double Cobra here, I might have to quit doing what I'm doing.
Do we have the resources to double Cobra though?
If you, I don't know, maybe you'd have to get like you have to go Rabbit Quest.
Yeah, we just don't have the resources available.
We don't. Yeah, we're out of here. Okay.
Yeah. So these have been 2 insane comebacks. I would have put like in game 1, TFM Ben at about a 90% chance to win, and then Miss Lorcana at about a 90% chance to win around like turn 4 or 5, around turn 5, and the comebacks were insane. I'm thoroughly impressed with both players' wherewithal to stand their ground and keep fighting for that game. We counted out Miss Lorcana so fast in game 1, and she came back, and now we're gonna go to game 3. And
I counted out Ben last game. Yeah, game two. I counted out Ben. I was like, Ben's cooked, and Ben's like, I ain't heard no bell. I'm gonna keep, because once he had those double, you could tell just the hand gestures and the whole new world's bricking, and you just felt the air had been out of the sails. And then that Robin Hood came down. It was able to survive a turn, and then boom, seeing the whole new world, new game, new opportunity, new everything. Started it over and got to the absolute Dublinsky. I thought this match has been incredible. Like, this is a phenomenal match of ICL, and I'm like here for it, man. They are completely scrapping. I wish they would have had this tenacity earlier in the season so they could be fighting for the postseason. But it is what it is. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not going to freak out, but I still think it's an incredible match that we've had here in round number 2, kicking it with J-Bomb out here.
Yeah. And Miss Lorcana has to feel very good about being on the play, as she has not been on the play all match. And so this will be her first time on the play, and that is huge because it lets you set up your singer first, and it lets your Pete is much more impactful on turn 3 than TFM Ben's is on Steel Song, because they've got their boosted singers, they've got their Cinderellas, their Ariels, and so we're going to try and stop them from developing that board state and getting them free songs off. And so this is a game where we are safe to keep our magic broom if we would like. And so that it gives us more options on our altar.
I like it. I like it. So now, like you said, this is Ms. Lorcana's first opportunity to get a chance to go first. We'll be down 1 card, but you have so much more advantage going first here in Disney Lorcana. If you're new to this game, whenever you get an opportunity to go first, please take it. I had someone that played at a set championship with not this run, but the last run, and I lose a dice roll, and I was like, oh, I guess I'm going second. They're like, oh, you can go first. I'm like, are you kidding? And I was like, sure. I was like, why? Why would you do that? And then,
my lucky day.
And then I won. And then I was like, okay, would you like to go first? Like, no, you can go first again. It was the most insane thing. I thought I was in the Twilight Zone. I didn't understand. It was like, yeah, I just like going second. I like to have another card. I'm like, listen, man, listen, pal. This is Disney Lorcana. Go first, okay? Just, if you don't learn anything from anybody else, until something significantly changes with the card pool or the way the game is set up, go first. It doesn't matter about the extra card. We'll figure it out. But they just want to draw. I guess that's their theory, and I didn't hate them for it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and I think you nail on the head. Going first has just such an advantage because of how songs work in Disney Lorcana. And so just having that initiative to sing your song first is vastly impactful, hugely impactful, and can just turn the tide so fast in your favor.
I don't know. I wouldn't. We want to lead Diablo here instead of the turnabout. So still favoring the Diablo in the face of the empty board, no Cindy, and we're going to start Daisy here. I like that play coming in from Ben, who is going to be Cindy on 1 on the draw, on the play, Daisy on the draw. But Daisy in this matchup, what do you think about it?
Daisy is better on the play. Daisy might hurt on the draw, especially if we see a Smee here, because we could also follow up with a Fox, and then our Daisy has given our opponent a card and then traded for free with the Smee and the Fox. And so it is very, very dangerous to quest here. I don't believe it will be likely that Ben quests here unless he feels like being very aggressive. But I think we're just going to have to be very patient with our Daisy this game until we can get the board back, and then we can start questing into a whole new world.
Look at that Daisy! Combat Daisy.
I do like this play.
I like that play a lot.
I overlooked this. I knew we weren't going to quest. I didn't think about this the Diablo trade, and I do really, really like this as well because it forces them to Fox if they have it, and if they don't have Fox, then our Daisy gets to live another day. And so I think that was very strong.
Oh, for sure. And there's a chance if you do quest, Daisy was just going to give him a card anyway. As the crab comes in, jumps on Smee's back, as he's known to do. People don't talk about that enough. Crabbing on a Smee, and he's going to be able to clobber this Daisy and take a damage in the process and take another one just because of vibes. And now you're going to pass it back on over to Ben here, who is going in the 3rd turn. Is it even worth clearing this Smee? Probably not, unless you got a nice tune that you can sing, but you will set yourself up for that crab turn coming in. These early turns of this match are just vital, dude. Getting through this slog of the first 5 turns of this game, insane what they have to think about.
Yeah, and the Daisy wasn't going to do much in this matchup except for give some resources, because this eventually, as we've seen in game 1 and 2, it's come down to resources where both players have just been gassed out. And so that Daisy is likely going to be more harmful. And so being able to get a crab out of the way isn't the worst thing. We would have preferred them to not take out the Daisy, but I think we're fine with it overall.
I will concur. As we were thinking about potentially doing a quest here, and we got Pete on the board. Let's stop drawing those cards for a second, as Pete is going to prevent that from happening. I think nothing was broken, nothing was lost. You did reveal some information a little bit early. However, I think you are going to have to move some cards, shuffle. I hate that. I'm not. I love our judges, by the way, but I wish we got to come up with a better rule than that. Maybe not in this matchup, but the shuffle, I think, is so broken because there's so many cards that send cards to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, typically when I've had that situation come up, at DLC Seattle specifically, the judge ruled that we needed to shuffle the deck, and I said, wait. We put cards on the bottom, and so we actually went through the discard, counted how many cards went to the bottom, and then took those aside, and then shuffled the remaining.
That's
half.
cool.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. I think that's a good fix. Okay, so I'm complaining about nothing. I think that's a pretty solid solid remedy. I can accept that. I think I can totally accept that as a clean solution to the world's problems. As we are going to get kind of hasty on that. Pete is in full effect doing his thing, not able to draw those cards, but you did kind of give up some free intel there. What are you gonna do here on this turn? As you got 3 ink to work with, is it time to ink the friends? You don't want to ink the friends, and you got to ink the friends. Hate to see it. Dang. Pete into an ink the friends into another Pete. So Pete on Pete. Let's see if you got another Pete. I see your Pete, and I raised you a Pete, says Miss Lorcana.
Yeah, and here we're into the Pete battles where the first player to flinch and not Pete is going to be in for some hurt. Yeah. Although Miss Lorcana is low on resources, so she may not have the songs to put on those. Oh, Miss Bianca interrupts my train of thought.
Let's go.
And the 5, we haven't seen her yet, and the 5/5 is just wonderful in this matchup.
Yeah,
Crab and Zeus are your 2 primary outs to Miss Bianca, but Miss Bianca is just going to be a work mouse getting through. Yeah, I wanted to say workhorse, but
she's a mouse.
Work mouse fit, yeah.
Bianca and those lore inaccurate stats always crack me up. This thing sitting at a 5/5 for whatever reason. Smee's going to say, you're not anything, Bianca. Just go and get a little quick quest in. Maybe you're thinking about bouncing this Smee, but if you're going to bounce anybody, you bounce this Pete. And it's going to be bounce Smee. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Put it back out. Oh, sorry.
I'm with you. I think I would have rather seen the Pete to stop the songs, because you got to imagine at least 2 songs are coming. Ben hasn't been able to sing anything yet. We haven't seen songs in the discard, and so there's the 5. Are we not going to have songs? He's put his hand down. And if that's the case, I'm wondering if we're just going to pass here, or we take 1.
And here it is. We got strength.
He's tricky. He's tricky. He's putting his hand down and faking me out. Yeah, getting rid of the crab is smart. And now Bianca is very, very safe. So I would expect the quest, but it does not look like we're going to take that quest with
no quest. Would you leave that Bianca ready? Probably trying to use that thing as a battering ram. And now you have 2 overly statted behemoths here hanging out with this resist troubadour. You got a lot of nonchalant singers over there. Pete can harmonize quite well. You have this troubadour who can have some tunage there, who got the guitar going. You got the whole band set up. Robin Hood on lead keyboard, Bianca lead singer, Pete hanging out, probably playing the synth or something. I don't know what Pete's playing back there. As we got the whole band.
What could we be afraid of that we would not quest with Miss Bianca? I'm trying to think it through, and I'm not coming up with anything.
Maybe
really.
Another crab. I would be petrified of another crab, taking this crab powered up with the snake to clear my Yonka before it can do maximum carnage to my hitbox. I'd hate to see it. You see one crab, they do go in bunches. So I'd like to keep that thing out of there. The Zeus is going to come in and clear the Yonka anyway. Dang, he just blew up the whole band, dude. Oh my goodness, Zeus rocked out. Speaking of rock and roll, 1 card in hand, that could be the whole new world. It's always a whole new world.
Yeah, and so TFM Ben has drawn 2 whole new worlds when he's saying it every time. So we know that's not the case yet because he's only got 1 card in hand. I think he hopes it is a whole new world, or obviously he knows, but in order to keep him in this game, he's likely going to need to sing A Whole New World. Otherwise, he's going to be out of gas because Amethyst Steel has a lot more ways to draw cards. Does he have the
there he is.
Naveen Whole New World?
It's Naveen's strength.
Okay.
That's still quite good. That's still quite troublesome there for Miss Lorcana, but that is an incredible turn as we are going to bring out the Robin Hood to clear the Smee, leaving that 3 damage on this Robin Hood. So off the Tizzy, you got Rapunzel and Whole New World, 2 very, very problematic cards coming your way. So I'm loving Ben's spot here on the draw. And Miss Lorcana's got to make something happen quickly.
If Miss Lorcana can have a powerful turn, she can get back into this, because if Ben whiffs for 1 or 2 turns, that's all Miss Lorcana needs to capitalize on this. So I'd like to see just a big board development here and take out what she can on the board and come back in here and just kind of hope we take those whiffs for a turn or 2.
Yeah, I would like to. A goat coming down is not bad. Goat can sing Zeus quite well. I would have loved seeing a rabbit there for Miss Lorcana, but goat will have to suffice. Looking at that 2 cards in hand, he has some 1-cost characters that you could do, because you know this Rapunzel's coming in off the Tizzy. You know A Whole New World is inbound. Some drama is coming your way. Ben has not deployed any dramatic cards just yet. And this draw 3, you can't beat it. As Cindy, you got a sigh of relief seeing that Cindy if I'm Miss Lorcana, but we're going to swing 5 into the hitbox. You'd only take 3 more of those and the game's going to be over.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Miss Lorcana wanted to see, is that 1-drop Cinderella. We will call that a whiff for the first turn for TFM Ben. I will say Miss Lorcana's turn was kind of a whiff. Like, Goat is decent in this spot, but it's not fighting for a ton of the board. It can take out the Troubadour, and it looks like it's going to take out the Robin. Now, Robin will draw TFM Ben another card and give it an extra resource. So I might have preferred the Naveen there myself, but I can see for both ways. And I think she valued getting rid of the higher singer, the 5 cost. So but Naveen can also sing too. And so,
yeah, I think you can't lose to a Rapunzel off the top as well.
Yeah,
I think that Rapunzel draw
fair.
with that 3 damage floating, you just cannot risk that type of energy leaving the stadium, dude. It would just be a blast, and then you won't have to get this Whole New World thing. So I don't hate clearing that Robin Hood there, but giving your opponent an additional card, and you got another 4-piece Chicken McNugget and add on to the lore total, it seems. And no, we won't. We'll halt.
Not
Ponderson
yet.
just passed. Look at that. Just a quick pump fake.
Just passing. Interesting. At 8 lore, that brings us to 12. I'm wondering what our reasoning could be. Maybe we drew the Whole New World here and then we're ready to go off. And Cobra coming out and giving 2 lore to Miss Lorcana. And the Calhoun is going to put her back in a decent spot. And we have ourselves back in the game. 8 to 9 lore, 5 to 5 ink, both players in top deck mode. This still is anyone's game at this point.
Absolutely. I think we have a nice neutral position. If not for that, we got another Naveen and we got another Strength. Brutality.
And that's going to hurt.
Yeah, that one stings. The other one was okay, but now we have a lot of energy as you can go for a total of 6 here. But Ben is taking it nice and slow, really pacing himself, not getting too over anxious, over ambitious, just taking it nice and piece by piece. I would have slammed those glimmies exerted immediately right there and probably lost the game somehow.
He says, Miss Lorcana, you're out of resources. I'm going to make you trade into this Robin Hood. Give myself a couple extra resources. You can get to your 11 lore with your Calhoun, but if you do that, I'm going to be questing for 6 lore next turn and putting you on a 2-turn clock.
That's what I'm saying. I'd have just sent them all right there and just said, you don't got it, but you're probably not trying to lose to the Cobra situation. Robin Hood will go ahead and fall there with Calhoun gaining 2 additional lore for Miss Lorcana. We have the Cobra up, who has a nice chunky stat line, as the Elsa is going to come on in and be able to RKO probably this Cinderella as well, breaking up that potential shift line. And we'll pass back on over. This board looks great. You're questing for 5. You can get up to 15 next turn if you felt so inclined. And the Pete coming in with a True Nasty right beside him. So board's looking great. I think it's time to get them glimmies moving as we're still trading.
Yeah, I'm heavy with this trade because this protects the Navines. They're questing for 2. The Troubadour's not doing much right now. We're both at 0 cards in hand, and so keeping the Navines ripe and healthy is going to get us to that 20 lore very quickly. We've even set up lethal for next turn.
This is lethal damage. You have to be able to clear something, so you need a crab or the game is over, as we are staring down 2 chunky Navines, and it seems like we're going to hardcast the friends, or we're just going to go right to Scoop Central and say, hey, that's not going to get it done, as Ben is going to weather the storm and come out on the other side with the dub over Lorcana. I think Miss Lorcana needs to keep her head way up. That was an incredible match. But let's go and pause it here and hop over into the dojo, and let's talk to the players and see what they have to say about this game. Hello. Fantastic match.
Hello.
We had such a good time watching this match, myself and J-Bomb. Thank you both for your participation here in the ICL. But Ben, we'll start with you coming in, getting the dub in this match after an incredible. That game number 1 was probably one of the best matches I've seen in a while. Game number 2, super grind fest. Game number 3, you guys were playing outside of your minds. But Ben, I want to hear from you, since you won, about your deck. You got a lot of Navines in there. You have a lot of, it's more traditional. Is there any other spice that you have included in this deck, and how's it been working for you?
We have 2 Navines total.
Cool.
They are just the guy, but then we run Shift Ariel.
Let's go.
And Shift Cindy as one ofs. Just so that you always have to respect it.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's not too spicy. The 2 Miss Biancas you won't find in every Steel Song list, but that card demands an answer in a Steel matchup.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Let's take us back to that game number 1. Can you just talk about how that thing went, and where did the wheels kind of fall off for you, and how did you stabilize going into game number 2 and number 3? Because that game number 1 was like, I thought you had it in the bag. I thought it was over, and then somehow Miss Lorcana just was able to climb back into this thing and get it. So what went wrong in game number 2, and what went right in games number 2 and 3?
Okay, so this matchup is it's kind of you live and die by Pete, right? Mm-hmm. And so on my turn 3, I don't remember what I did. I think I might have played a Pete in game 1. They responded with Pete, and my turn 4 was going to be Naveen Whole New World. So basically, I was just off that turn, and you can't play out the Naveen to utilize the ink, because they can respond with the strength on your Naveen, and then you don't have a singer for Whole New World. So I basically had a pass turn 4. And then this game turned out. Game 3 ended because of Pete 2. The last card they drew was Friends on the Other Side.
Right.
And so if there was if that was any other card, if they could use that card and then draw an answer, this game goes on. But again, I top deck Pete there, and that's part of the game.
Absolutely. Pete is part of our identity now. But go ahead, J-Bomb. Sorry.
Yeah, let me get in your head on game 2, where you were down to just 2 Whole New Worlds in your hand. You kind of set them aside. You gave the hand signal, I'm not feeling great in this game. And then you were able to get a Robin Hood and kind of stabilize from there and come back. And we, as commentators, were kind of counting you out of that game. And so what was your head state at in that game in that situation?
So yeah, you were not alone in counting me out of that game. The turn where I played Robin Hood was a difficult one, because I had it a Troubadour, I believe a Troubadour and a Pete on board, and I mulliganed 4 in that game. I gave up a Naveen, gave up some Inkables, and I pulled the 4, and I had 2 Whole New Worlds back to back, and I was like, oh man, I'm playing with a 5-card hand here. But that turn, basically, I top decked a Storm, and I was like, what do I do now? Because I can just hard cast the wheel. I'd probably lose the game if I do that, right? So Pete sang Storm on Diablo, which was the only valid target to not leave a character with damage, which is illegal in this matchup because of accomplished Mystic Bell.
Mm.
So you can't leave floating damage in this matchup when you know they have Bell. Similar to Rapunzel, like they can't leave floating damage on my side, right? And then so that off that storm, I top decked the Robin, and then I knew it's pretty hard to clear Robin. I mean, you can Zeus my Biancas, which is why that card's coming out. But Robin Hood has the 6 willpower, and it's like, all right, stick it. If it sticks, I can wheel, and then we can like play a game. We can go from there.
We can go.
Yeah,
on.
JDZ and I were saying the entire game was that Robin Hood turn and drawing that Robin Hood right there.
Yeah. It was a rough to be like, I have a Robin Hood, Shmi, Pete, and then nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, but that's the game though. That is the game. That's why we play. I mean, we all got to ride those waves. You got to have your ebbs and flows, your get lucks, your good rips. And speaking of, but there is some skill, and we're going to kick it over to Miss Lorcana, who did demonstrate some resilient, never give up attitude in that game number 1. Because let's face it, don't listen back to this broadcast because I thought it was over. I thought you were cooked, and you had a very dynamic turn where you had the Zeus strength play that you made and kind of turned the tides with the Calhouns and everything. Beautifully executed. Can you just talk about that play real quick before you start talking about your deck and any includes that you might have of Amethyst Steel and how it's been working for you this set 7 post Hiram meta?
It feels like forever ago that we did game 1 now. Been starting game 2 and 3. Try not to count the wins when they come. Just enjoy playing the game that it is and see the outcome.
Absolutely.
I'm actually brand new on Amethyst Steel. So I'm also an Amber Steel player like Luna who played earlier. So obviously we can't do both of us on the same exact ink pairings. So this is my first time properly playing Amethyst Steel. I really enjoyed it. It was really good fun. But yeah, definitely didn't know the matchup as well as I would have liked to.
And let me say, from our perspective, I think you played wonderfully. And that first game especially was a masterclass where I'm going to be honest, I counted you out of that game early, and you held the line and stayed in and kept it together and were able to take that one, much to my surprise. And so I applaud you for that. That was a wonderfully played game. Same as game 2 and game 3, but that game 1 was so incredible from your side.
Thank you. No, I really love playing the games when it's back and forth. Don't like to get up too early. I know some people argue there's a lot of value, especially if they haven't seen all of your cards for game 1, because then they don't know what you're playing and what's going to come out, and you might have a better chance of catching them game 2. But yeah, I really love the back and forth. So
now you say you don't play Amethyst Steel. What made you go to Amethyst Steel route? There's so many other strategies. Is it close to the deck that you typically play, or you just felt like it was a gap in the coverage, or you did some analysis of your opponents or what they might play, and you thought it was a good match to deck to roll into? What made you pick Amethyst Steel for this?
so a few things really. I have been crying about Amethyst Steel for set champs. It's been completely taken me by surprise. Obviously not actually crying. They've been really great games. But definitely going into set champs, I felt that Amethyst was my hardest matchup going into. So to try and get better at the matchup in like what I normally play as well, it's nice to see it from the other side, see what works, see what doesn't, see how I'm beaten in it. So then I know how to beat them.
There you go. There you go. I like that approach, J Bomb. What do you think about that? Just play your worst matchup and then you can learn the insides out and beat them from the other side. But again, I enjoyed it. I thought the match was great. It seemed like you were a seasoned vet playing at Amethyst Steel. I think you did very well, and you should probably stick with it. Maybe have a backup deck. But J Bomb, do you have any other questions for these players before we start to prepare for round number 3? Because we have an all important game number 3 coming up as these players are all knotted up.
No, I think you said it wonderfully. There's value in playing matchups that you're not comfortable with and learning certain key situations from that side. And so just learning what other decks need to do to succeed will help you on your main deck in many scenarios. And so I think that you said that very well.
Nice. But players, again, I thank you both so much for your participation here in the ICL and coming out. And you didn't get it done this time, Ms. Lorcana, but I'm certain when you're back at it again, you will prevail. But before we let you go, we're going to kick it to you first for any special shout outs you want to give or anything you want to say. The floor is now yours. Take it away, Ms. Lorcana.
Well, first thank you really is to Lorcana Villain or Baker. I met him at a Septemps and then watched his stream, and from his Ladies Who Lore video discovered love to lore, so and all of the wonderful women that are also in Lorcana. So really loved being a part of community, and just shout out to everybody in it. They are so wonderful and welcoming and really informative to like new players that are trying to expand. You know, I haven't had the years to learn everything, and they've been really great at helping me catch up. And the same to my locals,
If you
and then
wanna,
just to my partner for running a million matchups with me all the time.
if you want to give Baker a shout out, you should do your best. Be prepared.
100%.
Oh gosh. Here it is. Oh, you're on the spot now, Miss Lorcana. You got to do it.
Yep. It's 2 a.m. here. It's too late. I'm sorry.
Oh,
it's
that's
too late.
fair. That's
It's too
fair.
late.
That's
All
fair.
right.
Okay. Okay.
I love the grind. I
I'll
love
do
the
one.
grind. Okay, I love the grind. But we'll let you get some rest and get on to bed. But we're gonna kick it over to Ben. Well, the winner tied it up. You're going into the all important round number 3, and you guys got your ace in the hole to hold the fort down. Any shout outs you want to give before we wrap this thing up and sign on off?
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to Melissa, TFM Melissa Lizard Kitty, for beating me 10,000 million times in this matchup. There may be no matchup I've lost more than this one. So shout out to her. I pretty much knew what I was getting into, and like I said, Pete's pretty much the main determinant. Shout out to the judges who taught me the hand cam trick to refocus my board. Shout out to production, because this is way too hard to make this all work right. And shout out to you guys, the commentators, because you're both legends.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. 10,000 million. I gotta check the Google and see how exactly much that is, but that's a lot of times. I can only assume.
I'm glad there's not stats. Like, I'm glad we're not tracking stats in that, man. To be honest, it would just give her firepower.
I'll send you my Google spreadsheet where you can track stats.
Okay. But Ms. Lorcana, we'll let you get to bed because it's 2 a.m. over there. You need to get some rest. And Ben, we'll let you get back into the locker room so you can cheer and support your team. And thank you again, both, for coming out to the ICL and your participation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Peace. All right, Jay. I'm cooked. Oh, there it is. I found it. It took me a while. Usually I'm quick on those transitions. But J-Bomb, that was fun. We had a good match. A nice little 2 out of 3. Everything you could ever want in an ICL match. You just got it served up right to your face and right to your commentary vein. J-Bomb, I think you're muted. I can't hear you. Am I muted? I think we're both muted. No, I'm unmuted. J-Bomb's muted. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No,
we had to
good.
switch back. Yeah, no, I thought that match was incredible. I was a huge fan of it, especially my first time here in the ICL commentating. It couldn't have been a better match with the back and forths. I love seeing close ones like that. And yeah, so just thank you. This has been a dream come true. Before I go, if you retweet my Alter Academy episode, there's a giveaway for these 2 cards, Scar and Cusco's Palace, graded. And then more importantly, if you subscribe to my Alter Academy channel, you get entered to win this trampled Disney famous card.
Oh, look at that.
One of the rare prototypes of the game. This is what eventually became an Emerald card, but this is the rare prototype. So anyway, head over to Alter Academy. Thank you for having me. I'll see y'all next time, guys.
Absolutely. I like it. Look at that, dude. Trample. Freaking from the pre-release before the game was even the game. I like that a lot. All right, J-Bomb. I think that's gonna be our time, but I think I have to stay. I'm staying. And I think we're gonna say goodbye to you for now. Come back in and join us here at the ICI. I enjoyed your company. But we got another all-star, another all-star commentator coming on in off the bench. We got, you love him. You know what time it is. We got a loaf around with Mr. Lofi coming on in. Boom. Lofi.
Wow, that transition couldn't have been better.
You see that?
Almost like
we're pro out here. How you been, Lofi? It's been a long time.
I've been doing well. I just got back from the chiropractor. That last match was so back and forth. I got a bit of whiplash up here.
Boom. You see that? Boom, from the hip, man. From the hip. It was a great match. Hopefully we can keep that energy. We got, like I said, we got the ice in her veins. Melissa, the powerhouse of the cell, is going to be closing out the night tonight. Who you got? Who you taking? I believe we have Illumiqueer Lens. Two famous people. We got a famous matchup. We got a brawl out here. We got an absolute knockdown, drag out, slobber knocker. Don't touch that dial here. Who you got? Where's your money at?
It's a star-studded match. You know, not to give any spoilers out, I've taken a look at these deck lists, and there's two things I've got. Number one is, I think among these deck lists, one is the villain, and so I have to root for the other side. And I got to give it to Loves to Lore because, you know, I also love to lore.
Okay, I was gonna pick Love Salor. Okay, I was gonna pick Illumiqueer Lens.
Okay.
However, she didn't play the deck that I wanted her to play, so I'm going against her now. How's that?
Wow. Okay.
How's that? How's that? Because I thought that they would play something that they were supposed to play. They didn't play it. We talked about this. Didn't play it. So now you got to go down. I'm kidding. By the way. It's all love, and I think it's going to be a great match no matter what. But this is going to be. This is a surprise factor out here. This is a surprising lineup. Both of these players are playing two strategies that I've never seen them play before. I have a nice little identity of what a lot of players are kind of playing, and neither one of them are playing a deck that I would recognize them to play. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. It can go a couple of different ways, but we're going to be locked in, laser focused on it. So stay tuned out there in TV land. Don't touch that dial. As it looks like
once you guys are ready,
is going to
just
be
let me know.
on the play going first this time. Lizard Kitty getting it shuffled up, playing from the same station, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like we altered, and now we're just, you know, cutting those decks as we do virtually with the dice.
Mm-hmm. Getting a little gamesmanship. 2-3-1, 1-3-2 type beat. as we're staring down, it looks like we're going to be starting this thing off. Stitch playmat versus Pooh Honey Wizard.
Yeah, the Honey Wizard and Stitch, both classics. And are these ink tokens?
Let's go. What are your thoughts on ink tokens? I know we had this conversation before, but I got to ask. I don't remember your take.
My take was the first time I saw him, courtesy of Luke, it was just a shock. I was shocked. I didn't know what to think. And I think it can clean things up, but depending on which ink tokens you have, it can be more confusing than good. So
yeah.
I think it's a balance.
I'm probably the biggest anti-ink token person you're ever going to find. I'm so anti-ink token. It's ridiculous. Even though I was just talking about using ink tokens today because, you know, they got some new cool ones coming out in this Reign of Jafar set. But I'm anti-ink token to the max, as we are going to ink the morph, the space goo. So Lizard Kitty is doing it to him. We went turn one pop bell, and morph goes down to the inkwell from Lizard Kitty. I don't think I've ever seen this Illumineer play an Emerald card here on the ICL before. Trying to mix it up.
Yeah, you know, we did see Lens get their special summon out with the Popsicle Bell, and Melissa not quite being able to do so without the turn one Diablo here.
Brutal. So it might be some Emerald still as the Tamatoa Happy as a Clam goes down to the inkwell as well. We'll pay 2 into a Celia's Right Sea. So we have Blurple Gang is in the building. We'll hit that acceleration. Turn 1 bell into a turn 2 Celia's Right Sea into a ramp. Yeah, love to see it. We had the popsicle.
Do we have the friends?
Play friends and the game's over. I'm scooping.
We're questing. Okay.
And whew, had that been sync friends, I'm out of here, Loaf. I'm gone.
Yeah, you know, this bell start very interesting because we first saw it at the start of this latest set where Sapphire Steel took advantage of it to almost counteract the Diablo shift line, right? You have your own Cheetah 3 cost into play. 3 willpower makes it resilient to the storm. And now we're seeing other decks start to utilize it just to stabilize the board early on. And Ursula coming down for Melissa, finding nothing but trouble.
Yeah, those cards are great, man. Those are some really good units in the hand. Not gonna lie. And you kind of figured you probably weren't gonna hit a song because had you had a song in your hand, Bell's probably singing it. And if you topped it, oh my!
Well, you thought it into existence, Jay-Z. You thought it into existence.
I'm tilting. I would tilt so bad as we got the friends on the other side off the tizzy after the Ursula comes in and shows the hand is just completely saturated with some phenomenal Lorcana units. Not gonna lie, Lizard Kitty didn't even flinch there. Didn't even break a sweat at all. That is insane off the top with the friends on the other side. As we'll go ahead and go 4. Iago is coming in. Ooh, Iago on 4, Elsa on 3. Into a shift, Elsa.
Yeah,
Yuck.
not the most threatening forecast we could see, although it would be not the ideal turn. Any action that picks a target can take out this Iago.
Yeah, but it seems like Lizard Kitty doesn't get one, and we are going to splash the Pete into the face of this Iago Elsa turn. But you got Elsa on 5, Iago on 4, Elsa on 5. Clears pretty much anything. As let's see if that's where they're going to take. Are you going to take the bait and get some Supremo value out of this Iago before he does perish? Let's see if that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I do think if I have the Elsa here, which we saw in the hand, I'm looking at taking out that Pete because I want to avoid any potential shift lines. You know, that Pete Space Pirate, that's a way to get back into this game. And if I'm Linz, I'm just thinking, how do I keep up the pressure? How do I keep my opponent on the back foot? And, you know, it also keeps this Bell safe going in the next turn.
Absolutely. And Bell's free to quest or challenge, as you are going to get the Elsa Exert Pete, Slam Pete, play 3, quest Bell. And if you get into a freaking Accomplice Mystic, the line is just way too tight. You could also shift this Elsa next turn as well and get into some weird bounce scenarios with the Fox or something going into future turns from there. So this is looking all roses for Linz, as I think Lizard Kitty's going to have to get something started here soon, as the music are going to come on out. Can't touch anyone except for this Elsa. Oh, no discard.
Yeah, and this has been all L's for Melissa here. We saw the Ursula into an open hand of just trouble. And like you said, we can see this Elsa come down, and honestly, 6 willpower with 3 quest is a lot to deal with for a steel deck.
Yeah, but granted, you're not going to be able to exert this Muses. You can just absolutely just dog walk this Elsa. Muses will stay ready because it has ward, but you will be able to annihilate this Ursula, and then you can go ahead and go as far as the quest with both of these glimmers right here. And that's a 4-piece, and that's a clock right there, a pretty sizable clock in the name of Elsa. So I think you got to clear this Elsa quickly. I don't know how you do it in a seamless manner in this strategy. Bruno, is that worth it?
Yeah, we do see Bruno will put both Elsas back in the hand, making him much less likely to hit. We could see some combination of a stable turn into a Cricky if we have that, maybe. That's an option in some of these Emerald decks. You know, Cricky letting them turn their low attack character or low strength characters into, you know, some pretty big beaters.
And there is the hard cast Diablo, the saddest bird in the world, dude. When that bird comes out on 3, staring down a Iago as well. Ugh. You're like, is that my legacy? Is what he says. Is this all I mean to you? As the music is going to hit the strength, we can't clear the Iago, but you could have did that without the added additional effect. But you'll do it just to clear it up and bounce your own muses. I like that play a lot coming up from Lizard Kitty.
Well, we're making lemonade out of lemons here. We're going to try and claw our way back into this game, but I do have a spoiler that we saw from turn 2, and that is Finders Keepers might be the play from Linz on this next turn to just refill that hand.
Yeah, especially before that Diablo can get exerted. I don't hate that play at all. I believe they still have access to it, and it looks like Linz is gearing up that 5 right away to probably find some keepers. Or maybe you can even get into a Hades this turn if you got so fortunate to draw one and just clear this Diablo before it can do anything to you. I believe you got 2, 4, 5, 6. You can put another one in and get the Hades going, and you're going to say, no, take your play and just find some keepers for a 3. Especially got a nice board already set up. That is an absolute stone cold stunner. Another quest coming. We're just going to keep, oh my goodness, dude. When it rains, it pours.
It really does in this matchup.
The hand is so full. Holy smoke. I'm not calling anybody out, though, because last time I said it was over, and it definitely was not over. So we're going to see as Illumineer Linz hand is just completely juiced. You have this very problematic Elsa that is up, able to quest freely into the face of just a singular Diablo. And we'll ink another Finders Keepers there just for the vibes. And Tipo is coming in. Will he ramp? What do you think about that? A nice rare and indigenous turn 8 ramp or 8 ink ramp on Tipo.
Yeah, I think this is a good spot to be in. The ramp, we've got enough cards in hand. We just want to be able to play what else we got. Melissa in no position unless we see very specifically maybe Prince John with a sudden chill and a hypnotize. But even then, you're not answering Elsa or Bell on the board. Question for 4 every turn.
What is going after this Elsa outside of a hardcast Bruno? We're gonna go double Diablo, and as it currently stands, you don't have the means to engage with this Diablo. So Diablo can start to get some value back, as Melissa's going to need this Diablo to draw some very high impact cards quite quickly. This Elsa is just going to run away with this game. I haven't seen an Elsa go coast to coast ever. Have you seen an Elsa go for a straight 20 piece?
I have not, but I'm eager to see this be the first time. That Ursula could cause some trouble, but we're a different Elsa away from this game being all but wrapped up.
Yeah, if you get a second another Elsa off here now to on this Ursula, I think it might even be worth just to explore this Ursula. You got double threats on the board. Hades still has not fallen true just yet. You have options, but even if you, oh man, yuck. Double Diablo though can get exerted and start drawing 2 a turn. Is that going to be fast enough? As you're already sitting at 9, is that going to be enough?
I think even if we're just able to deal with this Ursula hypothetically and we let the Diablos draw cards, you're questing for so many each turn with no answer. There's not going to be enough. And Lynn seems to agree here.
Yeah, Lens completely agrees with your line of rationale. As just like, who cares what the Diablos can draw? Because I'm just going to continue to exert freely. Tipo is thinking about going on a quest. He's on the board. I don't think I've ever seen this guy on the board this late in the game like this in this matchup. Usually he's in the ink almost instantly.
It's his time to grow. He's going to be a man by the end of this game.
He's going to be fully grown. As he's got the Spirit of Winter beside him with the bell, they're all just questing. That's a whole 5 piece. And I don't think he can take one more of those. I think this next turn, lethal damage is in play. And Lizard Kitty needs a be prepared your swords of Zeus with a storm of the raging strength. Dude, you need it all here.
Yeah,
busy.
I mean, we're starting down 17 willpower on the board, and that is not a good number if you're the steel player.
Staring down 2 Diablos, you need it all. Be prepared, a greatest criminal mind of Zeus, storm of a strength, raging of a freaking everything, dude. How far out? Everything. You need them all, and I just don't think that it is going to be in the cards for you. But fortunately for Lorcana, it goes a best of 3. Okay, it's not a best of 1.
Yeah,
you get more cracks at it.
Yeah, and that's the big thing in these best of 3 matches. Although game 1 might not go your way, it gives you time to scout. You might not win the actual game 1, but you might win the information game. As Melissa, we've seen a few cards, but we've seen pretty much everything that Lynn's deck has to offer.
Yeah, we're gonna hit the Bruno on the Hades. That feels bad. That feels really bad. That does not. I mean, I would almost have to just go after this Elsa, but Elsa feels miserable too. There's a rock in a hard place, and you're stuck in betwixt it right now because you don't hit this Hades. Even if you do hit the Hades, I guess it really doesn't matter, and you hit the sail.
Yeah, I do think the Hades is the lesser of 2 evils here. Even if one of the Elsas survives, you're able to get rid of 1 Diablo. If the big Elsa is the one left in hand, you get to just exert both Diablos and develop even further.
And you will deploy the Hidden Cove. I think you just did that just to take your opponent off of lethal damage, just to do something, as you're going to be able to sing strength to blast the Tipo just to keep the lore down. You still got threatening 4, so you get up to 18 next turn, and then another Hades. You're going to lose probably that Diablo that's nestled in the cove. You'll gain 2 cards, but I still don't think that is going to be enough to turn this one around. Elsa going coast to coast, coming in on a shifted 6 and just grinding this thing for 3 piece, along with this Bell who came out on turn number 1.
Yeah, I think at this point we're just we're hoping for like a thunderstorm to take out a transformer nearby Lynn's, something to knock the power out. That's the out we're looking for here.
I think so. Lynn's could have to, run to the car real quick. Hey, the boss calls. You got to go back to work or something like that. Hey guys, I can't finish. I got to get out of here. I got to go back to work. You know what? I just want to scoop, kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe something like that can happen. But this game looks like it just got away. And again, Lizard Kitty really didn't do anything wrong. I think that opening was just way too powerful, and that top decking of the friends on the other side after the Ursula, it was doomed.
That was incredibly impressive, because I know you're practicing for World just like the players out there, and you're doing back-to-backs here at the ICL on a Monday night. But I've heard of caster cursing, but you caster thought that friends at the top of the deck.
I try not to curse anybody out here from the booth, and maybe I should stop doing that, because it's just one of those things. And I'm certain if you play enough and you watch enough, you will see that when it rains, it pours. When things are going bad, they go worse. And that's how I felt when the Bopsicle, the Bell, the Sail, the freaking boom, the Ursula comes in, boom. You know it. You just knew it was coming. It just seemed like it was just going to be all absolute aces for Lens. But now Melissa's going to get to go first. And I think we can get a little demonstration of what she's got to do. You got the Diablo, you got the Cove, you got the Diablo 1, shift in the Cove, and you can just blow anybody out with that. So I'd like to see a little bit of reprieve if you can.
Yeah, despite these decks being two completely different colors, they both have very similar opening lines. They have a 1-drop that turns into a 3-drop that can really help them run away with the game. And I think if we see Lizard Kitty pull that out in games 2 and 3, it's going to be a good match. And 3 games means more Lorcana to watch for us and the viewers.
I'm all for that. So I'm sending all my energy over to the Lizard Kitty this time, and so we can force the game number 3. But it usually comes down to what I've noticed in this Blurple, as it is colloquially known, Amethyst Sapphire versus Emerald Steel. What I've noticed is that can the discard outpace the draw? And in that match, it couldn't, because Bell's singing friends on the other side. The huge Finders Keeper's turn. The line was just so powerful. The Iago into Elsa is a power play that a lot of people take for granted. You saw it coming. You just can't. You can't even do anything about it. You have to play your cards, and then you get plussed on, and it feels bad. And a lot of times it's just going to feel bad.
Yeah. Another advantage of this Blurple deck is that it really plays to the board well. And both of these decks, if the other goes too wide on it, there's not a whole lot you can do. Amethyst Sapphire able to maybe develop a Fox or that Elsa like we saw to play a little bit of catch up. But if either of these engines get online, it's over.
Yeah. I think, but the Emerald Steel has to stay ahead of the game. Like you gotta stay out front. I would say is if they can get the Diablo out, get the Cove set up, you get the Prince John is down, you got a Lucifer coming in, you got you got the Pete Space Pirate Pete or something. You got things that you can do. You just got to get to it as consistently as possible, as if or something like playing hard casting a Diablo on 3 or on 5 as it was. That's not the way we're going to win. It's just not. You gotta draw a little bit better. You gotta get a little more lucky. Can't
Yeah, the birds were a little late. They migrated from the nest, but here we go. This is more like it.
You got one in a bit early, as you don't have the Popsicle Bell this time, but you do have the T-Bow on 2 into a Genie on 4 with Gaston and the Sea Witch Queen. She's probably going down to the Inkwell almost instantly, as the hand did look a little bit uninkable there for Lens, who is going to start by inking the bell. Forget I said anything, as we'll try to hold on to the Sea Witch Queen for as long as possible.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed those 2 cards out, because I mean, what absolute powerhouses. The Sea Witch Queen saying the singing is mine. No one else is singing except Ursula. And Gaston is a card we typically don't see that often. It comes in and out of vogue every once in a while for these Sapphire decks, but once again, another 3-quester. This deck so far has got 3 3-questers.
That might be a part of it.
What would you call that, a 9-piece, right?
The 9-piece, yeah. That's a 9-piece, yeah. If you get hit with a 9-piece from 3 characters, I think you just got a scoop.
Yeah,
I think there's certain things like a 4-piece, 5-piece. I'm already thinking about wrapping it up, but you get hit with a full 9-piece. I don't think I can survive that. Just look at this. You got the power play. It's set up as Diablo is in the cove. I say again, Diablo has entered into the hidden cove on curve. A very problematic situation as now Lizard Kitty is in the prime position. This is the board state that has plagued a lot of people for a long time.
This is an absolute day and night game 1 and game 2.
Oh yeah.
Each player had the unfair line, and after Lizard Kitty saw what Lynn's did in game 1, she said, "Hold my water. I'm gonna." We're a family friendly game, so I assume we're all drinking water. Hold my Yeti.
hold my ink, dude. Hold my ink well. You know, hold my Illumineer wand, dude. Hold my non-carbonated soda, dude. Okay, and we got the storm too. So you bring the T-Bow out, he will get blasted immediately by the storm rage on, and Diablo is continuing to be the menace that they have been. Will put the very problematic morph the space goo on the board into the cove, vibrate magnificently.
Yep.
There's a beast coming next turn. I can feel it. See, you just feel like I can feel beast. No, maybe not beast. Tinkerbell's insane. No, I don't know who you need this turn.
That was just like your friends on the other side. It just came out of you. You said beast. And
beast is coming next turn. I can feel it. This morph is about to turn into a beast. I can feel it as Genie is going to be deployed into the field of play. Can't even engage with this Diablo unless you do it twice. And that stinks, man. 2 turns of swinging on a Diablo. Maybe you can get this Elsa. Maybe you can get this Elsa to come on down on the next turn to clear this Diablo. Lizard Kitty's already done significant amount of damage. Look at her hand. It's completely recouped. Oh.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting scenario because the Genie, not very threatening by himself, but paired with that Elsa, like you pointed out, we can take this Diablo and we can start to work our way up, work our way back into this game.
I would. I just keep exerting. I know Lizard Kitty's probably thinking about it. Probably weighing the odds of a crab could be quite problematic into your Diablo. You want to keep that thing around. But I think the Diablo's already got a tremendous amount of value. And I think it just keep going. It's a space power. Forget I said anything. He's going to be in on the shifted morph in the cove. Very problematic there. Pete space power. We'll get a nice quest in for 3. Getting on the board and going all the way up until 4 there for the Lizard Kitty. Illumineer Lens is going to have to figure something out. I still think Crab is fine here. Would you go Crab and grab that Diablo before he can just continue to get out of hand?
Yeah, Crab is great here. Elsa, good enough if we're just trying to get this Diablo draw engine offline. But, as you pointed out, the strength of this Emerald Steel deck, maybe Diablo, all he needed to do this game was dig to that Prince John.
Mm-hmm. That's it, and that'll at least be another good start. And you still have complete control of the board. I think you're up in resources as well, and you need to have. Oh, you inked the Elsa. You must got something juicy coming down the pipeline here. As Lens is gonna let Lens cook. Maybe they got something cool. Elsa going down to the inkwell. It's probably gonna be. Is it Bell time? Are we taking it straight to Taco Bell? Perhaps.
Yeah, Bell would work. I was thinking maybe you just have a second Elsa here.
Oh, that's possible as well. You only really need 1, and it is going to be that second Elsa, just like you dialed it up. To send both of these glimmers into that Diablo, reaching into the cove, clearing him. He's done tremendous amounts of damage to you, but I think that's good enough. What do you think about that?
It is pretty good. We could see that shift Elsa come down next turn, and that could further prevent Lizard Kitty from developing their board, exerting the board down, or I think freezing in this game. That's always the theme of the can't ready. Yeah. It's just too cold outside. I'm not going to work.
I like that. I wish they would just make that just freeze. I think it's all freeze. As we are storming Norman, we are going to be able to rid the world of the Elsa instead of the Genie.
Yeah, I think that's just a nod to the shift Elsa line. Genie, he's drawn his card. Maybe he'll quest for 2, but he's tapped out.
Yeah, he's done his duty for Queen and Country. But I think especially what happened in that previous round, having Elsa go for a whole 18-piece chicken McNugget, dude, you got to get her off the board as soon as possible. I think.
I did. It's
That
this
was
card.
went crazy on you last time. You don't want a replay of that.
Yeah, if you get an 18 piece by Elsa, that's Blurple trauma. If I could really put a name on it.
Yeah, you've been Blurple trauma, dude. You're gonna have to talk to your therapist about that one and sit down and really get psychoanalyzed and get back into the fight. You gotta have a short-term memory. A Lizard Kitty, letting it go, not hanging on to it. You know, you take your lumps and you come on back in as Beast is gonna go down to the Inkwell. We got two. Is this a hard cast sudden chill? No, it's not. It's the Ursula Deceiver. Will it hit? And it will not. We will show there is an accomplice. Oh my goodness, not the accomplice Mystic. Not like this. And we probably go a Mystic next turn if you felt so inclined to kill that genie, but there's no one you can banish here as Pete Pete Space Pirate is going to be fine. He can tank that, no problem, especially sitting in that cove with an added strength and willpower.
Yeah, a lot of the characters on Lizard Kitty's side of the board, very safe. Pete Space Pirate, he's got some resist. He's got 6 willpower here. Prince John, he is warded. He is in his mansion just counting what he's got.
I mean, he can blast his Ursula, but I think that's the only one you really can hit to get some type of value, and then you continue to quest this genie for 2 more turns. Tipo finding his place in his rightful abode in the Inkwell where he belongs, and that's it. And we'll get a quest for 2 with Genie.
Yeah, Tipo, you didn't go to college. You're going to the Inkwell.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Growing boy, grow somewhere else. Man, get him out of here, man. We got to live with this guy through rotation, too. I'm so sick of him, dude. He's going to be played so much in set 9. You can already tell.
And here comes the Hypnotize.
Uh-oh.
This is actually the 3rd Hypnotize, 2 of them going into the Inkwell, so Linz doesn't have to worry too much about this snake with the googly eyes.
But we haven't seen any sudden chills yet. So Lizard Kitty getting 2 more draws. Hypnotize drawing a card because of its can't rip ability. Also drawn because of Prince John's annoying ability. As it looks like we are going to sing a sudden chill. So we are going to rip another card from hand. You probably got to do everything to keep this Hades. I would assume you got to hang on to the Hades. I don't know what the other card is, but I'm topping this ink and I'm slamming this Hades. I'm a trust. You got to trust in the heart of the cards.
Yeah.
Lens is thinking hard and long about it, and it's probably gonna. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm top decking this ink and slamming this Hades, getting this Space Pirate out of here, and I'm keeping it pushing. Let's see if
Hades would actually be the turn that gets us back into the game. We've got 4 quests on board, and we deal with this Pete Space Pirate in a pretty otherwise impossible card to remove for Blurple deck.
But you're probably thinking about it. Do I have the ability to draw? Because you draw an enigable card and lose that Hades, you're going to feel like the saddest panda ever to enter the zoo. As the Finders Keepers, it's going to go out. You're going to take the gamble, take the risk, and you hope they don't have another. You hope Melissa doesn't have another sudden chill, or you're going to be cooked. And it looks like Pete's going down into the Inkwell. And it's going to be Diablo. You probably take that. But now, can you draw ink? Are you good enough? Are you skilled enough to draw ink off the top of this deck right now? Do you have what it takes?
Flip it.
And you do. It is the Sell the Azurite C, where there's going to be just enough ink to deploy this Hades, the Infernal Schemer, and you can rid the world of this Pete Space Pirate. I would assume he would be the target there. You will advance your opponent's game state tremendously. It was shifted, and you just got to start racing, I suppose. Just getting loose and active with these 4Ps, getting onto the hitbox right there, jumping up to 6. What do you think about this position?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We got to turn on the gas here. We got to give Lizard Kitty as few chances as possible to get back in this game. And honestly, I'm not even worried about this cove. I am just going for it. Oh,
no, she wants the cove, and Illumineer Lens is going to say, I want the cove to be removed in place of the 4 lore. So really thinking about protecting this genie, potentially a storm into a Diablo crash or something like that. The Muses is in. Muses is not too effective here. Into a Pete. So you're just trying to continue to outflank 1 card in hand. So now it's looking like getting rid of that cove seems quite good. Strength, never mind.
And we do take out that bell.
Interesting on the bell. And bounce the genie. Okay. Wait a minute. How? Oh, because it got 2 strength. I'm dumb.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this protects the Diablo even without the Cove, and we got a game on our hands, JDZ.
This is a great one too. I like it. I like it so far. We are gonna draw, and I bet Lizard Kitty is hoping that you can't put both of these cards into the field of play. Maybe you might have to ink one, play one. I'm leaving this turn empty-handed. I cannot give Prince John any more free real estate. Hades will get a quest in for 2. I'm inking something, and I'm playing something. You can't just leave with 2. And you're gonna pass. Oh, it's gonna be a buffet for the Prince John. I think he's eating well.
Yeah, it could be 2 5-costers in the hand. We do not know, but let's see if Lizard Kitty can capitalize on this position. We do see a different Ursula hit the board here.
And is it gonna be, what is it? And it is the Bruno. So you will be able to hit somebody. And actually, did not backfire on you. You actually have some cards in your hand to protect your Hades here in this situation.
So this Bruno will fully resolve, and then we'll probably see the Muses trigger, put that genie back in the hand as well.
So let's see what it's going to be. We got to roll on a 2. 2 hits the Elsa. That's probably not the worst hit, not the best hit. We got Prince John who'll get a draw. Let's see if Muses going to bounce. And Muses will bounce.
Yeah. And JDZ, I want your thoughts on this. I think I'm questing even with Prince John here. I need to get to 20 ASAP.
Yeah, I'm sending the farm. We're all exerting, and we are running this race. I think Melissa agrees with your take as well. Just getting these characters moving. This Hades, you can only bounce the Hades so many times because he's going to keep coming back. And who are you sending here? Are you sending the Diablo? Or are you sending the Ursula? Ursula looks like a huge threat. Pete also looks like a threat. This is all threats all the time over there on the board.
It's an uphill battle either way. I think maybe I'm getting rid of the Diablo just to say maybe you don't have anything. But we saw it with the Pete Space Pirate, and we're seeing it now with the Diablo. We are getting rid of these problematic characters, but the inkwell of Melissa is just rising. It is overflowing.
It is massive. Hades has successfully ramped 3 cards into the inkwell and just advanced the game state a little bit. And that's usually not that big of a deal when you don't have cards in your hand to work with. But Melissa's hand is actually quite chalked. It's juiced. No, it's juiced full of stuff. And the Pluto guard dog comes down as we're going to continue to quest all the glimmers, getting exerted, bumping Melissa all the way up to a nice comfortable 14. This is lethal damage in play, staring down a single copy of Hades. You have outflanked your opponent. Blurpool's main weakness, you don't have that Elsa to fight back, and I think this one might be Jover unless you got Fox, Crab.
Yeah,
Fox.
We could just have another Hades getting rid of the Pluto, but we are just going to Scoop City, and we're going to a game 3, JDZ.
Game number 3. So we saw the ultimate power curve coming in for Illumineer Lens, and then we saw the even more super ultimate power curve coming in for Lizard Kitty, aka Melissa. So now, will we get a fair game? Will we get a standard straight up back and forth brawl as both of these players are trying to see who's going to take it down and win for their respective squad in the ICL? Granted, these teams aren't playing for a playoff spot, but they're playing for pride. Yeah. And I know the Love to Lore team is trying to get on the board, get their first Love to Dub out here. And I think Lizard Kitty is also trying to say, you know what? You guys can get one next time. We're going to take it down. We're Forbidden Mountain. We're representing ourselves well here in the ICL. So interesting. It all comes down to this. 2 prominent powerhouses of each of these squads. I think this is where they want. This is what it all comes down to.
I think it's what everyone wants. The viewers want. We want to see this game 3. We've had maximum gameplay today. 3 matches, 3 games apiece, and once it's a 9-piece. That's just the theme of the night. That's what we're dealing with. And to answer your question, what's your definition of fair? Will these decks have a fair game? I don't know if they're capable of it. I don't know if they can.
I think a fair game is like, okay, fair game is you get Popsicle, no Bell. You get Bell can't sing Friends, and then you can play Genie on 4. That's fair. Or play Genie on off after ramp. Lizard Kitty, fair game. I think you play Diablo, you can't shift, or if you shift, no code. You can't shift. If you shift, no cove. There it is. That's fair.
Yeah.
You can't have it all. Okay, well, let's freaking chill for a minute.
For
you can shift, no cove.
We'll game 3. We'll errata. No shift on the Diablo. Bell can't sing.
Bell can't. Only game 3. Only game 3.
Yeah.
All right, new rules at ICL. On game 3, Bell can't sing, and Diablo can't. He either can go in the cove or can shift. Can't do both.
Yeah, there's no flying in the cove. It's low ceilings.
Yep. Or if you're in the cove, you lose evasive. There it is. Errata rules to make it extra fun, extra spicy in the ICL. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. As we are going to go 1, 2, 3, we got Lens. It's going to be on the play.
Yeah, which pile are you picking? Which one goes on top for you?
I'm putting that 3 on top. I think that's a misplay. I think Melissa already misplayed there. I'm putting the 3 on top for sure, just to spice it up a little. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I don't know. I think I have to roll the dice and let the dice decide. As we got Ursula, the Sea Witch Queen, no pop, no bail, fair game. Let's see if Melissa can match that energy.
Oh,
and so far, so bad. As it looks like the hand comes. That's too fair. That's almost ridiculous. No ramp.
And notably, 3 uninkables on the far left of the hand. And at this point, this is a tough decision to make here. Every Lorcana player who has played Amethyst knows this. Do you ink the friends?
You have to
deny them the Ursula, which that kind of just does what they wanted anyway,
For sure. Dang. I think you almost have to, because you're super ink starved as it is. You have no ramp. And if you lose that friends to Ursula, you're losing another inkable card, and you just might as well scoop at that point. It literally cannot be done. As we are going to shift to Diablo. And we got the cove. No, back-to-back games.
Melissa did not read the game 3 rules.
No, that is so brutal. Back-to-back games, double hidden cove, Diablo shift. I hate to see it. Man, it's going to be brutality. And you got a very, very bad hand that you got turn 3. Literally can't play the game. You have to pass back on over. Miserable.
This is less than ideal, as I would call it. But, we do have a genie in hand, which we will just handshake with our opponent and say, let's both draw a card.
Yeah, and that stinks that you have to do that too.
Oh, and another engine coming online here.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately, Diablo did not sing a sudden chill there to just really rub some salt into the wound. You are going to have to ink the Finders Keepers. I think you have to establish this genie just for the vibes. You will give your opposition another card, but literally, who cares? You're going to have to do what you got to do. As Iago, forget I said anything. Never mind. Where did this guy come from? Who can come in and check down that Diablo in the cove? But a slight gust will knock this illusion character right on off the field of play.
Yeah, those wings are not real. They're a bit over-exaggerated. And this looks like a storm. And you can't fly in a storm.
Just poof. Just absolutely evaporates there into a nice little partition of smoke. He's gone. We'll pass down the morph to the inkwell, and then we will bring out another Diablo, kicking him into the cove as well. This is brutality incarnate. It feels bad. We've all been here too.
This is this is a nice time to reflect, just as you watch your opponent play the game.
And you just got to sit there and you let your opponent draw again. And the ramp coming in just a little too late. You hate to see it. And Tipo comes in a little too late. Where you guys at when I'm altering my cards and I need you guys in my hand on 2 to play the game correctly. You guys are coming in a little too cattywampus there for my liking.
Yeah, and really good sequencing here by Lizard Kitty. Prince John, he's safe on his own. He's got ward. He can't be Elsa. These birds, they need some cover.
Mm-hmm. They're flapping and fluttering in the hidden cove. Power curve. Yikes. We will go 4-piece into the genie. He's out. Diablo gets another draw. So this is just you can't even really catch up, because every time you try to catch up, you're just continuing to advance.
Yeah, we'll have to see like an Elsa into a Hades, into just haymaker after haymaker, JD.
Yeah, just back to back. You got to start really, really getting loose, man. And just like you need units, man. You need the units, and now this freaking music's coming in. And you can't just get into the endless genjutsu of freaking bouncing the genie over and over again, giving Diablo multiple draws a turn. You just can't do it. Do you have a song to sing though?
You know, I'm actually curious if, we kind of know what's in the hand of Lynn's here. Do we just quest with the Prince John and start stepping on the gas? Lizard Kitty says no. I'll just
I think you hold on that for a little while longer, because you do have double Diablo into the Cove set up. I mean, you're chilling, and you can't. I guess you could take down one of the Diablos here, but I think you're still just kind of grooving in your spot. You will go ahead and clear one of those Diablos now, just to break up a little bit of Diablo here. And if you get to the Elsa next turn, not the Elsa. If you get to a Bell next turn, maybe you do have that shift Elsa in hand. Maybe you do have 2 warded characters up on the board. Maybe.
Yeah, if we do have any sort of removal song here, we can actually see the Diablo get into the ring here. Start throwing some blows.
Throwing some hands?
Yeah,
he could.
Showing what this 3 strength is made of.
Dude, that Hidden Cove is just insane in this matchup.
Yeah. 1 cost, 6 willpower. So effective in these lists.
Put the Diablo in there on shift 2 games in a row. Feels miserable. And you do have another Storm Rage on. It's going to blast the Elsa just to break up that shift line that you know to exist. And we will bounce that Genie back. So now you're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You could bring out the Elsa hard cast this time. But how good is that? It feels not great at all, because Diablo wants to be exerted anyway. He does not care if you exert him and he can't ready.
And we got options with these morphs.
Oh yeah. And worst case scenario, they can just sit there or just quest for 1, and that's not the worst case. That's not it. That's not the baddest thing, as we are going to get a quest in with the Muses. Notably, they are not in the Cove. They are kicked off to they got the Cove adjacent front property, and these guys got beachfront property over there in the Cove.
I think it's the opposite. I think the beachfront properties to the right.
The beachfront property. The Cove is the beach, and they are on the beachfront property. Got it. As we do go Hades here, a little bit too little, a little too late on the Hades. Well, not really. He's still got some time. 3 cards in hand. You got to do some heavy lifting though. Do you have bounce in your deck?
It is something we haven't seen in this match yet. We haven't seen these value characters being returned and replayed, and we'll have to see a lot of them here. As what will we shift?
You got options. Hypnotize is going to be the start, just to check more resources. It looks like we got the Genie. He's going to get discarded. Prince John and Hypnotize will draw 2 more cards. Lizard Kitty's hand is literally the size of a phone book. It's massive, dude.
Yeah, and don't even look at the inkwell.
It's just everything. The board, the inkwell, the hand. Typically in those situations, you're probably going to be winning a lot of those games.
Silver lining here, though, we have not seen any of the bigger characters come out for this Emerald Steel list. There's no Pete Space Pirate yet. There's no Tinkerbell, if that's in the list. The Beast is just on his balcony, sad that he doesn't own beachfront property. He's in a rural area.
I bet that Beast could afford a timeshare at the Hidden Cove. I bet he could.
Yeah.
I bet he could. I bet he could at least get I don't know. Maybe he can get an Airbnb at the Hidden Cove. He's rich. Yeah. He seems rich, or he might be faking the funk.
He might have to reverse mortgage the castle.
No, he doesn't. You're trying to tell me Beast is upside down in his castle, dude? There's no way he needs a reverse mortgage on his castle.
Have you seen the inside of the place?
It's in shambles. It's in shambles. You need to get a renovation in there for sure. As we are going to move another morph, the Space Goo, into the Hidden Cove as well.
Yeah,
Melissa got
two hypnotizes that turn, converting into 4 cards there. I mean, that's just show us the grip.
I feel flexed on, as you are going to be able to exert the 2 characters that you can. They will not be able to ready. Notably, if you do shift on top of those 2 goos, those characters will also come in exerted. So keep that in mind. As the Hades, the Infernal Schemer, is just going to go ahead and peel off one of those goos right now. You could send some goo into this Hades and clear him as well. Which, a goo taken out of Hades, I just do it just for the vibes, I suppose.
Yeah, it looks like Lynn's showing the opposite here. No hand, playing off the top.
This Elsa is going to have to go hard in the paint. I don't think Elsa's. She's on the board, but Bruno here is just a misery incarnate.
We're just 7 quests away.
That's a lot. That's a long way. She went strong. She went hard last time. I don't know if she can go hard this time, especially dodging Bruno. And there's Bruno right on time, who's going to just dragon fire this Elsa and get a card with the Prince John as well. That sucks. That stinks. I don't like that.
To make matters worse, we do have an onboard play of move the muses to the cove and okay, we're just gonna sing instead. But either way, that Hades is gone. Prince John is feeling safe enough to quest, and what's on top?
Typically, when they start questing Prince John, you just start scooping your cards, man, because it's done. It fought valiant effort, though. Beautiful effort. It's just really difficult to beat the line. The power line. You guys know the line. You've all lost to the line.
Eye to eye.
You've never lost to a Diablo shift into the cove. Not even once.
Oh, more times than I can count.
Okay.
No, I was making a power line reference. Eye to eye.
Eye to eye. Okay. We are seeing it eye to eye. If you put Diablo in the cove, something like that, you're gonna lose. What was that? What could she have drawn with 8 open ink to not play? Probably a Tipo. Honestly, I would like to see what it is. It's probably Tipo. It's probably something silly, just something like I'm not about to play this thing. Be prepared. How good would that well be terrible here? Never mind. Forget I said anything. He'd be all right though. I'd send it. It's probably the Thomas the Bell. It is the Fox and I'm scooping. Honestly, it's gonna be a scoop central. We will send the Fox into the Muses or the Ursula. It doesn't matter. Prince John, get him out of here. And I think this one might be cooked. Mim Dragon, Madam Mim Dragon is what Wrathful is calling. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, 2 cards from these beasts. I mean, the rich get richer, and maybe he's not upside down in the house. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, he's balling. He's balling outrageous. Yeah, look at his fit. I mean, he's got a nice fit. He's overlooking something. Like, what are you sad about, man? You're rich, dude. Relax, dude.
You know, the view's just not good enough.
I guess, man. Love will make people sad sometimes. Belle is gone and all that.
He's got no one to share the view with.
Which is interesting, though, why they took that approach. As we are going to continue double string, we are like how they took that approach, because these Floodborn characters, they just they can do whatever they want, and they really get loose on some of those Floodborns. This guy, they just made him super emo, which is wild as a take. I like it though. I like the energy.
The tragic hero, which somehow dubbed Sad Beast.
The tragic hero. And that is going to get it done. Okay, Melissa Lizard Kitty comes out and gets the dub
for the
for the representing Forbidden Mountain, gets the win. But let's unmute ourselves in the Discord and hop over there and talk to these players. Let's do it. All right, ladies, can you hear me? Greetings and salutations to the Lizard Kitty. And
hello, JDC.
Illuma Queer Lens. Unfortunately, it didn't go your way this time, Lens. But we're gonna kick off to Melissa first. Congratulations on your victory, sealing a deal for your squad here, coming in as an anchor position. And I gotta tell you, I'm a bit disappointed for the deck selection that you brought to this tournament today. Typically I see on some Amethyst Steel or some Amber Steel or something, but you're on Emerald Steel. What's up with that, Lizard Kitty? Why are we playing that strategy here in the ICL tonight?
So, to be honest with you, I've been going on a bit of a steel tour in set champs. The first weekend, I played Amber Steel and then Amethyst Steel, and I got second with Amber Steel and first with Amethyst Steel. The next weekend, I played Amethyst Steel twice. One time, Ben and I paired into each other, and he ended up winning, and I got bumped out because he beat me, and I couldn't make top cut. And then the next day, I got third. And then this past weekend, I played Kiwi Birds, which is Sapphire Steel, and then Amethyst Steel. So I've kind of just been switching it up a little bit. I've had a lot of fun with the Emeralds. Oh, sorry, I played Emerald Steel one of the days, the second week. I've been having fun with the deck. It's very different than obviously Amethyst Steel and bouncing, but I think it's important to have a bit of versatility. Like I'm never not gonna play Amethyst Steel, but when I get fed up with it or like the draws don't go my way, it's still important to know something else. Obviously, like in the pre-show, everyone said, "Oh, like Lizard Kitty's Melissa's playing, she's gonna play Amethyst Steel," and I kind of just figured, well, I should show people that I know how to play another deck too. And TFM Ben is the Steel Song master, so that was his choice, and I was not going to ask to take that from him, so I went with Emerald Steel.
Very nice. I think it was a great choice. I just like to see people do their thing. But you said the cards flowing your way, and flow your way they did. Game 1, it didn't flow your way, but game 2 and game 3, you had the power curve. Can you just talk about that feeling of getting a Shift Diablo into the Hidden Cove, and how is your win percentage when that happens?
To be honest with you, if you can hit the Cove on turn 2, it's definitely it's not an auto win by any means, but it gives you a lot of draw power, which then means that once you lose the Diablo, you have a lot of tools in your hand to use the rest of the matchup. Like for example, I think I shifted Pete pretty early also, and Lynn's made the decision like I need to get rid of your Pete before I do anything else because Pete was preventing Lynn's from not being able to sing. And it's a very large body that's challenging to deal with. Where like obviously Diablo in the Cove is great because Elsa can't come in and immediately swing for it. But you also saw that Amethyst Sapphire, as well as really any Amethyst deck, has an easy way to take out the Cove. So I kind of just tried to like use it to my advantage. If I only got to draw 2 cards off of it, that's still +2 in my hand. That then dug me to that Hypnotize, to the Strength, to the Muse, whatever it may be, to kind of play out my hand from there.
Okay. I got one more question before I kick it over to Loaf. Okay, can you talk about that game number 1? Did you tilt at all when you went Ursula, saw nothing into the top deck, friends on the other side? Well, how'd you feel when that play went down?
Being honest with you, I've been on the other side of it so many times that I can't hate it. Like I love Amethyst Steel. I love drawing a friends on the other side. I also love playing Amber Steel, which means that I love top decking a wheel or top decking any removal. And like I used to play Ruby Amethyst a lot, and I would top deck the Be Prepared on 7 and just wipe the board. So I can't be mad when somebody finds what they're looking for.
Okay. I would have tilted out of my skin right there, but you played it cool. I saw you didn't even flinch, and I was like, okay, that's pretty neat.
My hand was really bad. I mulled 5 and I didn't get anything that I wanted. So I just kind of had to roll with the punches and see how it went. And Lynn stomped me that game.
Okay. Loaf, did you see anything? You got anything from Melissa before we kick it over to Lynn?
Just a congratulations, and I do want to start in reverse order with Lynn's, which was that final altar we saw was the opposite of ideal. What was in the original hand, and what was the altar plus the post?
So I'm like not even joking. The hand I had before was pretty much the same exact hand.
No way.
I had
the
like
worst
a Gaston, an Elsa, the big Elsa, a Genie. I even threw Genie back because I like if I don't have the two cost ramp, like it's all going back. So I even threw a Genie back, and I drew back into a Genie and a Goat and Gaston and Elsa. And I'm glad that you actually played the Diablo so I could show everyone and be like, this is why I am just losing this game. Like it is over at Mulligan. I fought, like I tried.
You did.
But it was pretty. I didn't put anything on board till turn 4. It was over at Mulligan.
I started the game with 1 Diablo, and then like 2 turns later, I drew into it. Actually, on turn 3, and I made a conscious decision to wait until I could play and move to the Cove in the same turn, so that you couldn't just Elsa it, because I knew you had Elsa in hand.
Yep.
But speaking of Elsa in hand, you had Elsa on board in that game number 1, and Elsa just went the distance. Have you ever had Elsa go coast to coast like that? And just talk about your deck really quick. Is there any other spice in there? A lot of people have moved away from the Elsa. What makes you keep Elsa in?
Yeah.
And do you have any other cards that you would consider spice or text? And how's Blurple been treating you this set?
Yeah, so in that first game, I saw that I had the Shift Elsa line, and I she didn't have Diablos on board that whole game, so I was keeping her off of draw. So I was like, she shouldn't have removal. She's like top decking. If I can just keep this Elsa going, I should just have the game with it. And that's not something I do normally with the Elsa at all. But I moved back to the Elsa just like this last week. The Blurple I took to set champs, I got 3rd place the other weekend with it. I was actually running a blue Mufasa instead as a top end, and it actually won me some games against Sapphire Ruby. But someone else I knew was playing Blurple, and I was watching their games, and they, against decks like Chernadogs that go really fast, like being able to bounce that big Elsa can sometimes just lock down games. And to me, I felt like that's what I've been missing in Blurple, is just that Elsa lockdown factor that you can do. So I brought it back. I ran 2 big Elsas, and I like the shift. It can surprise people still.
Okay. It worked out quite great in that matchup, and unfortunately, game number 2 and game number 3, you just didn't get the resources and the materials you need. And Diablo in the Cove is going to be very challenging to beat. But I am disappointed with you. You didn't play the Ruby song. What's going on with that? Where's the Amber Ruby song? Where's that? We talked about this.
I told you I ran that at Set Champs this last weekend on Sunday, and I lost every. I had one close match when I played against Amethyst Steel with it. It was a really good match. I still ended up losing because they top decked a Cobra. But otherwise, all my matches were against Ruby Sapphire, and you have no lines of play into that. So no, it was bad.
Oh, for sure. I thought it would be a vibe, though. I thought it would be nice and interesting. But you didn't get it done today. We're gonna kick Lofi. You got any other questions? I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over this thing.
I think you did a great job. I was gonna ask about the build, but you took care of it all, my friend.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lofi's got a question. He's gonna ask the best question in the world right here. Here it is, Lofi. You're on the spot.
Do you guys have anything you'd like to promote tonight? Any shout outs you'd like to give? Any love you'd like to send out into the world?
That's not a question. Okay, that is not a question. I'm certain you could have worked it better. But you're right. I think it is time to wrap. But please, we'll start with you, Miss Lentz.
Yeah. My big shout out, thanks to my team and the Love to Lore server in general that we've got. It's such a great, welcoming place for us, for women and other marginalized genders, and it's so cool that we have a competitive team now, and we're really starting to build that roster. We just brought Miss Lorcana on, who played today, and she won our in-server tournament, and we were just like, yeah, no, you should join the team. You're great. You're awesome, and it was so cool to see her killing it. So just shout out to them. The team's great. We went 0-3 or 0-4 now, I guess, overall, but we're improving, and we're doing cool things.
Absolutely. Rome was not built in a day. You guys keep your head up. I think all the matches were close. There was some one-sided things, but I would not keep my head down. I think you guys played incredible all season, and it's nothing to scoff at. So I would love to see Love to Lore return and keep going, and we'll see where you guys can come up next. But I love the participation, and thanks for playing. But we're going to kick it on over to the Lizard Kitty, who is going to be the winner tonight, closing it out for the Forbidden Mountain. We're going to kick it over to you. Any shout-outs you want to give or anything you want to promote or announce? The floor is yours.
Definitely shout out to my team, TFM. It's always fun to get to play in these and kind of represent everyone. I know JDZ in the pre-show, you made a joke that we're the team that doesn't play a lot of webcam, which is true. So it's nice to get out there for the few of us that do webcam and show that we're still in it. Shout out to all my Lorcana friends. Shout out to the judges, the casters. Everyone runs a really tight ship here, and over the course of the series, it's come such a long way, and you make it easy for us to just come on and play.
Absolutely, but I gotta show you one thing. I gotta show you one thing before we let you go. Don't be jealous. I just want to pop this. Just give you.
Oh my god! Tell me you didn't pull.
Oh, I did.
Tell me you didn't pull my lady.
Oh, I did. The lady is in my possession. So be jealous a little bit.
You have to show it.
Oh, because my green screen. It's on the stream right now. If you pull up the stream, you can see it a little bit.
Oh, hold on. Oh, now I see it. I was looking at the wrong spot.
Oh,
damn!
The green screen is. I have just a very light flex. I know you would like to see that, but maybe someday we can work some trades. Maybe we can work some trades. We can work some trades. It might be on the table, might not. We'll see. We'll see, Lizard Kitty. But
she's a beauty.
Here's the green screen. The green screen is off right now, so you can get a full presentation. Yes. But there it is, right there.
In 2 weeks, I'm hoping to pull one. I know you got to do some cool media preview things, which super excited to watch. But
Thank you,
I'm
thank you, thank you,
happy
thank
for
you.
you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll get some trades in next time we meet, Lizard Kitty. But again,
Yes.
thank you for your performance, and thank you both for coming out and playing. And both teams, both squads. It's always very important to have you guys come out and participate in the ICL. You guys keep it fresh, and thank you for that. But we'll let you guys both go so you can get some rest and relaxation and recoup because we're about to wrap this thing up. So I hope you both have a phenomenal evening.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. And we're going back into the boom.
Just like that.
Just like that. Loaf, we got it done. We got
We
another
did.
ICL on a Monday. 3 incredible matches with 2 incredible teams. As the Love to Lore does go down, they did not get the dub. I was kind of cheering them on there, but the Forbidden Melon is going to come out and get to the absolute Dublinsky. Lizard Kitty was too strong in the anchor position. It's going to go down that way. But Loafy, to you though, where can we find more Loaf?
I'm still working on the social media pages, but
You say that every time, dude. You gotta.
I do, but I gotta give a shout out to Luke. I want to start it off strong. He does such a great job with this every single week. So do the casters, so do the judges, so do the players. And we're not done yet, JDZ. There's still the post show.
I might have to split. I do have to go eat some dinner. Okay, I have to go get some food in my gullet. But I'll leave the post show to you guys, and I will say that tune in tomorrow if you guys like Luke. And you like me, and you like Key Issues Garrick, and you like Lorcana Bill, we're going to be playing some Illumineer's Quest tomorrow on my stream. So make sure you guys tune in. Don't miss it. It's going to be hilarious, a lot of fun. We're going to take Jafar out on hard mode. Hey, yo, no pause. But another great night of the ICL. Thank you, the judges. Thank you all out here for watching this. We always appreciate it. And if you have a follow, please hit the follow button. If you have a Prime sub, please throw it into Luke's coffers, man, so we can get this Illumineer freaking motivated to keep the ICL running, because this is a not for profit, but give this man some money so he can feed himself to keep this thing going or something. I don't know. All right, well, we're gonna wrap.
Always a pleasure, JD.
On that note, we're swapping over. He's gone. He's out of here. He didn't even get to say goodbye.
Goodbye, JD.
All right, goodbye, everybody. Thanks, guys. I'll see you next time. Oh.
He knows better. He knows better.
Bye.
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 Oh, all right. Great shows. Oh, bro's like, wait, I'm on.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, so great show tonight. I was right and wrong. I knew as soon as round 2 ended that I could not be completely correct. I was like, well, Melissa could win, and I'll be right there. Or Love to Lore wins, and I'm right there. But I can't be right that Melissa wins and Love to Lore wins.
Halfway through that game 2 and match 2, I thought you were right on the nose, and then with the draw pass, and I thought Ben was cooked, but he came back and kept himself in that match.
Oh yeah, it was some great draws. It was worrisome when he played the turn 3 Pete. I'm just like, if they have a Pete to fire right back, like, you better have a Pete to come back. And it's like, no, he had the Naveen, which he had to do.
Yeah.
Sound like Rascal got attacked by his cat.
Oh yeah, it's she's all up in my lap, and hair is getting in my eyes. So sorry if I'm constantly wiping it out of my face tonight.
All right, Lofi, what did you think of that last match? You kind of already talked about it a little bit. I know JDZ kind of took a lot of your...
I was watching all the games, and I just thought the whole series in general was just back and forth. I think was a full 9 games. I think match 1 went to game 3 as well. Yeah, I wish that game 3 had a little more legs. It felt like someone had all the legs in the matchup. Or wings.
Yeah, and for being on the play too. Some of these decks, you're just geared for it. It's just like the Emerald Steel ones. Like, we could be saying the exact same thing if Melissa drew, like, kept the baby Diablo mold and then just didn't hit the shift Diablo and lose. Like, we kind of saw Lynn's just really heavily mull for the turn 2 ramp and then miss it, and then hit it 2 turns later when it did nothing.
Yeah.
It's just like it's backbreaking and quite brutal when that occurs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I compared the two in the first match that I casted. They're so incredibly powerful and potent things to do in the early game for both decks. Mull hard for the Diablo or alter hard for the ramp if you're playing Blurple. It's like kind of non-negotiable for either deck. I mean, you can probably survive a little bit better on the Emerald Steel if you don't get the shift line, but missing turn 2 ramp with Blurple is catastrophic in a lot of instances.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why they play 8.
Yeah.
So do you think that this game maybe had situations that the Rush Whale from the new set could have maybe helped out? Or do you think in the scenarios that maybe it could have done anything, they just didn't have enough cards in hand to actually ready it to do much?
Yeah, I think the hand size was too low, and I think the whale ability would actually activate Prince John, right?
Yeah, absolutely it does.
Take Prince John out first, and then you can continue from there.
Yeah,
I mean, even one card in hand for the discard for a double challenge probably would have been stabilizing.
Yeah.
I can't believe that she drew Popsicle, plays it, draws a card, draws what has to be Fox. Like, it was really hard to decide what she would draw with 8 open ink and not play. And then I was like, oh, Fox is the only thing that gets banished. And at this point in the game, she has to hope and pray that Melissa doesn't have discard, which she didn't. And so she had that opportunity. She had it. It's like, maybe. And she top decks a Bell. And it's just like, come on, deck. Like,
Something.
give it to her. Like, it could have been a Genie for some card advantage and then take out the Prince John and then maybe replay the Genie. Or something, anything rather than just a Bell.
Yeah.
Maybe the other Bell.
Yeah, being stuck in that situation as an Amethyst player is so disheartening when you need like anything off the top of your deck and it's like a snake or a fox. You're just like, pass.
These are good cards, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting to think about how that is a card that we're like, oh, this is going to help the Blurple matchups. But yeah, if they're playing any discard, then Whale becomes not near as good. And I know when I reviewed it and looked at it, I never thought about if my opponent had a Prince John in play.
Yeah.
Like, what if it's readied?
I'm not the hugest fan of it, specifically in the discard matchup, against the discard matchup. I really like it in these steel matchups.
The
it gives you
other steel matchups.
Yeah. Well, the other, like Amber Steel and Amethyst Steel. I like it there. I think it can give you some legs against Amber Steel. It may not still be a good matchup, but I think it'll definitely help its weak points that it has currently.
If they whole new world you into it, I could see it doing some work there for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Gives you something to do with your top end ink and cards. Should you get there? I think a lot of these cards that I'm seeing in Jafar, and I don't know if you guys agree, but I'm thinking about a lot of them post rotation. You know,
yeah,
they can do in their own world.
I'm trying not to think about that.
And why is that?
Not to,
yeah. It's like Toronto kind of in a way, like, because we don't know when the DLC events are. It's like Atlanta and Toronto. Was there another dead format event?
I think it was just those two.
Just those two.
Yeah.
And they're interesting events. Like it's good to watch, and it's not incomplete. It's actually not a complete dead format. Like Toronto didn't. I think those two didn't even have set champs yet at that time for it, or maybe they had already happened before that. But at least Jafar set champs will happen with the same format that Worlds is. So you'll probably see whatever decks get played at Worlds and set champs. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like I do like that aspect. But for like the grinders, you know, like sure it's relevant, but at the same time the shakeup's about to happen. I think it's more relevant for Infinity, unless have they said, like I have no idea if they've said if Flaversham is going to be banned or not. I know they said they had different ban lists, but they, like, maybe they'll ban multiple things, like more than before.
Right off the jump, just completely
Unnerf Bucky. Motherfucking.
I still have mine in case it ever happens.
I'd imagine Infinity will be the looser of the formats. Like maybe see like restrictions, if anything.
I'd
rather you just ban a card rather than just restrict a card. Like
I don't want to.
I
like Singleton, but
right. My thing with restrictions is like, does it make you feel better if your opponent beats you with the one of copy in your deck?
It probably makes you feel worse.
That's what I would think too.
Yeah, but maybe you beat them with your one of. And
so Magic did restrictions in one format, and it was Vintage. And the reasoning they used was that they said they wanted to have at least one format that every single card could be played. That no matter how the power level is, if you really love a card, like, we'll give you at least one format to play it. Now, that said, there is a few cards banned, but they are banned for reasons such as anti, which you just cannot play in the game anymore. Like, no tournaments allow anti, so like they fundamentally don't work, so they're banned. And then a couple dexterity cards, because that's just like not what the game's about. So they want to ban that. To do with a few things, and then everything else you can at least play with one copy of. But Vintage is also a 60 card deck where maybe 20 to 30 to 40 cards are singleton one ofs from like the banned list or their tutor targets or things like that.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that's a good comparison to make, because if Infinity, if the game goes long enough, Infinity's gonna have that card pool.
Yep. When it gets that long, like when we grow it that long, like I don't know. I like the game quite a bit. I played the game for like 2 weeks and I jumped all in. I mean, that might have correlated with streaming at the same time, but I quite enjoyed it. And then when I went back and did Magic a few times, like there's just mana screw. I've talked about it a few times. It's just like like 70% of the games, like one of the two players is having mana issues to an extent, and victories felt a little hollow in that regard. Or I don't know. I don't like luck, but I don't like chess. So
here we are playing Disney Lorcana.
Yeah.
I had a question for the panel. We were talking about dead formats in the last DLC season. I personally think it would be super cool if, like, say a set came out a week before a DLC, everybody just plays with the new cards. I mean, you might have run into an issue where people have trouble getting all the cards that they want, but I feel like the format would be so wide open and there would be so many cool, interesting, fun decks that people are playing that would make it worth it. I guess I wanted to get all of your opinions on that. Would you be interested in that, or do you want it to have a little bit of time to develop into something, I guess, more concrete?
I love that, because I think there's a couple types of players in this game, where there's deck builders and there's players, and there's a couple people there's people who can do both. And I think that format really helps out the deck builders and people who can just kind of put these pieces together quickly and identify it and don't need a ton of reps. And so it's fun to see those people have a chance to succeed more than these grinders who can just put in the time and effort and get hundreds and hundreds of games that other people can't get on these decks. So I'm a big fan of that style of just, here they are, figure it out, go.
I mean, that type of player is also kind of rewarded in the same scenario where they don't have to play any new cards. They can just play the deck they have hundreds and hundreds of games on that's still in the format and still do quite well a lot of the times, or change like 2 cards, which doesn't change too much. But I do kind of agree. And I like and dislike it. It depends on how soon we have it after. Like, having it like the same release day weekend, like it releases on Friday and having the event on Saturday, I don't like that.
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks later, sure, I'm fine with that. Getting singles could be rough, but I mean, you can pay expedited shipping, buy product from your store, support your LGS. I mean, it is kind of punishing to a lot of the small stores. But honestly, the vendors at events, they don't upcharge that much. Do they upcharge? Yes. Should you buy from your local LGS over it most of the time? But they're there as a convenience. They have cards for when you see some spicy tech at the Friday before the DLC and you're like, oh, I need to put that one of in and I don't own it. Let's get it. Or you just don't live somewhere that you want to mail it to or have access to it, so you get there at the last moment. You show up to Airbnb with Garrick and he blows your mind with some secret tech and you're like, oh, I need to get these. I need to get these for my Ruby Amethyst deck. I never expected myself to play.
Yeah, my buddy did that, funnily enough, was walking around on Friday and was like, Zan's playing Doc and Emerald Steel? Let me go buy 4 foil Docs before they skyrocket. And yeah, he did play one in his deck, but it was funny that you mentioned that.
Yeah,
Colors Law is in chat, and I just have to say, are we playing heroic Reign of Jafar? Like, is that how you're gonna beat the thing using your heroic deck? I don't know if that's an advantage or disadvantage. J-Bomb?
I will say the one disadvantage of there was an old Yu-Gi-Oh! SJC where a single card came out the Friday night before a tournament on Saturday that was legal for that tournament, and there was 12 people in the tournament who were able to get 3 copies of it, and that card was so good it ended up getting restricted to 1, and of those 12 people that played it, 4 of them made day 2, and so those kind of situations are where you don't want it. Well, they had to knock each other out because it's a top 8. It was a top 8 only tournament. 9
What was the
card? Elemental Hero Stratos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But very good one.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
No idea.
What's the gist of it? If it was a Lorcana card, what would it do?
It's probably the strength of Smee, and you can search your deck for any other Elemental Hero card and put it in your hand.
So Smee, search a pirate.
Yeah.
So it's a Smee that also searches for a pirate?
Yep.
Yeah, you play the Smee.
So it's like the Madrigal.
But
yeah, but she puts it on top of the deck.
Okay, fair. Yeah, that's okay. An aggressive character that searches for any pirate, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would be necessarily bannable, but I guess it depends on how statted it was.
3-drop pirate, probably.
I mean, it's a fantastic curve. It is very powerful. Don't get me wrong. That I would probably be rating it as a 4.5 to 5-star card. I would be trying to put it in every deck if the pirates allow it. But if there's no other, if it's also a pirate, so you can just squadron hawk it.
It is, yeah.
So that's what it was. It grabbed itself.
All right. Yeah. Let's print this card. Okay.
Ready to print.
Sword of Peace and Famine win.
It's funny you bring that up because I feel like Lorcana, from the outside looking in, it seems like the design team is struggling with. I would call them tribal, pirates, puppies, whatever, typal, yeah. Because they'll have all these cards that have puppy synergies, and then I'm looking at all these cards that are dogs, and they aren't puppies. They're heroes and allies.
So I think that was an interesting thing. I think the puppy card could have had an ability where it got pumped or bonuses from other puppies somehow. Just to do something rather kind of, but you don't want to just duplicate an effect from another card game, which I guess we can discuss. I don't know how many of you have watched the South Park episode of The Simpsons did it, right?
Yeah.
In the card game world, you can kind of look at any card from any card game now and find a card that does a very similar thing, if not the same thing, in another game. And there's only so many mechanics that you can reword. One of the best mechanics in every card game is kicker, and we have that in Lorcana. It doesn't have a keyword, but it's what Ana does, right? It comes into play. You can pay an extra effect. It's a little worded different. There's 10 different wordings of kicker in Magic the Gathering, and almost every fundamental ability of a card comes down to a form of basically kicker, that just you play this, you pay more, you get something. What you pay more, that X, that variable, can change through 5 or 6 different things, be different types of resources, be cards from your hand, cards from your discard. You can adjust it in so many ways. but like it's been most of it's been done, and even if you do it in a new way, it's so close to the other ones, people are just going to be like, oh, that's this, that's that. It's like, oh, sure.
And it's especially true in these games where you're limiting by your mana cost or your ink cost of 1, 2, 3, and you're playing in these 1s and 2s and low numbers. And so at the like 1 ink cost, you're limited at what cards you can have unless you increase the power level of all cards and then basically just negate and eliminate the need for all of these lower tier cards that aren't at that same power level. And so it's either increase them to new levels to make these new design cards or kind of repeat old cards.
Yeah, I think you could give me almost any card in any card game, and I could probably find a card in Magic that did the same thing. Like, even crazy concepts like the Versus card game had cards like Team Up that like you just chose 2 types and they teamed up. I don't even know what that does, but I would assume it's like in Magic changing a card's instance of using the word blue to red or something like that from years and years ago. It's like maybe a stretch. I don't know. I don't even know what the Team Up does. Maybe Loki does.
The team up
based on
makes,
that
like, the Team Up makes like your other cards interact with other cards. It's like a bridge. So it's like, I don't know. I guess it'd be like making your
changing
pirate.
A creature type.
Yeah, like your heroes are also pirates. You know,
so it's like an unnatural selection, maybe, where you can pay 1. I guess you have to.
It's a little difficult to explain. Yeah, it's a little difficult to explain because Versus had cards that like very specifically like, you know, followed the chain of team ups for different decks.
Does Magic have any cards that you have to yell Leroy Jenkins really loud to give it haste or rush?
So yes,
We're about to get an unset,
actually,
boys.
like there's unset cards. I'm pretty sure there are cards that you have to say things to get certain triggers, and there are I think the gotchas, you have to say gotcha, and there's a chain of them, and when your opponent does something, you get to say gotcha. Normally it's something that were like memey in the card games. I think like if they flick the cards in their hand, you can say gotcha and return this from your discard to your hand. So yeah, I didn't play unsets. I flicked cards in my hand every game 10,000 times a turn.
There was the Knight of the Hokey Pokey in the unset.
Yeah, that stuff just gets crazy.
Yeah, it's like whenever you play him, you have to do the Hokey Pokey or you lose the game or something like that.
Dang. You got to turn yourself around.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying?
But who knew it's difficult to design cards and make card games. I never would have guessed it.
I do kind of feel like Lorcana is living in a world where, like, yeah, everyone's done it, so just like do your own spin on it, you know, like just lean into
video
it.
Games are. That's how video games are. Honestly, I think so many RPGs and stuff, they all use the same similar bare mechanics, and it's like more about how well you can make the fundamentals play together, and then the art and the flavor, you know, and if you can nail those things, then you have a seller, and if you don't, then it's bunk.
That segues perfectly into my costume of Claire Expedition 33, which weirdly looks like Smee, so I thought it was okay to wear today. But that game was just like so incredible in its art style and how you play the game too, woven together. So I'm glad you said that, and I could actually bring this up.
I mean, that game also is too humorously they did this, and that's why I'm not buying the game, but. They kind of revamped the combat system, and they added like dodges and stuff like that in an RPG, so you can kind of shield and prep things. I just personally am very lazy. When I play RPGs, I like to relax, take a drink of my soda, watch whatever's happening, maybe watch a show at the same time. I'm not there to press the X button to like perfect block or parry. That's not my Street Fighter game. That's not how I play Dark Souls very well.
Yeah, I was in your same boat, and I thought I was gonna hate it so much, but I took me like 3 hours, and then I was hooked and couldn't stop.
I mean, the music's the music's pretty good. Some of it's insane. Some of it's like whatever.
The
The
craziest
art
part of
style's
that,
insane.
they just found a guy on SoundCloud to do it. It wasn't like a known artist. It was just a guy that they found, and he just put his heart and soul into it and came out with the whole orchestra arrangements and just sent out banger after banger of song in that. And I've listened to the soundtrack like for 8 hours straight for the last like week every day.
What a legend. I've been doing that with the Sinners soundtrack. That's a little getting more off track, but great movie.
I also acquired some of those songs, but the Lumiere song I play it on my stream. I'm like,
yeah,
hopefully they're not going to DMCA yet.
Yeah, video game music seems pretty safe for the most part, right?
Yeah, because you're supposed to stream it, right? But
right.
I'm not streaming that game, but maybe the algorithm doesn't know that. They might like check it to what I'm like claim to be streaming.
Baby No Money doesn't DMCA anything, so if you ever want to put that on stream too.
What doesn't?
Baby No Money. He's a rapper.
Oh, well, it depends on how safe for work the rapping is, or the music in general. There's a lot of music that I listen to that I'm like, like I will go live listening to music and then like just my whole music library and it'll skip to the next song. I'm like, I need to stop this right now. Like, I like basically all good music.
True, same.
Can't go wrong with good music.
Garrick, that was good.
I mean, me and Luke were going back and forth on the playlist at the NA Champs Airbnb. We were staying up late watching you guys play, or me getting crushed by Sailor for like 10 games in a row, which was a fun experience.
Now, how much did you playtest the Hamza matchup for Sailor that night?
Sailor and Zenulus playtested that quite a bit, and Sailor felt very comfortable into that just because his deck was 60 cards and felt like it would just be way more consistent than his opponents.
A lot of people
There's
feel
also
that,
like
but...
4 or 5 people surrounding the table like as well.
Yeah.
So
gosh, that would be
the
fun
best
to watch.
way. It's like all right, Sailor, it's you versus like a group of 5 people. Good luck, have fun.
Sailor did really well.
Yeah.
I was not part of that group he was playing against. I was just nodding and going like, good play.
No, you were part of it.
That's exactly what I would have done.
Yeah.
The night before Atlanta, Hums and I were just playing open-faced, calling out like what would we do and kind of learning moves from each other, and then kind of figuring out why we would disagree on stuff. And so I think that is a really, really good learning experience too for some people who may not play that way. And another good way is I play test against myself open-faced with like doing the first 10 turns and trying just to figure out, can I beat the best? Yeah, can I beat the best opening from this deck consistently? And if I can't, then why am I playing this deck in this format if that's a popular deck?
I do believe I had said the Bivens as in you and like thought of it in your head, but I do believe Zan discussed on one of his podcasts where they would create god hands to play against each other to be like, hey, it's like if we draw everything perfectly, who wins this matchup? Like we can't necessarily, I mean, we maybe could like draw whatever the perfect card we want each turn, but I think they were just doing like what happens when you have the perfect draw versus perfect draw, like what tends to play out in the first few turns. And that is kind of relevant to find out, like it's important not to just immediately discard something after a few games. I know like multiple times over my life of playing TCGs, I'll like play test some games, I'll win like 2 or 3 games in a row and be like, this deck is awesome, and then I'll lose 10 games in a row and be like, like variance happens. You can't just like overhype the small success and ignore the failures. But in the vice versa, you can't just lose 3 games and just be like, oh, this is terrible. Like sometimes you have to be like, oh, this aspect of this game felt really well. How did I lose it? Or like, wow, this almost brought me back in. Like, I wonder what kind of support I could like give that to maybe not be in that scenario.
Yeah, I felt that way with the decks that I've been testing in set 8, Ruby Amethyst, like self-inflict to do something else. It was like super underwhelming in like the first few games. I was like, is this unplayable? Like, is this actually not a functioning thing that will get wins? And then started playing it more and things started coming together, and I was like, okay, it does work. Just maybe I had some bad hands in the opener. I don't really know how to play the deck yet, but it's starting to come together. So it's not like you shouldn't give up on a strategy just because it doesn't go perfectly the first time. Like that's also how I felt when I started playing like Steel Song in set 5. I was following like DeCandio's list, and it looked really fun and powerful, and I wanted to give it a shot, and I was doing terrible with it. And then I started playing it on Pixelborn and won like 15 in a row, and I was like, this deck is unbeatable. And then I lost like 5, and I was like, maybe I'm just
reality.
Terrible. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of had the same experience with Sapphire Steel back in set 4. I lost, and then I started kind of learning the lines. And once you figure out those lines, there's just like a small tightrope window you have where you can win most games with that at that time. But if you just kind of make the smallest slip up, anybody can capitalize and take it from you. And so just getting those practice and reps and just really understanding the deck and taking the time to learn it really can help you out and get you over that hump.
Yeah, I mean, think of how many people just would never have learned about Rapunzel traps if people didn't tell them about it. They would have just kept playing into it. It's like, those are lines you have to learn. It's like, and once people stop playing into Rapunzel traps, all of a sudden, like a matchup you are crushing, you start losing. And it's just like, because they learned how to deny you the card advantage to allow you to maintain in the game. And so like small plays like that with other cards that are not as obvious as a Rapunzel trap, because it's easy to be like, oh, this happens because of it, and then you do it a few times, like, why would they do this? Oh, they have a Rapunzel. It's so obvious now that I look for it, you know. And then you get to the mind games of where they're like bluffing that they have a Rapunzel when they don't, just to get free lore. Or even to be like, fine, put 3 damage on it. I'll just not exert it until I draw a Rapunzel.
Yeah, a guy yesterday in Set Champs played a Gothel, and I was like, I can't let that stay around, so I had to Zeus it. But like, you have to do what you have to do. And then I looked at his hand the following turn, and he did have a Rapunzel, so I was like, it was worth it. I mean, I only needed to deal 1 damage, but I had to deal 5 to prevent the card draw.
Yeah, I popsicled a Smee with 2 damage on it against Amber Steel in the top 8.
Well, they get so upset when you do that too.
They were just play. Like, he was a little shocked, and he's like, "Dang, that's good." I'm just like, yeah.
It's like,
I'll answer it later. Like, I'll take the risk.
That's definitely one of the lines that like you have to learn too, because not a lot of people do that either.
And you can't let him Rapunzel. It's just that powerful of a card effect. And it's like, eventually I'll hit it with a Maui or something, but like, I need to allow it to get there. I think it did get Rapunzeled for 1 like 2 turns later, but it drastically slowed down the Rapunzel coming into play. And then I think I C-suit the next turn for like a 2 for 1 or something.
It's a very interesting thing to have to look out for now, too. Not exactly a Rapunzel trap, but with the rise of Blurple, the amount of times that I've seen opponents just Elsa. Intentionally, like either Elsa or just setting up for like a Bell accomplished Mystic turn, and then they'll put damage on their own characters to then like what looks like a bad trade ends up like taking away my key value pieces like the next turn. It's like, all right, now I got to start healing your things with my popsicles, and that just never feels good.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that that's almost exactly like a Rapunzel trap, because you take 3 damage and turn it into damage instead of 3 damage into 3 cards. It's like, it's interesting. When are we going to get another one? What I like, Baymax is the lore, but it's a little too. It's not quite there yet.
That one's a little too shaky. I think post rotation, Baymax will have his chance to shine.
Yeah, because a lot of the rotation, a lot of that strength-based removal was set 3, set 4. So if they're not seeing reprints, I think that'll actually be a really good time to see Baymax come into the meta.
Anything to get my DLC Baymaxes to go up.
I'm saying I got my 4. I'm ready to roll. As soon as that card is tier 1, it'll be in my decks.
I have
foil
never been.
Baymaxes do you have, J-Bone?
Foil?
Yeah.
I don't have any foil Baymax. That's a $10,000 card. No, I've never been so wrong on my price guessing before cards come out than the non-foil Baymax and Kuzco's. I pegged them at like 200 to 300 based on like the math that there's about 6,000 of each in existence. And they got down to like $30 to $50, which was crazy because like all the set champ promos are 10,000. I think there's like 10 to 12,000 Stitch Enchanted promo, and that one's like still in the 350 range. And so I was trying to compare it to
it's foil
like that with the supply and whatnot, but people just did not like those cards.
Yeah,
well,
they're not like the Rapunzel and the Cinderella, who are both like, well, Cinderella's like one of the best designed, like visually, at least in my opinion, Floodborns in the game, and it's also Cinderella. Yeah. And then Rapunzel is like one of the best cards in the game. Those both like skyrocketed after Baymax and Kuzco came out as well.
So it's an interesting thing how a card that is only played as a 1 of, like Let It Go, ends up getting a price spike over a card that's a 4 of. Because if you think about it, someone who might want to like get one pretty card, could afford to get one pretty card, couldn't afford for the set. So it's cheaper to buy an $800 Rapunzel than 4 like X of another card, you know. Right. So it can kind of give that up. So Cinderella being like a 1 to 3 of, I think is one of the reasons why it's kind of not gone as low.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It feels a lot more attainable for people that, like you said, just need the 1 or 2.
It also might just be this might be pessimistic of me, but like there's a princess tax on a lot of these cards too. Like the collectors just really love their princesses.
Yeah, especially the iconic princesses, right?
Oh yeah. So like whether or not they're playable, like you just see the princess cards, like if they have some pretty art, just shoot way up there.
Right.
Yeah. Some of the art is insane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, Ariel Sonic Warrior, like when Ursula's Return came out, was like a insane card. It's like 500 or something for a while, which was absolutely crazy.
And they were very hard to PSA 10 because there was this consistent issue with the, I believe, bottom side had this weird like mark on a lot of them, and so it was very hard in the collector community to get 10s on that, which added to that price significantly for a long time.
People hoping to get lucky buying a raw one to get it graded. What is this, Pokemon?
I grade hundreds and hundreds of cards.
We want a little bit of that Pokemon energy. I feel like we were talking about it a little bit earlier, but yeah, I think it's important to have collectability in a card game, and they're taking the steps in the right direction. There are some things that I disagree with, like the Tinkerbell getting a Glimmer foil but not getting an alternate art like the Lilo did. Would have loved to see that, but I think collectability is really important.
That's coming in the Fabled gift set.
Right, but isn't it the same art as
yeah, probably.
The set one? Yeah.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah.
But Lilo wasn't from a gift set though.
It was a gift box. I think is what they called it. It's like I don't know. It's like $30.
I'm just assuming it had to deal with the fact that all of the Fabled reprints, I think they said that they're all going to have the same art, or like everyone they've spoiled has the same art.
The leeches are super sick. I'm glad they made them for sure.
Yeah, I bought the whole Chernobog's deck last week, and the Lilo promos were only $2, so I was like, I guess I'll get those instead of the regular Lilos.
Might as well.
Huh.
I think it's probably because it's definitely gonna be hit or miss with those. Like, and that's fine. I really, really like the blueprint style enchanted cards. Magic did something similar. I loved them. The sketch cards, loved them. Overall, most people hate those cards. They're always worth far less than the other versions. I like the sketch promo versions of Magic cards are worth less than the normal variants. And I could see, and it kind of showed the same in the Enchanteds. Obviously, they're worth way more than the normal versions because they're much more rare. Whereas in the Magic, the sketches were a little more. They're like the iconic level. But I love it, and so I could see how some people really like these glitter foil things, whereas I do not like glitter at all. I despise glitter, actually.
I like all the oddities.
I like the style that Magic did with the Thunder Junction set with like the wanted poster sign vibe or whatever. Those were really sick.
So you're saying you want Lorcana secret art or whatever versions where it's like the movie posters of the characters from the original movies, posters from the 90s and stuff like that?
Dude, give me like an alternate art movie poster. That's a great idea.
Oh, that would be insane.
Dude,
people would go crazy for those.
Dude.
Send it to the Candio now.
Yeah, get him in here. Get him in here.
Do you think he would be in charge of that? That sounds more like an art director.
No, but he can get the message down.
Yeah, he can
about
relay it.
Hire me.
What about Spicy Jasmine?
I can't see it.
Is that like a?
I mean, that's a test card. I don't even know if those were supposed to ever see the light of day.
Oh, Lorcana, is it Lorcana famous?
Yeah.
Or Disney famous?
Were those ever supposed to like leave? Like, I'm assuming someone stole those from somewhere and then like sold it to some vendor who then like sold them off on auction, or like they went through like multiple vendors and then got auctioned out. Yeah. J-Bomb works for RB, used to work for RB, left with those glasses tell me he left with a suitcase full of
Dressed up as Smee, we know where those came from.
Found one of the sketchy things. Doesn't look too great on camera, but there's one of the Magic sketches.
Yeah, those are really cool. Like the ignoble higher art, like the sketch version. Like it's such a cool design.
I mean, I didn't play goblins. I played
Yawgmoth.
What is that stupid Drake with Delve?
Murktide region?
Yeah.
That thing was abysmal. That can rotate out of modern anytime.
Well, that's the problem with modern, right?
Yeah. Just got 10 more years, boys.
That's a funny thing. We can easily pivot that into Lorcana speak, where they're basically saying they're talking about modern, which is like Infinity. It's a non-rotating vintage format, and basically Magic's been around for so long. Eventually, new formats get created that are time synced, where like right now we have Core Constructed, which is like the most recent 4 sets, right? Well, eventually it's going to be, say, 8 years from now, 5 years from now, we're going to have those most recent 4, and then we have Infinity, which is everything. Well, it's quite possible that Infinity gets solved to a certain extent, where there's like 2 to 3 decks that are just so much better than everything else that another deck has to be like geared, just dominate one of those 3 decks and hope to dodge the other 2 in a weird way. And then like you get a format where those 3 decks crush and you have a bunch of the rogue decks aiming, and then maybe the rogue decks playing against each other play some normal games.
It really sounds like you're talking about red, blue, and blue steel right now.
Yeah, I don't see a world where Sapphire does not become one of the best decks like forever in Infinity, just because of how powerful ramp cards can get and how consistent those early turns can be as more.
Once
more
a couple
cards
hate bears happen, like you get something that just doesn't let people draw more than 1 card a turn. Character that does that doesn't get brawled.
If we get a Narset kind of thing into Magic, like that would be pretty huge.
Like there's a few ways they could answer it.
Hey, let's play.
But to go back. I just want to finish that thing to go back to the modern thing. Is eventually we'll have to create another format, and then it'll be like everything from this set forward will be a new format, and then it gives you 3 formats to play with that have different power levels of cards to compete with. All right, you were saying, bro.
Give me a Narset wheel combo. Let's do it.
You're a bad person.
It would happen. We have a whole new world. So if we created a card that said if your opponent would draw cards, they don't. Instead, like if we had a card that said players can't play during any turn, players can't draw more, to basically allow me to play a whole new world. But Lorcana kind of has that safety valve printed on most cards. It would definitely, the Narset would only work on your opponent's turn, so they would have to do it to themselves, unless we get a Mindslaver effect. I don't know, chat, what do you think? Do you want a card that lets you take your opponent's turn?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I think it's like a million times worse than Lorcana, right?
Oh yeah. Could you imagine looping a Mindslaver with Tamatoa?
Well, like you ink their best card.
Oh yeah. It's like a discard. You get a like, oh, I'll quest with this for 1 lore, so you can challenge it.
No.
I'll challenge your card for like negative. That'd be probably insane. It would have to cost like 13.
Be interesting if they ever do like mind control cards as well.
I would love control magic.
My concern with mind control cards is it opens up risk of forgetting to give it back to your opponent if like the game ends. And so when I was a judge for Yu-Gi-Oh, that was actually one of the highest game losses, was somebody would take a card with like Change of Heart, put it in their deck, and then both players would get a game loss for deck error, and then whoever won game 1 would win the match.
Dang.
I mean, I've had a card stolen from me because of that before.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never ran into that situation.
Purposely chosen to do, but like it was gain control of card, and then it got shuffled in after our game 3, and it was the last game of the event. So I was out one Elspeth when it was like $40, because by the time I remembered, like I had no idea, like this was paper print out opponents, right? I had no idea who I had played against at that time, and it was just like, oh, I'm out of luck.
They
beat me. We played ante, and I didn't even know it.
Yikes!
Maybe they're out there as a good Samaritan, and they've just been holding on to it.
They're listening right now. Oh my gosh!
Like I'm assuming it's like $5-10 if even.
They're just waiting to see you again to give it back.
You're gonna be in an old folks home, and someone's gonna be like, "Yeah, way back in the day."
Pulls it out of the wallet, like super like rolled up. And...
Yeah, I took this guy's Elspeth on accident. It's haunted me ever since.
Actually, like similar to that story, Rascal and I played at the same set champs about a week ago over at Hot Sauce, and this one guy was talking to my brother, and he said he remembered me, and I lent him a deck for a tournament in like 2007, and he top 8'd and top 8'd the regional with that, and I was like, I've got no memory of this. It's like, how do I forget that I lent a deck to somebody?
Well,
did you get the deck back though?
Oh yeah, I'm sure I did.
Okay. So if there are mind control cards, just don't "you're welcome" your own card into their deck, and it should be fine.
Yeah, the benefit is we don't have a lot of shuffle cards, and that's where like a lot of the errors came from.
Yeah,
is take it, shuffle back type situations.
Everybody's got to stop playing these black sleeves. So
I'll segue kind of into, he was saying a little bit the same, is be careful with your collection, your bag, your cards at DLCs. People are terrible people. I had my book bag stolen at a Magic event and lost thousands of dollars worth of stuff.
Me too.
So you got to be careful. Also, some people are great people. I had a friend think he had his bag stolen, and it was turned into the lost and found.
Right.
So, sometimes you can get lucky, but keep an eye on your stuff.
I do think that the Lorcana community, from what I've experienced, is a lot better about turning stuff in than just walking off with it.
Yeah.
To an
No.
extent, there's also a lot
To
more
an
cameras now.
Sure.
I tried to analyze like why that might be the case, and I think it has to do with just the general age group of Lorcana and the maturity level of the people playing this game. Where I came from Yu-Gi-Oh, where everyone started basically in their teen years, there wasn't a lot of older people starting Yu-Gi-Oh.
The
and
Wild
so,
West.
Yeah. Like the craziest thing when I judged is people would impersonate judges, go up to people and do deck check and just steal both people's decks.
Whoa,
And
that's
so
wild.
that's something I hope we
Wild.
never have to worry about in Disney.
Did you have to
Lorcana.
wear a shirt?
You had to
or
wear a
anything?
shirt. They got shirts somehow, and then would do that. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. It's rough out there. I was at the Magic the Gathering. Well, I guess it was the Star City State Championships, and I was in the final. And I told my buddy to watch my bag, which had like my binder full of all my expensive cards. And he was watching the match and not my bag, and it got stolen. And I lost, so I got second. I was like, "All right, let's go. Where's my stuff?" And it was all gone. And I was like, "All right, I'm quitting the game." And I never played Paper Magic after that.
Oh my goodness! Did the store not have cameras?
It was like a convention center thing. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
That's rough.
I got super hosed that day. I got my top 8 playmat though, and it's still downstairs.
The only reason I didn't quit playing when it happened to me, a friend of mine actually bought a box and was like, "Hey, let's play with this. Like, let's start a collection up." And I like took that box and started trading again and kept playing from it.
Nice.
But I probably would have quit playing Magic 15 years, 10 years before I did.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen your TCG player account. It's got a lot of Magic sales.
It's almost all Magic sales.
How much of a collection do you still have?
A lot.
A lot?
I mean, I've sold 80% of the cards that are worth more than $2. I still have Japanese Grim Monolith, Japanese Mana Vault, and a few other expensive cards, maybe Lion's Eye Diamond, like some medium $300 to $500 cards that are not English, so EDH kids don't like them as much, but they're still insanely expensive and cool, sitting in the bank deposit box that I don't think most of them are listed on TCG, but some might be.
Nice.
And then thousands and thousands of 10-cent to 50-cent cards that I pulled out of the bulk. I did a lot of TCG and collection buying. Basically, people are lazy, and that's literally where the money is in the thing, where it's like you even tell them, it's like, "Hey, look, I'm not going to give you great value on this because of the amount of work. Like, you're basically paying me by the hour to sort through your cards and pull out the cards that are worth money and do all that. It's going to take me hours and hours. Like, I'm not going to do that for 5%. Like, I'm going to do it for like 30 to 40 to 50%.
Yeah, you brought up vendors at the events, like selling cards at premiums, and like most of that is like, yeah, they had to organize everything, haul it to the event, pay to be there.
Like it's just like how lazy you want to be. If you want to do the effort of looking through your cards, putting them on a store, selling them, printing out, cutting out, putting them in an envelope, buying stamps, writing your name on each one. I mean, I have a printout. I cut it out. And then my friend was like, "Why don't you have like stickers?" I'm like, I could do that. Like, so there's even more steps I could do. Some people do pirate shipping. Like, there's so many ways you can do it to save money, but it's also effort. I started my business with a friend who like gave me some money to buy a collection that the person was basically like, "Will you tell me how much money they would give me if I sold this to Channel Fireball realistically?" And I looked through and I was like, "Well, they give you 40% on heavy play." And he had a bunch of heavy play dual lands. And I was like, "This is how much they'd give you." And he's like, "Oh, all right. Well, if you want to give me that, I'll sell it to you." So I was like, well, yes, I would love to buy cards at 40% value and turn around and try to sell my TCG player for a little more. But I have to turn around and sell every card individually. And he had like a stack of like 600. And then when I tried to get my business partner to ship out 40 cards, he was literally like, hey, I want to buy out. This is like, nah, I'd rather just work a real job. This is like way too much effort.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. I just bulk sold mine.
I only sell cards like over $100, and that's a lot of effort for the few packages I ship a week.
And we have Sarek out there selling penny cards. Shout out if he's in chat.
He's buying way more than he's selling. He needs to delete the Whatnot app.
It's too juicy. The auctions, the prices are so low.
They are.
I mean, his penny
You're
sales
losing
must
money
be
by
doing
not
well if he's
buying.
buying all those.
Yeah,
Sarek does have one of the biggest collections in Disney Lorcana, though. He's got one of every card except for Gold Mickey.
Well,
getting
we're in
there.
negotiations, right? Eventually, he'll offer me money, and I'll say it's not enough. And then one day, when no one else has Mickeys for sale, he'll buy mine for the price I want.
I've got
graded?
I graded it. It's all 10s.
Let's go.
Wonder grade, perfect black label.
Play it tomorrow in your heist deck.
Ugh, in my Hoffen.
Yeah.
Oh, my heist deck, the Jafar. Yeah. Bro, I might. That would
you have to
baller move. That would be amazing,
man.
You have to ink it every time.
Because I was about to put my D23 one in there, and I was like, the Luke should just play his.
I would do that. I would do that.
Shuffle.
But I know if I did that, the person who tried to buy it would be like, I know you played with it once.
Yeah.
I would say that.
he would see. That's why he's encouraging me. He's like, it's light play. It's light play. Yeah, it's been played. It's been touched.
I'll pull up the video.
Have a card in your deck that is the back of the card, and then when you play that, slide in the Mickey.
Yeah, that's what Thomas does.
There you go. From the side.
Maybe. But that would require me having to play Ruby and the Mickey.
Everybody wants to see it.
I think they forgive you of letting you slide that in.
I'll just build some Hercules deck.
Oh, you should just make it your hero.
Oh, a heroic variant?
Heroic Gold Mickey.
I mean, that would allow me to keep it in a top loader the whole time.
Yeah.
And then you're just playing in a 5/5 every turn.
Bro, we need to somehow, even though Color's in the chat, Color, earmuffs, we need to somehow get me and Ed and Bad Vegas all in a game of heroic, and she won't know it, and we'll all just flip over our heroes to be golden Mickeys.
That would be awesome.
And be like, oh, we have to go out. We have to prevent. I guess we can't team up. You gain lore instead of attack. It's just like you gotta destroy and banish everything Color makes because she's not a Mickey.
How many other DLC cards do you have? Play those as well. Why not? In the storyboard,
I could do Let It Go as the song.
Yeah.
Is Baymax an ally? He sounds like a hero.
Yeah, I think he's. Nope, he's a hero.
Yeah, you need an ally.
Rapunzel. They're all heroes.
Dang.
I could play like some D23 Ursula 2 or something. But I guess she's a villain, not an ally either.
Impossible. Oh well.
I think Kristoff.
I guess there's the DLC entry promo.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, he's an ally. There you go.
That's not nearly as fancy.
Well, do we have any more topics we want to go over before we wrap it up tonight?
Not for me.
I'm 2 hours past my bedtime, and I am hyper from it.
We just got raided right when we're about to raid somebody. Fantastic.
Perfect.
Pay it forward.
Daisy chain.
Pay it forward.
Rascal, you want to give out some shout outs for your short amount of time here?
Shout out to you guys having me again. Always a pleasure. Shout out to my team, the Lords of Lore. Lords of Lore on Instagram with 2 little underscores at the end. And yeah, I guess I got homework now to figure out what this heroic format is because I've just been lost the whole time you guys have been talking about it.
It's like Commander, but yeah.
Rascal, did your team tell you what I did to them on Saturday?
Yeah, they were like, man, they sent a GIF of Optimus Prime slaughtering like random primal, I don't know what movie it's from, but like the primal robots, and they're like J-Bomb at Set Champs this weekend.
Yeah, they sent 3 people solely to beat me, and I faced them all and emerged victorious.
Were they on Blurple?
No, Ruby Amethyst, Emerald Steel Discard, and Item Workshop, which I should not have beaten Item Workshop on DKP, but I did. I don't know how.
Pirate's Life.
Nope.
And they didn't hit the combo.
Just 3 McDuck Manners by turn 5 or 6.
All right.
How did you do it?
That's one way to do it. That'll do it.
Just never let him play a card. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're all good. I got everything out I needed.
All right, bro, you're up.
Yeah, definitely shout out to the Sunflower Illumineers, my team, and shout out to the wife taking care of the kids while I'm on here with you guys. Yeah, catch us on Twitter and or X and Blueski at Sun Illumineers. Blueski.
Who's next? Is it me?
Yep.
Oh, my fault. Yo, shout out to Luke for once again having me on the ICL. I love it every single time I get the opportunity. Really appreciate it. Shout out to all the judges, all the players, all the casters, everybody involved. Shout out to my team, Inc. Shout out to JDZ. We'll be taking down Jafar tomorrow. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I got my outfit ready, and I'm gonna be making the getaway. So it should be a lot of fun. You can find me.
Go that out.
You got to. We got to be committed.
I don't know if I have an outfit.
Just wear your business Santa outfit again that you're wearing tonight.
Yeah, you'd be chilling.
I have a much more Santa-y one. This is my Ruby Sapphire ink combo, bro.
Wait until Ruby Emerald becomes meta. Then it's that would be the Santa Claus outfit.
Oh, there you go. Ruby Emerald.
I've got a video coming out soon with Alrathian, Rudrose, and Kurt Spice, where we talk about all the Ruby Amethyst cards from this set. That should be fun, so be on the lookout for that at Garrick's Lorcana Lair. You can find me on Twitter at KI_Garrick and on Instagram at the Lorcana Lair. Thanks.
And if you have the time, post your channel and chat too.
Okay.
Link it. We're lazy. We can't type that out, bro. I know you have that saved as a link for super easy use, right?
I mean, one would think, right?
Actually, I might actually even have that. You have a link tree, right? I bet I have that right here.
What's a link
tell him
tree?
to do it. I do have your link tree. I'll post that.
Legend. Are you sure?
Linktree is a website that has websites to all of your things. So it'll have a link to your Twitter, your Twitch, your YouTube, your Instagram, so they can find all the fun places to check out your content. So J-Bomb, where can we find your content?
YouTube, I am J-Bomb TCG. I do Ultra Academy on Mondays. This week we had Artabax doing Emerald Amethyst. Next week we will be switching to set 8, Raina Jafar with Attack for 2, and he will be doing Ruby Amethyst. So that'll be fun. And also shout out to World Class Cards. They've been sponsoring all of my giveaways that I've been doing. And so if you've been seeing me blast Twitter and YouTube for giveaways, that's why. So shout out to World Class Cards for helping me out with that and really driving my channel up.
Nice. Lofi, are you still on the Illumineers? Is that still your Instagram?
Oh yes, that's the sole sole social media I have.
The real Illumineers.
But if you want to find me the old-fashioned way, I am going to be in a few places coming up. June 7th and 8th, there's the World Class Cards weekend. They're having back-to-back, I think it's the 10K weekend, so back-to-back 5Ks. Weekend after that, there's Charlie's Collectibles if you want to come to Atlanta. And then if you want to come all the way to Arizona, there's a 5K on the 21st. So June's going to be an action-packed month for Lorcana.
Yeah, I'll be at a local event for me as well on the 22nd here in Omaha. There'll be a double 2K if it fills up. If we get 64 players, it'll be $2,100 in prizes on each day, a Saturday, Sunday. There's plenty of awesome things to do in the Omaha area, pretty cheap area to be in. Well, more expensive than around the area, but still pretty cheap for probably everyone traveling out of state. I expect to see Broham there. It's not that far from him.
No,
What
it's
day
only.
is it?
I think it's only a 4-hour drive.
Yeah, I went to your 1K. I expect the same. I'm sure we'll see Kevin showing up as well. It should be fantastic. If it fills up, I will be chilling and hanging out and doing some interviews and stuff. If it doesn't fill up, I will be playing to help it fill up.
So
what date is that, Wonder?
The 22nd
of June.
June.
Yeah, June 22nd.
Oh, well, 21st, 22nd.
Yeah.
All right, the raid is about to start in 10 seconds. What are you going to say, bro? Quick.
I had nothing. I said I'll see you there.
Oh, all right. Everyone have a great night.
Good luck, everyone.
All right, and we are done streaming.